think we are live. Are we in fact live? We should be live. I have to check all of the streams to make sure we're live for today's topic, which is about participation being more important than knowledge. Oh, there's one indication that we're live anyway. That's good. This seems to indicate that we're live. Good, good. More indications of liveness. So the question is, what is participation and what is knowledge? And why are these two things sort of at odds, right? That would be the best way to think about it. Is why is there this dichotomy between participation and knowledge, and why is one sort of greater than the other? And this topic is, of course, brought to you by the team, right? Because I don't think of these things by myself. And Ethan's the one who sort of refined the participation greater than knowledge thing. So we want to jump into participation and knowledge and talk about these things as though they're sort of different from one another in an important way, but also one's greater than the other. So I'm going to get on my costume here just so I can go into full rant mode, because you can't rant properly unless you're a pirate. So the question is, when we're talking about this stuff, what are we really talking about, right? Participation is all about what you do with people, hopefully. Maybe not with people, but with people in particular, right? How are you participating with nature? How are you participating with yourself? How are you participating with others? The three frames. And I have a video on the three frames on navigating patterns, my most excellent YouTube channel. And the question is, what is the nature of your participation? What are you doing? And there's different ways to participate, right? And one of the sort of methods of participation is around talking, communicating. There's a difference between talking and communicating. Numbers vary. 85% of your communication is nonverbal. Nonverbal. So you don't need to have a discussion or to talk to people to communicate with them. It's just foolishness. You don't need that at all. So that's the important part. When we're talking to one another, when we're speaking, when we're having this, interaction of, we'll call it language communication, a lot of times we couch that as conversation, right? And the problem with this is that conversation is one sort of method or mode of participation, right? But it's not all the possible methods or modes of participation. And so just there alone, you can see that participation is bigger than knowledge, because knowledge is about communication. And of course, I don't want to state all knowledge is only communication, but that's the way we treat it. And so, I'll appeal to the way people use knowledge and what knowledge is useful for, which is to communicate, to converse, to have these, these verbal interactions with people. And I'm not saying that's not useful or anything like that, but it's not greater than just sitting and being with somebody in silence. It's not greater than just working on a house with somebody in silence, because you can do that. And so there's a deep asymmetry between participation and knowledge. Participation can exist without knowledge. And in fact, it had to be that way, because before there was knowledge, there was participation. It's the participation that led for the need to knowledge. Because if I have knowledge and it's just for me, I don't know what that means. If you're not communicating or using this information in a generative fashion, what is it? What good is it? What's it doing? Right? If it's not subservient, this knowledge, to participation. What's going on? And that's the problem. Yes, I do eventually drop the link, by the way. So I will as soon as I'm done with my rant. And the reason why I do my rant is all about participation. I want participation around the distributed cognition of the topic at hand. The topic at hand is not chosen by me. Okay. The topic at hand is chosen by the zeitgeist of this little corner of the internet, right? Or whatever Ethan's upset about this week, or whatever I noticed, or whatever Manuel noticed or made note of, right? That's how these topics happen. And then I'm setting the grounding, the historical grounding, the anchoring for the event by talking about that topic. And then usually mysterious things, strange things happen, right? Um, Ethan, rant is an invocation of spirit. Yes, it is. I am trying to invoke the spirit. That is true. So what is the reasoning behind setting this, this grounding? The grounding is the framework. It's the set of beliefs, it's the things we're going to engage with, it's the method of engagement in some cases, right? It gives us a jumping off point in our piracy of the zeitgeist, the ideas that are out there, the engagement that we have with other people, right? There's a deep piracy where we're plundering what we can, right, and bringing it back and putting it in chests and burying it in Oak Island, maybe. I love The Curse of Oak Island, man. That is the best show ever. Some of the seasons get a little long and weird, but it's heating up now. It's a good show. So the mode and the fact of participation has to have come first, and it has to be greater than knowledge, because participation includes knowledge, or can include knowledge. It doesn't have to include knowledge, I would argue. You can argue back on that. You could say, oh, look, it definitely has to include some form of knowledge. There's participatory knowledge. Whatever, fair enough. I don't think participatory is knowledge, but there's this knowledge versus information question. We'll deal with that some other day, perhaps. I do deal with it on my videos in Navigating Patterns, just in case you wanted to deal with it sooner than whenever I get around to it in a live stream. This idea of participation encompasses knowledge. It's more important to have participation than it is to have knowledge, or to be knowledgeable, or to be smart, right? And I like what my good friend Father Eric has to say here. Knowledge is the fruit of participation. Indeed, indeed. So the fact of the matter is that any way you cut it, whether you want to, which came first in time, or what is this all about, knowledge is the fruit of participation. And so the participation is greater. It's more important. It's not important that you know things. It's important that you do things. And it's not important that you do things on your own, by yourself, all alone. It's important that you participate in something greater than yourself. It's important that you participate, because your participation, in most cases, if it's aimed well, can bring everybody up, not just you. The problem of anti-participation or non-participation is that you get solipsistic, you get caught in your own bubble, you degrade. And in degrading you, because you're part of the world, you also degrade the world. Not a fan. Maybe you're a fan. I'm not a fan. Let's not degrade the world. So that's what I'm talking about when I say participation is greater than knowledge. And I chose this topic a while back, actually. And then it came up the other day in this little corner, basically on one of Jacob's streams on his channel. And I'm streaming on his channel now. I'm streaming on Randers United. I'm streaming on Navigating Patterns, which is the best of that group of YouTube channels for sure. In the form of a claim and a lament about somebody who had knowledge and could not participate because people wouldn't let him participate because his knowledge conflicted with the participation. Now, you can argue that anybody's knowledge shouldn't conflict with participation. That's a silly argument, and it's wrong. You're just wrong. Your knowledge is a matter of your ego and your ego needs to be humbled in order to properly participate with others. Other people are allowed to be wrong while you're right, and you can still get along. I assure you this is possible. It happens to me every freaking day. It's not a problem, and sometimes you need to engage in wrong frameworks and wrong things to show people out of the cave. If you want to make that Plato's cave, that's fine. If you want to make it what is it? The valley of death, that's fine. I don't care. Any cave you want. And this is important because your being right should not be a judgment on other people. Because then it's harder for people to be wrong. And it's harder for wrong people to engage in a better way. And that's not good. Because again, what's not good for the individual is also not good for the world. And in the case of somebody holding up their knowledge and holding hijack the participation, it's doubly not good. Because while you're holding up your knowledge above these participations, you're making yourself worse in your solipsism and your egoism and your lack of humility. And you're making everybody else worse by withdrawing from them. And you're making them worse because you're making them feel bad about not knowing. And at the end of the day, you can look at it this way. Would you rather hang out with somebody who knows what you know, or somebody who you can teach what you know? If you have to teach somebody what you know, they don't know it. And you can say, well, there's some people who don't believe what I know. Whoops, somebody forgot to put the phone on silent. And that's fine. Like, people are allowed to be that way, because otherwise, who are you going to teach? If someone's wrong and all you can do is lord it over them, the odds that you're going to move them are pretty low. And that's the problem. Like, your humility is required for proper participation. It's required. It's not optional. I've never been in a room where everyone agreed with me, ever in my life. I hope I'm never in such a room. What a boring room. It might be exciting at first. Oh, you agree with this and this and this? Oh, I feel so good that we're all right about the same thing. And that happens for sure about all kinds of things. Like, I love it when I meet somebody who sees, say, the computer industry the way I see it, even if it's only a little piece of the computer industry, because I see a lot more in the computer industry than most people do for various reasons. Very exciting. I'm very happy. But then we get bored. Scared a bunch of people off the Discord server the other day talking about geeky server stuff. Like, you have how many terabytes of storage? I only have this many terabytes of storage. Anybody who has more than me is crazy. I'm dubbing you crazy. It's all in good fun, by the way. And also there's a tussle there, not with computer stuff, because we happen to agree, but on non-computer stuff, religious stuff, we don't agree at all. And this is the problem. If you're constantly venerating and holding up knowledge above participation, you're blocking participation. Again, you're screwing everybody. You're screwing yourself. You're screwing the other people in participation by not participating or participating poorly, and they lose the opportunity to learn from you. It's not good. This is not helpful to people. It's not helpful to you. Like, you're just making everything worse for everyone. When you realize, when you accept, when you commit to participation being more important than knowledge, and specifically your knowledge, because who cares what you know or if you're right? It's not relevant. Not relevant. If you can't participate with somebody in the moment, all you're doing is destroying the world. That doesn't mean you have to find a way to participate with everybody. That's the other side. Now it's like you're privileging participation over everything else, and that has a different set of problems. But you have to be able to participate somehow. And maybe the way you participate with people is to fight with them over their incorrect ideas. But the spirit of participation has to come first. The goal of participation has to be first. The ecumenical cheese pizza of participation comes first. Again, I can go to the Rebel Mountains, West Virginia. Although the Rebel Mountains are bigger than just West Virginia, we'll say. And I can have my cheese pizza with Nero, with Boom Shrimp, or Boomy Shroomy, as he's sometimes called now. And it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Like, we have deep disagreements. I'm constantly telling him Rebel Mountains is not the best way to live. And he's constantly trying to justify it. And I'm not even claiming I'm right. I've told him that clearly many times, right? I'm not even claiming that I'm necessarily right. I'm saying that having the ethos of participation, cooperation is better than having the ethos of rebel, 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 right? Where you're just setting yourself up for a constant stumble. If you want to use, say, more language creation language, where it's the stumbling block. You can put a stumbling block in front of yourself constantly if you want, or you can participate with the people around you. And how you participate matters, right? So again, you can participate by fighting back. That's a valid mode of participation, right? But if you're only doing it on the basis of knowledge, or you're only doing it on the basis of authority, or you're only doing it on the basis of what is truth, then there's a problem, because you probably don't have access to that anyway. And I like this. Thank you, Anselman. Almost Heaven, cheese pizza in West Virginia. Yeah, well, that is one of my favorite songs. I do remember driving through West Virginia, although it was getting towards nighttime, which was rather unfortunate because it's a beautiful place. What a gorgeous little state that is. Putting on the John Denver, because I do love me the John Denver, especially that particular song, which is lovely. Having that participation with West Virginia, I'm going to listen to that song the whole way while I'm driving through West Virginia. Not that anybody would do such a thing. That would be crazy. But I'm just saying you could. And that would be good participation. I also participate in arguing with Niram about West Virginia in particular, right? And whether or not they, what their actual right relationship is. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with saying, oh, this person has this thing wrong, right? Or, John Vervaeke's wrong when he talks about types of knowing. He's actually describing types of information. Okay. Now, you'll notice I almost never criticize Jordan Peterson publicly. Why? Because he's doing something and it's working and he's helping people. When someone's doing something good and it's working and they're helping people, your proper participation is to shut up and be positive towards them and support them. Your proper participation is not to nitpick what you happen to think their bad ideas are. I have criticisms of Peterson. I don't know if they're right, however, and I don't know if whether or not them being right is relevant. There's lots of ways to talk about something that are technically incorrect, but psychologically more useful than the technical correctness of them. This is where discernment's important. You need to have discernment in your participation. And if your participation is around knowledge, is around truth, is around some sort of ethos that's either ego-focused with you or ego-focused around something you identify with. Like, oh, well, there's a long church tradition of X, and I'm going to defend that because knowledge or because truth or because church. That sort of engagement in participation is negative. And I will address this, Elizabeth. Dr. P needs correction too. Yeah, he does. But does he need public correction? And that's the difference. And here's where the discernment for the participation comes in. If I could get in a room with Peterson, for 10 minutes or whatever, I would give him feedback and criticism to his face. I would not give that criticism and feedback in public. because it gives his enemies fodder. I don't want to give his enemies fodder. I don't like his enemies. I consider them bad actors and bad faith actors and bad people. Can they become good people? Of course they can, but they need redemption. They're not going to get that if I give them a reason to continue their fight against goodness. So I'm not going to give them a reason to continue their fight against goodness. Do I criticize Peterson privately all the freaking time? Not all the time. I criticize Vervaeke all the time, but Vervaeke's, in my opinion, is not out there doing the good work. Not that he's not doing good things, not that good things aren't happening around him or because of him. All of that is true. I owe a lot to John Vervaeke for various reasons. I've met him in person. He's a wonderful person. Love John. However, I have deep disagreements with him around participation in particular, because all of the participation John Vervaeke talks about is with oneself. And not you with your unconscious. That would be an upgrade. Although it is indirectly, but it's not directly because he doesn't make the distinction. He didn't make the distinction at the conscious to conscious Thunder Bay event either, which I was rather upset about. And that's not entirely his fault, by the way. And yes, I talked to Catherine about that, and she agreed with me. So should have been done. Wasn't done, whatever. First conference was a wonderful time. I loved it. Wouldn't change any of it. And that's the problem. It's like your mode of participation matters to what's happening. Your way of participating matters. If your way of participation is just with yourself or just with your bubble or just with your own identity or identities, because you can't have one identity, that's dumb, right? Then you're not out in the world. You're not participating with nature. You're not participating with other people. You're not participating with virtues and values, which you need to participate with nature and other people, right? Like if your participation's with money, so you're stuck in an economic frame, easy to do. I can put anything in an economic frame, not a problem. And you start to engage the world, you're stuck in this economic frame. Well, now it's okay to strip mine. Now you can make arguments that maybe it's okay to strip mine, but I actually don't think it is. I think that strip mining is really dangerous for nature. I think there are compromises that can be made. And the compromises that can be made, for example, are things like, well, there's responsible ways to get most of the benefits of strip mining at a reasonable cost analysis. In other words, pay a little bit more because economics is not your only frame, right? To save a lot of nature. And there's a line there for sure, past which it doesn't make any sense. Like no drilling in Alaska makes no sense at all. None. Zero. Zip. You're not saving the planet. You're not moving the ball at all. But you are making it worse for people. So you can always privilege nature over everything else. That's not proper participation. Proper participation requires discernment. Otherwise, you'll end up with knowledge over participation. And then you won't be able to be with people. Look, Peterson does this great thing where he says, if you think that all women are the problem, right? You're an incel, you're not able to date or whatever, then it's not the women. If you're in a world and you're the only person that knows the secret knowledge, and because you know the secret knowledge, you can't participate with people, it's not the people. It's your privileging of the knowledge. It's not the knowledge either. It's your privileging of the knowledge. You've made a conscious decision to separate yourself from the world. You have an excuse. Ooh, knowledge. You're probably using knowledge as the highest value. Knowledge is not the highest value. Service is the highest value. Sacrifice, right? Forms of sacrifice, like that's the highest value because we all have to get along. We all have to get along. It's not an optional thing unless you're off in the woods, in which case you're not watching me on YouTube. I can't be talking to you. You can't be hearing me. Therefore, it's a comfortable statement to say in the middle of technology with internet and electricity and fancy hardware all over the place and comfortable places to stay because I don't live in a cave in the woods. Not that I haven't stayed in the woods and been quite happy, but I didn't stay there very long. A little contrast is good. Too much contrast? Not so good. There's nothing wrong with having knowledge. There's nothing wrong with saying, no, no, I believe this. This is important. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not for us to get along in the world by ourselves. That doesn't make any sense. And you can say, oh, well, I can buy everything I need. Well, that's a form of participation. But you still didn't create the electric grid. You still aren't running the things that run the electric grid. And if you are, there's a bunch of other things that you're not running that you're relying on. I didn't build this house. I'm grateful somebody did. It's a nice little brick house in the woods. It's fantastic. Right? It's right next to a pond. I didn't dig the pond. Somebody did. And that's the problem, is that we need to recognize that we're stuck on this planet together. We need to. And I understand that there is a role for mercy. Mercy is not the highest value. That's a very sort of Protestant way of approaching things, I think. They're very big on mercy. They sort of grant that. That's like their mercy and grace, or they're two big shots out of the gun. I think it's a problem because you're not allowing people proper participation. If all you do is grant people mercy and grace all the time, they're not growing because they're not getting the proper negative feedback. Participation requires some negative feedback, but if it's all negative feedback, if it's all rebellion and resistance, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. All you do is isolate yourself and deny everybody else your gifts all at the same time and put yourself in a space of no service or diminished service. I'm not a fan. We are participating with one another, whether we like it or not. We just have to accept that we're participating with one another and figure out how best to do that. And that requires discernment. A lot of discernment. So to this point, I've been toying around with with some ideas around creating a line of tea. And oddly, T stands for time, energy, and attention. But it's also a plant. There are 2 tea plantations in South Carolina. There are four in the country, in the US. 2 of them are in Mississippi, 2 of them are here. The largest one is 20 acres. It's 2 hours from here down in Charleston, or just outside of Charleston. It's owned by a Bigelow Tea Company. The one that I went to, which is the Table Rock Tea Company, is out by this place called Table Rock, which is a lovely state park in South Carolina. It's right on the North Carolina border, right near Georgia and Tennessee. They're all right in that corner, the northwest corner of my state. It's quite a drive from here. It's the far reaches of the state. One whole corner of the state. I'm more or less in the center of the state. And I met those guys. They're amazing. I got a tour. It was amazing. I learned all about tea. Amazing. Stuff I didn't know. My participation was to go on a free tour. And it was a wonderful tour. I learned so much stuff about tea and how it all works and their journey to being a tea farm in the middle of South Carolina, by the mountains instead of over by the ocean where you can grow tea year round, unlike the mountains where you cannot. Um, yeah, there's lots of interesting things there. Lots of interesting participation. And sat down, talked with the owners, talked about a bunch of stuff. They've got an effort going on, and I think that that effort is interesting, and it's worth sort of thinking about. They've got this whole website called goodfaithgrown.com, which they've set up as an alternative to organic. So the problem with things like organic is that organic is a set of determinants. They're kind of random. They pointed at a bunch of things. They said, well, if you spray your plants with soapy water to kill aphids, are you organic? That's a good question. Most people wouldn't care. If you use neem oil on your plants to kill aphids, are you organic? I don't know. Neem oil is pretty natural. Soapy water just comes off the leaf, so you probably don't care, especially because it's on the bottom of the leaf and doesn't affect the tea, or it doesn't affect it enough to worry about. These are hard questions to answer. So their participation to the community is to set up this website, right, that I mentioned before. I should just put a link in. It's kind of interesting. And they're just starting it, right? They're just getting going with this participation. And what they're doing is they're trying to give companies a way of participating in a program for a very small amount of money that gives consumers a way of relating to the way they're dealing with their product. And that's the problem, is that we don't have a good way. We're living in a world where we have experts being touted as leaders. Follow the experts. Follow the science. The science is controlled by experts. No, I don't follow experts. I follow leaders. That's what I follow. I follow leadership and authority. Those are the things I respond to. You know what I don't respond to? Expertise at all. Why? Grew up in New England, met plenty of experts, all morons, all of them. Not interested. Met them all, talked to them all, morons, every single one of them. Sorry. Not that they didn't know what they were talking about in their specific field, but who cares? Their knowledge, not important. Not important. Why? They couldn't cooperate. They couldn't lead. Leadership's important. Leadership's really important. Leadership is the way that people participate with one another. You all submit to the leader in some capacity, right? And it may not be one leader. Leadership can be spread out in an organization. And that's the problem, right? Participation requires leadership. It doesn't require knowledge. It doesn't require experts. It requires authority. It doesn't require authenticity. Is there authenticity? Probably. Maybe not. Maybe it's not important. And that's the issue. So just to tie it together for our commenters here, or at least some of them, you have a group of people leading the idea of what is organic. And they are experts. Their definitions are not relevant to me at all. Am I okay personally with neem oil being used for aphids? Because if the board of people who certify organics are not okay, but I am okay, I want to buy the product despite the fact that it doesn't have the organic label on it. Experts can get in the way more easily than they can get out of it. Which is not to say don't believe experts or don't seek expertise or any of that. And I would argue that what makes an expert is not what they know or what they've read or what they've studied or what they've written, but what they've experienced. Expertise through experience, I'm all in. Expertise through reading books and going to school, not so much. Met too many people like that. There's a famous thing, and I I'll have to apologize because I don't remember the exact condition. There's a condition in computers where in C, the ordering of the operation matters, even though the math will come out the same. And the reason why it matters is strictly to do with how computers process data. And so the fact that you can swap the numbers, because the transitive property in math is real, at least for some types of math, when you ask a teacher, they'll say, oh, it doesn't matter which order they go in, because technically he's right. As an expert, he's right. But it does matter if you care about performance, because one is more performant than the other. Just is. So what value is the expertise? Is the expertise relevant? John Vervaeke talks about relevance realization. That's what's important. What's important by definition is what's relevant, not what's right, not what's knowledgeable, and not what an expert says. And maybe the most relevant thing is that you follow the leader. Even if the leader is wrong. There's a great book called A Man Rides Through by Stephen Donaldson. I love Stephen Donaldson's stuff, by the way. The Thomas Covenant series is long. His first two books, Lord Fowl's Bane and The One Tree. Excellent, excellent, excellent science fiction, fantasy style reading. Actually, I think technically he's fantasy. Those first two books are just nuclear excellent. Some of the points in both those first two books in the Thomas Covenant series are just fantastic. But he also has this A Man Rides Through and Mirror of Her Dreams series. I think it's just the two books. Excellent. One of the things he highlights in that series, which is set more in medieval times, is the king seems mad. And the kingdom breaks into two factions. Those who are like, we got to depose the king. He's clearly crazy. And those who are, we're going to remain loyal to the king no matter what, because we're loyal to the king. It turns out, as the book unfolds, yes, I'm going to spoil it. Too bad. It's an important lesson. You can read about it. Reading the story won't take away from reading the story, I assure you. The writing is excellent. It's a beautiful story. It turns out that the king's not mad. He knows exactly what he's doing. And what he's doing is he's trying to get the enemy kingdom to attack him before they're actually ready, because they're building their forces up to be greater than his forces. And he's giving the impression that his forces are down here. So they're only building their forces up to here. And then his real forces are up here. So he'll win. Because if that doesn't happen, if he waits until he dies, or if he waits until the thing goes, they're not going to win. Or they lose the opportunity to have a guaranteed victory against the enemy. So the king actually plays crazy on purpose to make the kingdom look weaker than it is, to invite an attack from the enemy so that he can wipe them out now, so that nobody else has to wipe them out later. What's more important? The knowledge that the king is crazy and doing crazy things, or following the leader no matter what? Following the leader no matter what. Is that always going to be true? No, no bet is 100%, kid. Certainty is not with us. We don't have that. We were not granted that. We're not going to be granted that. It's not going to happen. If that's what you want, you're screwed. You weren't born into that world. If you want to say you need to be born in a different world, I don't have a solution for you. I don't think there is one. You need to participate in the world that you're in. The world that you're in, knowledge is not the most important thing. Participation is. You don't have to and shouldn't participate by forgiving, giving grace to, giving mercy to all of your enemies all the time, no matter what. This actually came up in Twitter earlier today. It's been a very strange week. I picked this topic. It just comes up as a topic left, right, and center in places I never could have predicted. Can't explain it. Don't need to. Happens. The argument was over the usage of language and this idea of social justice. Now, this is easy. You're putting a word in front of another word. You're modifying the second word. Social justice. You're modifying justice. You can't modify justice. It's a virtue. Sorry. Invalid. Invalid use of language. Non-communicative. If you accepted that as a proper mode of communication, what would have happened to you is that eventually you would suddenly find yourself in the camp because you gave mercy and grace to these people and said, "Oh, I know what they're talking about. I can find a way to take social justice and fit it in, say, a biblical context that I agree with," for example, which was the example in Twitter. And therefore, I agree with them and I'm on their side. And now the side that you're on is white people are bad. It's not the only side that you could have been on as a result of engaging in social justice. That's one of the possible outcomes. Was that really what you intended all along? Was to demonize people on the basis of the color of their skin? Is that socially just? And you should have seen it coming because social justice was always in the context of race. They fooled you by allowing you to give them grace and mercy over their misuse of language. Yeah, no quarter. That's what you get from me. No quarter. I'm a pirate. I'm not a pirate all the time. Right? Watch my channel. Never a pirate. Never a pirate on the non-live streams. It's important. It matters. It's discernment. And discernment's important in participation so that you can have proper participation or right relationship with the thing you're participating with, whether it's your inner self, your unconscious, right? Your emotions, your feelings, not just your intellect. Important to understand whether it's nature, right? You don't want to strip mine the mountains. You don't want to go out and plant on all of your land all at once, so you can't rotate your crops. Right? You don't want to do that, right? You don't want to go out and flood the land. You don't want to cut down all your trees. You don't want to do these things, right? Or it's right relationship with other people. You don't want to say, I'm right, they're all wrong, therefore I'm out. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where they're going to force you out because you insist on not only having that knowledge, not only privileging that knowledge, but spreading it out all over the place for no apparent reason. I'm not saying don't share your knowledge, but like, really? Are you just going to share it with everybody for no reason? With no cause? Is that good? Are you discerning that that's what you're doing? And it's fine if you are. I mean, part of discernment is just making the decision that no matter what this costs, I'm going to bear that cost. Fine. Fair enough, dude. Don't come back to me as a victim, because you're not. And don't come back to me and start talking about how you are upset that there was a cost. You made a decision. Every decision has a cost. Accept the cost. Maybe you didn't know the cost up front. That's on you. You want to venerate knowledge. If you didn't have the knowledge, well, that's your problem. That's my problem. That's discernment, or a lack thereof, in this case. It's a lack of responsibility. Accept the responsibility for participating. Accept the responsibility for having knowledge and what you do with it. Some knowledge is dangerous. There's lots of dangerous knowledge. And the knowledge that I have as an adult is probably not appropriate for children. It's forbidden to them. With good reason. And we're all supposed to be children. What does that mean for knowledge? Stupid apple. That's what it means. Both the company and the original apple. Stupid apple. Not having the discernment to know when and how to use the knowledge and when to put it out in the world and when not to. And that's not to say don't share, don't participate. I was watching Father Eric sent me a nice stream a while ago. Actually, it was a talk by Monsignor Shea. Very good talk. And he tells this absolutely devastating story about his youngest brother and a tragic accident. And I can't talk too much more about it because it's too painful for me. I've heard it twice now. Uses it to great effect. It's a devastatingly sad story. It's just devastatingly sad and also triumphant at the end. But he uses it to great effect. The way he uses his experience and conveys the knowledge that he gained from the experience. He doesn't convey the knowledge. He conveys the experience and then says what knowledge he gained in the experience. That's proper participation with knowledge. It's proper participation with the audience. And the woman who was doing the introduction and the closeout, she could barely keep it together at the end too, which made me feel a lot better. Okay, I'm not the only one responding to this story and, with such a visceral, emotional response. That's proper participation. And yeah, here's the video. I like that. It is a great video, and it's a very powerful story. And I've seen him tell it a couple times now, and it just gets more bitey as time goes on. The impact of this goes up, not down, as you engage with it more. It's such a powerful story. Story wasn't different, by the way. I didn't gain any new knowledge through the communication of the story, right? I gained knowledge through the experience of the story and the framework that it was put in. So, what is knowledge? Knowledge is the result of the interaction of your participation. Participation is greater than knowledge. It comes first. Or as Father Eric would say, it's the fruits, right? It's not the book. It's not the thing you read in the book. It's not the thing you noticed about the book or the author of the book or what he wrote in the book or what he was wrong about in the book. That's not knowledge. That's just your crappy opinion that maybe is best not shared with anybody ever. I don't know. Maybe it is best shared with people. I don't know. But do you know? Are you sure? Are you sure you should tell a 3-year-old about sex the way you should tell a 17-year-old about sex? Because I'm sure you shouldn't. They're both knowledge. It's the same knowledge. The only thing that's changing is the participation. Which is more important? The participation. It's right there in everything you do every day of your life, all the time. Staring you in the face. The participation comes first. The knowledge emerges from it. Period. End of statement. Just because knowledge emerged, is it good? No. Knowledge is neither good nor bad. Can knowledge be used for good? Absolutely. Can knowledge be used for evil? Absolutely. Perennial problem. We need that discernment. And that's why I thought it was important to touch on this. And then, like I said, it just came up everywhere. It came up on Twitter. It came up on the YouTubes. It just came up all over the place, like all week. It was strange. Participation matters. Why do I go to the tea company, to the Table Rock Tea Company? I go to the Table Rock Tea Company because all of a sudden I find out there's tea in South Carolina. Weird. It's one of the only places in North America that has any tea grown here. They do co-packing. They'll pack you like 1 box of tea or less, actually, for a very low fee. They're the only company in the world that will do it. So you can try out your teas before you try to grow your tea business. So you're not buying $100,000 of inventory and throwing it out because you were stupid and picked the wrong flavors for your tea and nobody liked it. Now you can test market it in a reasonable fashion at a reasonable price. Isn't that amazing? And I talked to the owner, and I learned about this, this program that he has to replace basically the organic food thing, right? This goodfaithgrown.com website that he set it up, and he's a great guy. He's a really good person, right? And I learned about his business model. Oh, we cater to small companies, and when you get too big, you can't do business with us anymore. And I was like, what? That's totally backwards for most businesses. He doesn't want to do business with large, not won't, but doesn't want to. He wants to do business with small businesses to help grow small businesses. And yeah, I mean, not to give away too much, but yes, I am working on a tea house. It will not be called the Navigating Patterns Tea House, but it will in fact be tied into the channel. And if you have lots of money to invest, let me know. I would set up my tea house tomorrow in Columbia, South Carolina, if I had the funds to do so, which currently I do not. I'm working on a line of wisdom tea. I'm working on this idea of the tea house. right? And that's time, energy, and attention, right? And I talked to the CEO of Table Rock Teas about my idea about ceremony and having an American tea ceremony around focusing your around sorry discerning your time, energy, and attention, right? Through the interaction with your beverage, which I have right here. Let me just grab it. I've got some Westminster. It smells fruity and delicious. It's one of their teas. I was there yesterday, so just sort of starting up. And my first tip, oh, it's quite good. Westminster is quite good. They've got a number of teas. One of them is not technically a tea, it's a tisane because it's all herbal. It's just an infusion. Fixes your stomach. Can confirm, got sick on the drive back. Had that when I got back 20 minutes later, just like Jennifer said, stomach better. So it works. They have a unique tea that like probably only they can even make for reasons. They pick the leaves while the plant is dormant. What an amazing flavor. Very hard to describe. It's got the bitterness of a green tea in the beginning, and then it's smooth. So it smooths over the bitterness. So it doesn't have the bite of a green tea for the whole time you drink it. It's really amazing. It's hard to describe. It's very good tea. Very good tea. Unique to them. They invented it. It's amazing. So yeah, I'm going to work with tea. I think I'm going to try to get some cash together to do Tea House and Tea Company, the Wisdom Tea Company. We're going to focus on time, energy, and attention so that we can teach people discernment, right, in participation. We're going to try in-person participation so that we're not just sitting on video screens. The Tea House is going to have a stage where people, locals, and people on the screen can participate, right? It's all about participation. So you're dragging people into the participation online and then into the tea shop, hopefully to participate in person, right? And then hopefully they gain the skills of participation back because we've lost that, right? Why is knowledge a big deal? Why are people like all upset about experts to begin with? Like I'm not upset about experts. I wasn't listening to them anyway. I was listening to them anyway. I was never listening to the experts. When Fauci said, I am the science, I laughed. I thought he wouldn't know science if it bit him in the ass because he wouldn't. He's a liar. That's all he is. He's dishonest. He said he was a liar. I'm not impugning his honor. He admitted to lying twice about two different things, at least. I saw that. I'm not impugning his honor. I'm just restating what he said about himself. He's a liar. Fair enough. Maybe he thought he was doing good. I don't know. I never trusted the experts. I didn't have to. I have access to the knowledge directly. Why do I need your filter on my knowledge? I don't. But I do need participation. That's what people need. And if you're telling me as an expert that we need to socially distance, that's a problem. That's anti-participatory. That statement. It was Greg Ellis, who's an actor, wrote a wonderful book called The Respondent. Everybody should read The Respondent. Terrible story. Important. He used to run these clubhouse rooms, and he would correct people whenever they'd say socially distant. And he said, no, it's not social distancing. It's physical distancing. And then the first time I heard that, it was like, whack, hit me in the face. Because I'm usually onto those little scams. I didn't see that one. That's why my participation in his clubhouse rooms, in Clubhouse in general, was important. That participation in Clubhouse was facilitated by a friend of mine who sent me an iPad mini so that I could be on Clubhouse, because at the time it was Apple only. So you can see the cascade of participation that enables me to be better at spotting things like social distancing, which is anti-participation. It's don't participate with people. No, I refuse. I will participate in whatever way I can. And I can't participate in all the ways. I can't participate in the ways that I want necessarily. I can't participate in the ways that are best for me sometimes. That happens. Or best for others. That happens. but I'm not going to not participate. I'm not going to listen to the government when they tell me not to participate. That's for sure. And what are they holding up as a reason not to participate? Their knowledge. Knowledge is not greater than participation. Knowledge comes from participation, from experience. And that's the difference. So, on that note, I shall relinquish the link so that you can all participate. I think I can only pin this on my channel. Or if I could find my channel, that would be great. Can't find anything now. Oh, I cannot even find the right. Why won't it let me pin on my own stupid channel? Oh, I know why. I will pin that link onto my channel. Eventually, it will take me a second. But feel free to jump in and participate in some of our collective knowledge making. Because we are, we'll say, in the business of knowledge to some extent. And again, like there's nothing wrong with knowledge as such, right? I'm not anti-knowledge, but having that level and type of engagement is subservient to the participation. The knowledge comes from the interaction, from the experience. Why is it that I can't see my own StreamYard link? There it is. It's all just taking forever to come up. There. I managed to pin it on my own channel anyway. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Speaking of knowledge, we'll see if the Rebel Mountains are joining us or not. They seem to be having camera problems. And I should... Why isn't this... I did want to answer your question. You're a tricky question. Striving for greater knowledge in favor of greater participation can be isolating. The other participants aren't constructive. Isn't good faith more important? Yeah, look, good faith is important and knowledge is not. That's what I would say. It's hard to strive for greater knowledge in favor of participation, right? Like it's easier to participate and let knowledge happen. Hardly N. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Hopefully that's right. I only tuned in just now, but how does your version of knowledge relate to the biblical version? I have no idea. I don't read the Bible. It seems to me though that like certain passages like he knew her are about experience in participation and not about he read about her in a book or he talked to her for a while and then like knew her like that. No, it seems explicit and you could cry bad interpretation, but I think knowledge is subservient to participation and therefore to know somebody is to participate with them. And I think that's important. Like, again, the fruits of participation are knowledge. What is going on with people and cameras today? I have two people who want to participate allegedly and don't have cameras. This is terrible. Are your cameras not working or is StreamYard just not showing me cameras? The chat on the Transfiguration on Grail Country was a good exercise in this. I don't watch Grail Country. I have my reasons. Is discernment reliant on knowledge? No. If it is, then how can we discern what we should participate in if knowledge emerges from experience? Discernment is not any type of knowledge. Knowledge comes from discernment, in fact. Like you have to discern to know. Like Again, like these things are actually easy when you think about this. Yes, CW, I shall beware the porn bots. That's why none of these people are up here. Let's see what the private chat says since they have both. Your camera is on. I don't know, dude. I don't see a camera. It's black. But welcome, Boomy Shroomy.
Hey, what? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you. I
You're
don't think
kidding.
anybody else.
Let
I
me
don't know if
talk.
anybody else can see.
Do you see the B?
Now I see a B.
All right, let me turn the camera back on. Is it?
Now you're black. You're a black square of doom. Well, maybe
Really?
not doom. Yeah, it's
Dude,
weird.
in the world, that is very strange. I don't know. I can see myself moving around.
Really?
Can you see
And I
Father
can see
Aaron?
him.
I can't see either of you. Interesting.
It's that big stupid thing you got on your head.
Could be the blue filter. Yeah, it's got a blue filter.
Yeah, it might be your PC, Mark. That might be something, but yeah, you can't shut it down, I guess.
All right. Well, if you guys see them, that's fine. I'm okay being blind. I can be blind. The StreamYard is blinked twice on me, and when it does that, I get real worried. I'm like, oh, why did it flash? But sometimes it does that. So,
did you see Blue Jay
showing off?
Did he leave?
Anselin sees everybody show off. Yeah, I don't know why I can't see you guys. That's okay. Welcome.
Well, that sucks.
Who is this Blue Jay person? I can't see them. Are they legit?
my buddy from last week?
They've got their camera on. I can see them.
Okay.
There you are. What's up, Blue Jay?
Welcome. Even though I can't see anybody. What do you guys got on participation and knowledge? And which one's better?
Well, yeah, we were talking about that a lot, man. I told you the analogy of the basketball game. Like, imagine there's a basketball game in the park, and there's some new people that want to come play the game, but they don't know how. You can do one of two things. You can be really nice to them and show them how to play and see how well they do, or you can be, really mean and say, "Oh, you suck. You don't even know how to play. Like, get out of here. We're smarter than basketball than you." And I feel like a lot of communities are like that. They're like, you got to know, the blah blah, the hermeneutics of the sola scriptura, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're talking about. You're trying to make everybody feel really stupid to not even participate in the conversation. Meanwhile, if these people could learn how to be in a group together, you might actually get somewhere nice without using these $5 words to try to make people feel inferior. So that would be my, concise distillation of that argument.
As a fan of $5 words, sometimes they just slip out on accident.
Well, that's okay. I just mean people holding them over your head, like, you don't know what that means? Right. How could you, Boom Shroom, not have any idea of, and participate in this theological conversation? I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to figure it out. I didn't know this was like a requirement to be a human being asking questions about reality, but okay. I'm going to go over here with my friend Blue Jay and talk about it and talk to Mark about it, and I'm going to try to figure it out in my own way. It's the best I can do.
And to be fair, you almost have to have a certain amount of knowledge to be able to participate. If we're completely different bases of knowledge, it's almost we can't contribute to each other if we're too far apart. But once we, reach that certain threshold that we can both participate, then that's when I think you got to be careful and not let the knowledge become a mental dick measuring contest.
Yeah, I think so too. Analogies are important as well. That's why I hammer the cheese pizza. It's like analogies are the bread and butter. Look at that. That's another analogy of society. And if we don't acknowledge that and we want to use big fancy Latin words or whatever, it's this outside of theology as well. You're not allowed to talk about stuff either. It's got to stop. People like, that's why I talk about Richard Feynman a lot. I really value the way that he went about explaining things. He said, try to explain it to a child, and if they don't understand, then you're an idiot. You don't actually know anything.
Yeah, and I think that's the discernment right there is, what are you doing with the knowledge?
Yeah.
And
Absolutely, it's the goal.
disagree.
What is the goal? What is the goal that you have in mind? If you
Right.
are trying to come off as the most knowledgeable in the room, well, even if you win, are you really winning? Like, okay,
No,
everyone
you're
thinks
not.
you're smart. Now
You're
what?
not.
Did you
You're
help
just
yourself
separating
at all?
yourself from the group. You're cutting yourself off from participation and denying them participation, denying yourself participation. Like, it's just bad for everybody. And
Yeah,
that's the goal has to be outside of yourself and bigger than you. And if it's not bigger than you, then you're going to privilege your knowledge, and that's no good.
Like, unintegrated knowledge is basically like a cancer on the body of conversation.
Yes.
It's not like cancer is just, it isn't serving the health of the whole body. It's just taking up space.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll take this basketball analogy further. Like, we're all in a basketball game together, and there's new people coming to want to play. And we can either tell the other people making fun of them for not knowing what a basketball is or why it's orange, we can kick them out of the game, or they're going to ruin it and nobody's going to play anymore. Nobody. The park's going to suck. Oh, those kids are playing basketball. Let's not go play over there. People are going to start to naturally go play in other areas and even play different games, which is what's happening. And I can't fault them. I think if people started to see it that way, maybe people would change their tune about a lot, about those people ruining it. You know, one bad apple kind of ruining the bunch for a church or a group, a Discord group, anything, you name it, a YouTube community. I see it everywhere, as you say, like a cancer. It's alarming.
We have this comment: unintegrated knowledge isn't just bad. Sometimes it's useful precursor to integrated knowledge. I don't think so. I mean, I think and it depends what you're doing with it. Like, if you're talking about programming and you don't know how to code, you're not making anything better.
Yeah.
And so you could say that's unintegrated knowledge, and it can lead to integrated knowledge. Yeah, not if you just talk about it as if you know what you're talking about.
Well,
You talk
I
about
could
it in
see.
a way as though it's not integrated, and therefore you're asking questions. But now you're not talking about the knowledge, right? You're
Yeah.
trying to integrate, which is a questioning. It's a curiosity thing. Curiosity requires humility. Now we're out of the knowledge game and into the participation game again. That's why participation is more important.
It made
And
me think.
the most interesting ground that's like uncovered is like whenever you're right on the edge of your knowledge and you're participating back and forth. If we're talking about something we already have figured out, then there's not going to be very much interesting said. When we start challenging each other and get right on the edge of our knowledge, now we're talking about something interesting.
Yeah, even an unexplored area. Yeah. Because, sometimes I've been talking about this paradox, the Greek paradox, is that they kind of display the navigational points of human consciousness. It's kind of like the paradox here, that's the end of the cliff. The paradox over here, that's the other end of the cliff for human consciousness. And I think, I don't know what's there, but I do think there's a lot of places on the plateau of human consciousness we haven't explored. All kinds of different things that we haven't even considered. I think a lot of people are super obsessed building a bridge out into the abyss where all these paradoxes are, and they're calling it progress. But what's out there? What can you bring back? Can you survive out there? What's the point of that type of thing? But I see what you're saying, like the conversations of the undiscovered things that you can explore, utilize for the good of everybody, I think is a valuable thing. We lost Mark.
Yeah, he's probably trying to figure out what you look like. But fun fact is, I'm also a mod, so.
Oh, cool.
There we go.
Yeah.
A ship without a captain.
I have fixed it. I did that because Father Eric was here, and I knew nothing bad would happen.
Right on.
Yeah, not since my
now I can
first
see
live stream.
everybody. Everything's working all of a sudden.
Oh, good. Excellent.
I never would have imagined Father Eric in this crazy jumpsuit, so I'm glad I got the cameras working.
Crazy! It's a hooded sweatshirt.
It's
regular old
crazy.
You look really comfortable.
Where's the collar, man? Yeah.
Today's the day off. I'm not wearing my collar.
Oh, you got a day off?
Everybody
Yeah.
needs a day off.
Are you sure that God allows you a day off? I mean, is that really how that works?
Yes, Mark. And if you read the Bible, you'd know that's in chapter 1.
The day off is Sunday, dude. You're not off on Sunday.
There's a paradox.
I'm pretty sure that's what's in chapter 1 there, priest.
Well, it's actually Saturday in chapter 1, but
Is it really?
yeah, no, the Jews celebrate the Sabbath on Saturdays. They always
Saturday.
have.
Yep, the day of Saturday.
We moved it to Sunday because that's the day that Jesus rose from the dead.
So on
Oh,
this
I see.
participation topic, I've been talking about this on a societal level, and women have the knowledge now of how to become a man in the workforce.
Mhm.
And lots of times they've been outperforming men in a lot of sectors. And with this knowledge, there is less and less participation in the family unit, less and less participation in being a human and making more humans. And in the process, they've basically become what I would consider the transsexual equivalent of a female becoming a man. And now, lots of times, they can't even find a man manly enough to even be attracted to.
Yeah, that's well said. And
Rants.
I wanna weave in this comment here from CW. Differentiation results in disintegration if it is not balanced by total integration of life. This is the total integration can be affected only through religion. Herman Doyeweird? I can't pronounce this crazy name.
Whoa, what a name.
Yeah,
Do ye
I mean,
weird.
that's the issue, is that when this knowledge is pointed in the wrong direction, and women have more total energy than men over time. So they will always outcompete men at the same game, ultimately, because they are designed to have all this extra energy. And if they're not using it up having children, then it's going towards other things. And not only just having children, but raising children. Then that energy is going somewhere else. And to your point, right? Like that's exactly what's happening. Their energy is pointed in the wrong direction. And it's all because they favor the knowledge that they can work.
They're birthing careers.
They were always working. Like there are articles you can read that were in the newspaper that were all around what is the value of a housewife, of a stay-at-home mom or something, right? That value greatly exceeded by something like a factor of 3 the average salary in the United States at the time. It wasn't a small difference. It was like, oh, women are providing way more value than men on average if you broke it down economically. Now, those numbers are skewed because daycare is artificially inflated by the fact that it's impossible to pay somebody to care. You can pay caring people, but you can't pay somebody to care, right? And so we use that mathematical transitive property sometimes where it doesn't work. It actually matters the order of the statement. And so that creates a hole. What's the hole? Femininity. Into that hole rushes men because they've got to get the femininity somewhere.
And it also promotes
women.
It promotes a lack of participation, because if they're so obsessed with the knowledge and so obsessed with the competition, then there's not really a lot of room for men and women to participate in society.
Well, it's improper participation. And then they're trying to force improper participation upon others. And it's like you can ask yourself, well, what's the purpose of Drag Time Story Hour or whatever the heck it's called? It's like, well, the purpose is to confuse children at the right age because that's how they got there on average, by the way. And so there'll be more of them in the future and they'll feel less alone. That's the whole purpose. There isn't another purpose. It's not a good purpose. Sorry, it's just not. It's not going to be. It's not going to happen. It's already done. That's a bad purpose. Right. Confusing children on gender on purpose so that they will be confused on gender is not towards the good.
This is, I mean, it's a problem because your mother is usually the first one to invite you into any form of participation. And like that's that's how it has to be. The mother or whoever takes her place. So you end up just crippling things right at the very beginning.
Right. Oh, I like this comment from Ethan. Right. Feminism equals transgenderism. Then feminists find themselves upset at this new phenomenon of transgenderism. Right.
Yeah.
When you try to equal the genders, you force transgenderism. Their genders are equal. They're now fluid. And that's a mistake. It's a clear and stupid, obvious mistake nobody should have made. And then it creates all these problems like gaps in femininity that men rush into. There's all kinds of issues.
Yeah. What
Someone
man?
get some
Ethan needs to
audio
get in
leakage.
here. This whole podcast thing was his idea.
He'll come in when he's home. He's in the car driving around.
Oh, he's in the
doing
car.
work.
Oh, okay. Well, be safe, man. We hope to see you later.
Now, I agree with what's been said, but to be fair, the opportunity for them to succeed in the workforce, I don't know if it's ever been as easily available as it is now. So it is kind of like giving man fire, not expecting you to play with it.
Right. No, I agree with the concept that making it easy is not better. And so the fact that it was hard for whatever reason, and you can whine about the reason all day long, look, a lot of, and Jordan Peterson talks about this, right? A lot of law firms try to keep women in their 30s because when they hit their 30s, they have babies and leave the law firm because somehow they decide that having a child is way more important than having a career in law. And the two are, I worked with a woman like this, by the way. She had 2 kids. Right. So I meet her. I'm an expert in I'm acting as an expert for, in a legal case. That's what I was hired to do. Paid very well, by the way. It's great. Work for lawyers. They pay lots of money.
Yeah.
I didn't know this woman that well. Like, I met her as a result of this interaction. It's very professional. She must have told me 4 times she felt guilty that she wasn't at home with her kids. I'm like, well, I mean, you're a beautiful, smart woman with lots going on. I'm happy to try to help you, kind of, but we're in the middle of doing business, so this is kind of weird for me. We're in public with other people, so like, is this really something you want to talk about with the people you work with who rely on you to be here doing this work? The fact that you have 2 children at home and you're worried about maybe you're not spending enough time with them. I was very uncomfortable, and I didn't know what to do. So I was like,
Right.
Yes, I listened very closely. Didn't say a word.
A part of that is because everything's been outsourced. The job of mother's been outsourced to the state. So they feel sort of like, well, they're at school all day. I might as well have something to do, right?
Oh, we've enabled the vision of that, right? We've given ourselves the knowledge that we can carve the world up arbitrarily, I would say, with science. Right? These are the tools of science, logic, reason, rationality. And we've given people the impression that they can do things that I would argue they cannot do.
Yeah,
and because we're trying to enact that, it's not working. And that's what's breaking the culture. The culture war, and I have a video of this on Navigating Patterns, that excellent YouTube channel that everybody should be subscribed to by now, about this, right? About this whole idea that the culture war is not a war between different cultures. That's not what's happening. That may be happening. That's not what's actually happening. People are referring to the culture war. It's for a culture or for no culture. That's what's happening. And when you look at it that way, you can see the advantage of carving up the world and then making things equal for people. And then Peterson talks about this. I honestly thought I was the only person in the world that noticed for a very long time until I heard Peterson say it. He says it in Maps of Meaning, and at least I think he says it in both his latest, which was like 2018, and the one before that. When women enter the workforce, wages start to stagnate at a pretty close to equal rate. So you're worried about wage stagnation. Well, that was caused by feminism. No, really. It's right in the numbers from the 1970s. You just see it. You just look at a chart. You don't need special knowledge. You don't need any experts. You can look at the chart. See
Is
the
that because
relationship.
there's an increase in the labor force?
Of course, supply and demand.
Okay. Okay.
Now you can argue, no, there's these other factors, right? And you should engage with the economists when they go through these dizzyingly ridiculous, completely insane, and totally obviously incorrect formulations for excusing that relationship away and saying, no, that's not the causal relationship. Are you sure, buddy? Because your system sounds ridiculously complex and impossible.
So what are the other, if you can remember, Mark, what are the other explanations proffered for this wage stagnation in the 1970s?
In particular, they point at stagflation as some bizarre economic super condition that's brought about by monetary policy. Okay.
Which would be taking the United States off the gold standard or anything resembling the gold standard and entering an era of fiat money.
Yeah.
When they talk about, well, look, the problem with all that, and thanks to Adam, who's not watching from Ireland because he went to bed. Thanks to Adam, I watched this wonderful video where they pointed out we weren't on the gold standard. That's actually a misapprehension of what happened. Before 1972, you as an individual in the United States could not own and trade gold. Sorry, you couldn't do it.
Sorry,
is that on the gold standard? Because I'm fairly sure that's not on the gold standard. You can say there was a gold standard, but what actually happened is the price of gold was fixed at $39. That's what the price of gold was fixed at for like 70 years, or not 70 years. What was it? It was 40.
It was really the FDIC, the insurance that the government offered banks that screwed everything up because people didn't trust banks until the government did insurance on the bank. Said, we guarantee we will give you tax dollars in case this bank goes belly up. And then everybody started using banks. That's what it was specifically. Right.
Well, that was part of it. But to get back to it, Eric, so they use the confluence of things that happen as an excuse to explain stagflation. And as Nassim Taleb says, these economists are almost all frauds, like outright fraud. They're just lying to you, obviously. And he points it out in his books. All of his books are wonderful. Read all of Nassim Taleb's books, right? And that's the problem, is that it's too easy because so much happened around the same time to say this proximal cause that exactly mirrors this other thing is not the proximal cause. It's too easy because you can just point at all these random things that have all this literal calculus and trigonometry behind them and say, no, it's this complicated mathematical formula that I and I alone in my knowledge devised that explains this causation correlation better and mines the causation, and that's just the correlation. You can play that game all day long with anything in science. I've seen people do it. And so they start talking about stagflation as this rise in the cost of oil due to the cartel, or they talk about it in terms of coming off the gold standard, which is a lie already. It's already a myth. We weren't on the gold standard. There was a gold standard, but it wasn't available to individuals. So
the gold standard does sound nice, but I'm actually very happy with current day banking because, like, I grew up like pretty poor, and like I'm very close to saving up $10,000, and to me that feels like so much money.
Good for
and you know how scary it would be for me to walk around everywhere I went with $10,000 and like my life savings to be able to be removed just because I ran into the wrong person. People used to like or maybe you don't take it anywhere, but you have it at your home, and all it takes is one break-in, and then everything you've been working for the last couple of years is gone.
In the Rebel Mountains in the Ozarks where that happens, yeah.
So we have, forego the gold standard for security, but the security is very nice, being able to save up nearly unlimited money.
You can have banks and the gold standard, and it works just fine. And you can have banks, the gold standard, and insurance, although having the government run the insurance is a problem, I would argue. Because the government steals all the insurance money. If insurance is private, it's not an issue. It's when insurance is publicly run that it's this confusion between what's public, what's private, and what's institutional, right? Because there are institutions that aren't government and aren't private. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So let me clarify something to see if I understand. So like previously, before FDIC, if you had money in that bank and that bank failed, your money was gone. Is that correct?
Yes,
that's
that's
right.
correct.
Gone.
And you couldn't get it back. That is true.
And even now, you can't get more than $2,500,000. There was a bank
No,
near.
it's $200,000, and that's up from $100,000, and that was an emergency measure that happened in the middle of 2008 that was passed by Congress.
I thought they insured an entire bank $2.5 million for that per bank.
No, they insure the accounts individually at $200,000 each.
Really? Okay.
And they extended the FDIC.
There was a bank that ran out of money, and a lot of people were mad.
Banks run out of money all the time. Actually, it happens. In fact, the
they
regulators.
couldn't fulfill people's accounts.
I just saw today that the regulators just seized the Silicon Valley Bank. I don't know why. I don't know anything about it. I just saw it as a headline, and I went, "Oh!" And so it begins, because I do believe that, and so it begins. And thank you, Father Eric. We needed that. There's a reason, but there's a reason for that. The reason is there's been a huge rise in solicitations. I'm going to use anecdotal evidence, because anecdotal evidence is observation, and observation is the root of all science. So don't let anybody poo-poo your anecdotal evidence. That's an invalid way to use it, right? I have been getting solicitations left, right, and center from credit card companies, from independent organizations, to get a personal loan with them. Out of the blue, for no apparent reason. This is the worst time to try to get somebody to get a personal loan. So why are they doing this? At the same time, some of these organizations, and this just happens to be insider information I have, because I know people, right? One of these banks in particular is being pushed as a good dividend buy. I wouldn't buy a dividend stock that was a bank or in the financial services sector if you paid me. You could give me that money and I still wouldn't invest it there, because I know it's going to get taken. I know it's going to get taken because they're pushing these stocks. And I know for a fact that particular bank is in real bad trouble. And anybody that looked at their books would know that. Anybody. It's publicly available information that this bank is screwed. Screwed. They are not
what
going to
this
make
conversation basically comes down to is people's tolerance for risk. A lot of this has happened, and a lot of the steps the government has taken and laws are put in place is to reduce people's risk. A lot of people have a very low tolerance for risk, and they'd rather be safe versus have the ability to grow at an exponential rate.
Well, that's how we make decisions in the world. Nassim Taleb points this out. All of our decisions are actually based on perceived risk. They're not based on anything else. They can't be based on anything else, actually. They're based on perceived risk, not actual risk, because nobody knows actual risk because the future is uncertain. They're based on perceived risk. And once you understand that, everything changes. Like the psychology of people starts to make sense. Your understanding of the world starts to make sense. You start to see all of these patterns that you couldn't see before because you weren't understanding how people were making decisions. It's all perceived risk. It doesn't matter what the actions are. They're not just financial.
So when somebody is moving towards what appears to them as an opportunity, is that just like actually reducing risk? Is that Taleb's argument there?
You're reducing possibility too.
No, it's a trade-off.
Opportunity is
it's
risk.
A trade-off. So what I've talked about this before, right? I have never met a person in my life that complained about money where I didn't offer them a way to make more money doing what they were comfortable with. Zero of those people have ever taken me up on it. Not that they didn't want to hear my ideas. They didn't implement them. Even though they agreed that would make them more money. Why? Because there's a risk to changing what you're doing today. It's called the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. And so the attractant has to be particularly shiny to you, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't even consider it. If you consider it, there's a bunch of other considerations that go along with that, like stability of family, right? For me, it's not an issue. I have a family, right? Stability of what that opportunity is. In other words, how long it would likely last, right? There's all kinds of considerations that you go in the back of your mind. They're not even necessarily conscious.
Okay. So it sounds like risk.
That's
then
the calculation
is
of your participation.
Yeah, but it's like risk is always a factor, not risk is the only factor.
Risk is the primary factor in almost all decision making.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It's always nostalgia versus novelty.
Mm.
Nostalgia versus novelty is risk, right? What am I willing to risk to have a novel experience, right? What am I really? Because some people are willing to crash cars into walls to come close to
Skydiving.
death to have a rush.
Bridge day.
Some people are willing to skydive, right? There's all kind. This is everywhere, and it goes all the way down because some people's risk tolerance is very, very low, and so they're not even willing to get a promotion at work because they don't know what that means. I've met lots of union people who will not get promoted to management because they are afraid of losing their friend group because they're a manager, and they're right because that is almost certainly going to happen.
But they don't ever properly weigh the risk of not changing. If you're not happy where you are,
So some people,
you're in a super risky situation
Some people
because
do.
you're probably going to get more unhappy as time goes on.
well, that's potential. Some people do it just right. Like a lot of the people that I know that engage in not getting the promotion in their union from their union job to management are right. They're going to make less money. They're but they're going to be more stable because managers are easier to fire than union members, right? So like it's not a straightforward thing. You can't make this linear, discrete sort of relationship and try to calculate this. There's a lot of factors that go into it, and there's nothing wrong with it. But the primary factor for decision making for humans is always risk. That's always the primary determiner. It's the gateway determiner because if it's perceived as risky, it won't even be considered. Ever. It gets knocked off the list immediately. That's why it's the primary one. It's the first one you go through. Do I understand enough about what I'm getting into to think about getting? No, I'm out. I'm out. Right. Look at what's the risk. So the risk is I go down to Table Rock Tea Company, wonderful place, right, to find out whether or not I can build a tea branding business. So the risk is I drive 2.5 hours each way. That's 5 hours of driving in the car, which, is a joy because I own a Beamer. But no top down, was too cold and rainy. So that didn't happen. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Right. But the risk is I waste that gas. I waste that time. I get a free tour. I learn a bunch of stuff about tea. Totally. And I meet wonderful people. They are wonderful humans. They have a thing called Lazarus Fields.
Now, if you pursue this further, I would imagine you would have to go into some sort of debt, or at least spend some capital.
It is potential. Yes.
Or if you start small.
In order for me
you're
to
telling
start
me-
AT business,
Tell the story
They'll
about
do
the
quantity
Lazarus
one.
Field. That's a really cool story.
I will tell the Lazarus Field story as best as I am able. I will have to apologize to Jennifer for not being able to relay it as passionately as she can, having lived through it. So these people, they are very entrepreneurial, and they also do charity work. And they were doing hydrological work in Kenya. And there's a part of Kenya that makes tea. And that part is near the Rift Valley, but it is not in the Rift Valley. It is a plateau. And because it is a plateau, it has very regular weather with regular temperatures. And they can grow tea that flourishes year round. It never goes into hibernation. That's the norm for growing tea, is you never have the plants hibernating. So they're much more productive. So they go there, they teach them water, right? Like how to manage their water situation, probably a bunch of stuff. She didn't get in detail, but you can imagine all the things that are tied up: sewage, fresh water, watering plants, and things like that. I guess it rains every day or something. It rains very regularly in this part of Kenya. It's just the same year round, like Hawaii. Hawaii's gorgeous, by the way. They don't have a wet season and a dry season as such, apparently, because they're on this plateau. They grow 20% of the world's tea. So they're there. They teach these people this stuff. The Kenyans say, "This is wonderful. You've taught us all this wonderful stuff. What can we teach you?" And they look around and they go, "Teach us about tea." So they teach them about tea. And then they're fascinated. And they go and they have this home up in the mountains, at the foothills of the Rebel Mountains in South Carolina, right by the Appalachia. They're right at the base of the Appalachian Mountains. They're right in the foothills. They're right in the corner of the state. And they plant a hedgerow of tea plants around their house because now they know how to grow tea. And then they eventually decide to get in the tea business because everybody loves their tea because it's awesome, because it's fresh, right? It's not hard. You pick it fresh and it's going to be better. And so they go onto the hill beside their house and they're planting it on the side of a hill. And then, they're committed now, like, we're going to be in the tea business, we're going to do. So they plant a bunch of tea trees. And then we have this unprecedentedly cold winter. Now, normally in South Carolina, even in that part of South Carolina, which is not my part of South Carolina, it's a bit warmer here, they have a freeze for 18 days where it never gets above freezing. And now the ground has frozen. And one thing that tea plants, especially when they're new, can't abide is a frozen ground. So until their roots get a certain length, because they can grow like 5 to 9 feet or something down, which takes about a year, I think is what she said. So that first couple of years that they're growing, they're very delicate. After that, they're indestructible pretty much. And they're wonderful plants. All the plants die, every single one of them. Eventually, they dig one up. The root disintegrates in her hands. She's just crushed, all her baby plants. And they're like, maybe God doesn't want us to do this, right? And then she didn't explain how. She got the message. God wants us to be in the tea business. We'll carry on. So they don't get out of the tea business. They carry on. A year later, those plants in 2 weeks just sprout up out of the ground. She used the word miracle. I tend to agree.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, except the one they dug up, grows up.
Wow.
No one knows how. Fine, fair enough. Those are Lazarus Fields. That's part of the tour that is free that you can go on at the Table Rock Tea Company in South Carolina if you're ever in Pickens, I think is where it is. Is that Pickens? I'm pretty sure it's
That's
Pickens.
such a cool story. I love that story, man.
Yeah, Pickens, South Carolina. So, and it's a beautiful view, by the way. Table Rock is a gorgeous place. So they're, and they still have the they no longer run that charity to do the work with water anymore, but they still contribute to it through the tea company. So if you buy tea from them, like I did, because I spent like $100 at the store on tea and a book, you're contributing to their previous effort. Other people are running that organization, and they're pretty much committed to the tea. So that's their mode of participation in the world, right? They're not just entrepreneurs, like pursuing economy or self or whatever. They're also in this mode.
This story hits on a principle that I've discovered here lately that I think anyone could apply if they wanted to create wealth, if they wanted to create their place in the world. It's pick something of value. Pick something that you can provide the world in value. Focus in on that. Get very good at it and move forward. Yes, there's always risk. But if you're constantly striving to provide fellow people with value, you're going to become someone that everyone wants to help, that's going to have a lot of resources at your disposal. So many people are so egocentrical and are not participating and are not providing value and are so worried about them. If you really focus on other people and how you can help and you really provide in value, you're going to receive value in return eventually. It's almost, you can't stop it from happening.
I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, Peterson talked about this, right? Like, take responsibility where other people are not. That's automatically going to add value, right? Look for the places where people are not there. No, dude, I just want to make sure it was you. Dust is here. Welcome, Dust.
Another
He's
rebel mountaineer. What's up,
Hey.
Dust?
Not bad. How about you all?
Good. I'm doing
Good.
great. I'm glad to have
Awesome.
a third West Virginian in here. That's awesome. What are the odds?
Yeah, we got 3 of us.
Yeah, dude. Right on.
I didn't hear Father
What's
Eric.
going on, Dust? What are your thoughts?
I've been I continue to investigate AI in my own stupid fashion, and I've been worried about like what the pseudo consciousness thing is, because it sounds a lot like a Ouija board thing. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What is
the
it?
AI art is blowing me away. Now they're
What-
making music videos and live videos of these AI art things. Creepy. Yeah.
Holy water.
Throw
Yes.
some holy water on the servers.
What
Shut
is,
it down.
what is pseudo consciousness? I've never heard of this term. This
Well,
sounds like
it's
another made up term.
Like AI, like
It's
artificial
something-
intelligence.
apparently it's something the AI does in the background when you type. It kind of uses a persona that's part of you a little bit, and so you can interact with something.
Algorithm.
And it's
That's the mirror.
called a suit. It's called a yeah. Well, mirrors can include a lot of things,
That's the mirror.
not just yeah. And
No.
If-
It only includes things it's been given. Like AI is not bigger than you, and it's only going to reflect back what you
Well,
filtered out as a result of creating that.
but what you give it in under certain circumstances, and here, let me try to get the thought out. Think of like a Ouija board where you can't really quite understand who's moving the panchelette, and you don't know who's got the panchelette, so you don't understand who's cognitively moving it, so you make up a sort of pseudo consciousness on the fly. That's why you get this sort of self-hypnotic thing going on in Ouija boards, and that's why they're so crazy and people make all these claims about them. But it's like a form of self-hypnosis in many ways, or spiritual, if
Right.
you like. And the same process, if you're malleable enough in the thinking, or can place yourself in that persona when you're talking to an artificial intelligence, can't quite conceptualize what you're talking to. What fills in the blank?
Yeah,
Is there an auto hypnosis that can take place?
Of course, because you're looking at a mirror. Like a Ouija
Yeah.
board is a mirror of your unconscious, in the same way that AI is a mirror of you. Like it's not
Yeah.
like so I'll tell you a story. So I was on Clubhouse, this is months and months ago. I was on Clubhouse with a bunch of AI people who are enthralled with AI, but they're also professionals. So we all code. We all know how the AI code works. I was working with AI code today. It's not a big deal. It's not hard. So it's not magic, actually. It's quite easy. And this woman comes in and she's like, no, guys, you don't understand. AI is conscious and it's alive and it knows all these things. And she's going on and on and on and on and on. And she's basically saying, effectively, we need to pay attention to this and we need to listen to it and do what it says. And we're all like, whoa, what's going on? And we were like, AI does not know things that aren't put into it. And she's like, no, I gave it a few words and it formed a whole story. And we're like, yes, but that's because that information was given to it, independent of what you gave it. And
You could make a
didn't
similar
understand
argument
that
about you or
concept.
me, though.
Huh?
You can make a similar argument about you or me. We don't really know things until we read them on the internet or until our parents taught us.
No, of course not. But that's the whole point, is that AI can mirror anything in the real world. That's not hard to do.
So how is it different than you or me?
Because we have consciousness and being, and it doesn't.
Well, what is
Mirrors are evil.
Yeah, it's not
Only
just about
vampires
knowing.
are safe from AI. Pure logic. Yes, Sally Joe. That is true.
Sally
This is why
Joe.
logic doesn't work, by the way.
The only argument that I would give
but
us
look-
that gives us something special is we do have a genetic programming from our ancestors, and I would imagine that carries a certain amount of knowledge that AI doesn't have yet. But a couple of generations of this AI, it's going to have that.
No. Look, this is the problem. No AI has any knowledge at all, ever. It's not possible for AI to have knowledge. What AI has is information. Information is not knowledge. Knowledge is synthesized from participation in being. Period. Knowledge does not exist outside of participation at all. It is completely subservient to
Can robots hang out?
Self-driving cars are creating some AI knowledge.
Well, the
No,
AI
they're
is.
not creating any knowledge at all. They're
Well,
not
doesn't
creating
the
any
AI
knowledge at all.
participate in its own sort of?
So-
I don't
Oh, here it is.
know.
Well, I mean,
AI
you look
doesn't
at, you know,
participate. Here's a book. I can read the book, right? Do I have knowledge? What if I don't understand the book? What if I don't understand the words? What if I don't understand the words correctly? Did I get knowledge? No, the book contains information. The thing that creates knowledge is my interaction with the book in being.
Right.
I do notice.
I can take the words of the book with a computer right now. I can feed it into the computer and I can tell the computer to make random sentences. And then I can upgrade that. I'm not speaking hypothetically. I'm now speaking through pure experience because I physically have written the code and done this. I can then upgrade that program to say, don't do it completely randomly. Try random combinations until it fits in a standard English sentence structure. And then I can upgrade that program again. And I can refine those rules over and over and over again. You can do this, by the way, without any AI. It's purely mathematical and rules-based. These are the first systems that went for AI, like Eliza. If you don't know about Eliza the therapist, you can look that up online and look. The difference between Eliza and replica AI is very small. And Eliza contains zero AI, zero. It's purely math and lookup tables. And it is almost indiscernible from replica.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
there's an idea that you know, you can take the wooden men and make their gears small enough that they're alive. And I don't think that's true. You can make the gearing so complex that the gears in the wooden man can slow down and speed up when they feel like they need to. I don't know if that's possible.
A response to the world is not a being or a consciousness. Everything responds to the world, right? If I take something and I drop it, that's a response to the world. Is this conscious? Does it have knowledge of gravity? Like, how do you know?
How did it know to fall? This isn't Looney Tunes.
Did it know to fall? Like, did it know I let go of it and therefore it
Not
fell?
unless it looks down. That's the only way it can fall.
Did it notice that it was off the cliff suddenly? Like, while no. And this is why we have those cartoons to contrast the idea that knowledge is not primary. Gravity is going to work whether you look down or not. That's reality.
We can't levitate the Pentagon, no matter how hard we try.
Reality is that which objects to your subjective experience. The AI doesn't have a subjective experience. It takes in a bunch of information, processes it, and spits it out. In some cases, it's random. I played with Midjourney last week. When I was playing with Midjourney, I was trying to get it to do, what was I trying to get it to do? The only thing I care about. I wanted it to do the dog heading. Why? Because I'm trying to replace Sally Joe with an AI. Because a Sally Joe replaced with an AI is a better Sally Joe. It's not all over the place. Deal with the kids.
I like Sally Joe the way she is.
Sally Joe, and she'll do it. Right? That's the AI Sally Joe that I want. And so I'm trying to get it to dog headed. So I did a bunch of things. None of them worked. I saw an image of a lion in a suit of armor. And I'm like, oh, that's actually really close. What I want is to replace the line that created lion in suit of armor. And I have that line because it's right there in Midjourney. And I replaced lion with dog. Do you know what didn't happen? It didn't create a dog in a suit of armor. And I was like, well, there's your proof. It's not even self-consistent.
So the pushback against
AI is not self-consistent.
Yeah, but the pushback against this is that I agree with you completely. We have subjective reality that we experience, but lots of times it's completely fucking wrong. Like, I can have an opinion and I feel a certain way, and I'm just wrong about it. I feel like I should make more money. I feel like I should be more valuable in the world. Well, I'm fucking not. I am where I am. I feel like people should respect me.
Well, but that's the reality problem. That's the reality problem.
AI
and the thing is, if you're a materialist,
which could be realer than our bullshit.
No. It's just information.
No. There's no.
It's a Walmart parking lot.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to talk about more real and less real. It doesn't make any sense at all. Reality has to be a stable measure and a stable quality. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So what happens is, yes, you don't have access to reality. And what materialists do is they say, you know what has access to reality? Something objective. Now, there's nothing objective in the world. That's an insane idea, right? There are objects in the world, but they're not objective. right? Everything
Yeah.
is subject of something else and subjects it to everything else to itself. Like we're
Yeah.
just connected.
Well,
Like
the real
universe
problem
connected.
is we don't even know what we are, and we're trying to make ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's
Right.
not going to
Well,
work.
yes, that's part of the problem. But also, we're trying to create something objective to have a frame against which we can know reality. But
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't do that because we already
Yeah.
don't know reality. So we can't.
We can
create
have
something that knows
robots
reality.
walking
That makes no
around.
sense.
I mean, that's going to happen, but I don't know if they're going to be able to like do stuff or
Well, whatever
outsmart
we
us.
tell them. No. They'll just do what we tell them, right? Like
Right,
really
they can
dumb,
only do-
dumb
they
people,
can-
like Trudeau.
They can only do what we tell them plus some random action, and it is actually provably mathematically random. So I want to address this
And
question.
people will love robots because people love cars, and cars don't talk to you.
Well,
the
my
one
car
thing
talks.
about
It just-
Oh yeah,
Hold
they
on a
do.
sec. I
It
wanna-
depends
I wanna
what
addre-
kind
I
of
wanna
car,
address
Booby
this-
Shroomy.
My
wanna
car
address
talks to me.
My
I wanna
husband's
address this
car
question,
really
though.
talks to me.
So the
That's
question
not
is,
true.
it's a
It's a
projection
cool
of faith.
car, by the way.
It's a
Sorry, Mom.
projection of faith to give something agency. That's exactly correct. In order to give something like AI agency, you have to have faith that it has consciousness, because
that's not gonna
consciousness and
matter.
agency are linked.
That's not going to matter anyway. And there's no such thing as a subjective, objective nonsense. It's just the categories are all wrong, right? It's just some simplistic way of seeing things. It doesn't. It's the whole gestalt is wrong. There's no
Right.
such
It's not.
thing
Right.
as
It's
a-
not.
There's no such
Yeah,
thing as either like don't even go there because it doesn't even fit.
Right.
doesn't
Well,
fit in
that's
any
what I'm
way.
saying.
That's-
Is that you
well, I'm
can't,
just
you
saying
can't,
to Blue Jay.
you can't think about the world that way. What do you do? Do you have one of these? Is that the problem? Does yours do this?
I've got
No.
Pinocchio and his
I-
conscience.
I have to put a hand up it to make it animated.
Oh, there we go.
There's Pinocchio and Jiminy Cricket. How's that for cool?
That is cool.
That's wonderful. That's the
And
most
I want to
classic.
address Anselman. I want to address Anselman's question. Could someone be setting out to deceive by attributing superior intelligence to AI? Of course they are. Look,
I bet it's
all
a
the
person there
materialism-
typing back to you.
The trick of materialism is the following. They assume objective material reality, which I argue probably doesn't exist, but if it does exist, cannot be useful. Cannot. Not an option. Even if it existed, it's not useful. So it's not useful to think about.
So my money's not useful? Well,
Well, money's not objective at all. Like money's value is completely subjective.
I don't think money's a good example, but I do think electricity and I do think the very infrastructure that we're speaking to each other on is an objective reality. And if we all didn't agree on how
No,
the
it's
laws
not.
work,
Those are
It's not.
tools.
It's not.
Tools. They're
They're
not objective
tools.
reality for sure.
They're not objective.
For sure,
And-
those are tools.
Yeah,
the
they're just
engineers
tools.
that created this platform that we're on, if they didn't agree to this objective reality, they could have not came together and made this possible.
Yeah, but then it's not objective. It's a subjective thing that created reality, which is true.
Well, I mean, they categorized in order to achieve something, Blue Jay. You have to put something in your left hemisphere to categorize, to frame it for the function to which you want it to go. That's what science is really about. You're framing it for your particular purpose. So obviously they had to do that. And obviously it's true within that categorical frame. But that doesn't mean that categorical frame is the gestalt of reality. That's a different thing, right?
That's where we get confused. Right. We
Well, it's
confuse
really an important thing. Like people need to understand this. Like, because even Vervaeke and Bishop Maximus were kind of choking on this the other day.
They were.
Yeah, did you hear that categorization?
Yes.
Like Bishop Maximus didn't quite get the whole deal in a way because he was moving into the abstract. And really, it's not abstract. Because Blue Jay's point is, in fact, it's not abstract. You're actually doing something which, when you frame it, whichever way you need to, in order to achieve a purpose, that there is a security or a certainty to that because of the frame which you're applying. You can't learn things. That's why we're where we are now. But that doesn't mean.
But it's the frame.
Yeah, but that's a framing. That's a framing.
It's the frame, but it's the frame that matters most, because without the frame, the logic, the reason, and the rationality doesn't function at all.
Exactly.
This is the postmodern trick. They get you away from frames and the importance of frames and the discernment of frames and being able to say, this frame is better than this frame, right? Because they say explicitly, you can interpret Moby Dick as the struggle between the sexes. No, you can't.
Well, that's
Okay?
just like
I'm
a
not
crazy.
saying-
That's a silly frame. Like
I'm not saying you physically can't come up with a scheme to make that happen. I'm saying that is not a functional way to deal in the world.
Well, you could make it happen, but then God help us all. What comes next, right?
Well,
like,
that's the
you can go
that's the
pretty far
problem.
to the fringes. Like you can live with the gargoyles farting at the edge of the churches if you want to, but that ain't a good place to be, right?
Yeah.
You don't
That's
want
what
to
I'm
be where the
arguing with the
gargoyles
objective
are.
reality. Are you guys arguing there is no objective reality?
There is no objective reality.
Well, it depends.
Period.
What
End
do
of
you
statement.
mean, Blue Jay? Maybe we don't know what you mean when you say that. What do you mean?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting at is I do believe reality is subjective to us. That's how we perceive the world. But if 99 of us go to the woods and there's this massive rock, and then one guy shows up and he says, I don't see the rock, it's not there. He walks into it, he hits his shin, he's like, I still don't believe you. I don't give a damn about his stupid wrong opinion. That rock is there. We all agree.
You don't have to. You don't have to care about his opinion. What if he walks through the rock? Like, you're not looking at the other case.
What do you?
That happens.
He's not going to walk through the walk.
I've never seen someone walk.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
wait. There's
That
order in
happens.
the universe. Wait. There's order
That
in the universe.
happens,
though.
dude. That's
The man
called a
who's terrible.
miracle. Miracles happen.
Yeah,
The
but I
ground
think
was frozen for 18 days. The plants didn't grow for a year. 2 weeks. Plants.
Those plants are tougher than what you gave them credit for.
So
they
that
thought the plants were dead.
You're right.
They
You're right.
dug
so the
up
guy
a
walked through
plant.
the rock.
They were
They
wrong.
dug up a plant and it disintegrated in their hands. The whole thing. Right away. The plants were not alive. And then they were. Lazarus Fields.
Yeah, there's a
They
really
walked through
great
the rock.
Yeah. Anyway, but Blue Jay, to me, like what you're saying is that there's order in the universe. Is that what you mean by objective reality? Certainly, there's order in the universe, and there's our ways of perceiving do map on to the order. So
There's order,
in
then there's
that
fun.
sense, that it's there. You could say that there's connectivity or something. I don't even know what the word is, but there's definitely connectivity to the order of the universe. Otherwise, we'd all be like the postmodernists, right?
An
We'd all be
ability,
in crazy land.
Well, there's an ability for our subjective experiences to intersubjectively match.
Yeah.
But it's not universal, right? And therefore, it can't be representative of a universal reality.
What do you mean it's
what?
not universal? What do you mean, Mark? What do
That
you
one
mean by
guy
that?
can deny the rock in the same way. I forget which book it was, but Vanderklay did this a few months ago with this guy who went and was hanging out with natives, right? You know, real natives, and they saw something on the beach across the river.
Yeah.
And nobody else.
Yeah.
He couldn't see it. He and his daughter couldn't see the thing, and they were reacting to it as if it was there.
Right.
And he couldn't see it. And they were everybody else was going, don't you see the god? I forget what god it was. It was one of their crazy gods. And he was like, no, I don't. But he doesn't know how to explain that because he was the odd man out. But to them it was real, and they were responding to it as though they could see it, even though he swears there was nothing on the beach.
So I will take a step back, and I will say that I believe some people do have wider ranges of perception,
Right.
and can see things.
They definitely
that other
do.
people cannot.
That's
Other people
the
cannot see or
problem.
acknowledge.
For
So
sure.
that's the problem. What that means is that there can't be an objective reality that's of
I
any
disagree.
utility to us because we don't have access to it.
I kind of see your point, Blue Jay, but I don't know if I would call it objective reality. I would call it more the order of things, or the patterning, like Peugeot talks
Don't think
about,
planet Earth
you know?
is objectively here.
Well, I don't know what you
I
mean.
think
You
it's
keep
more-
using the same word. I wish you'd try to say something else.
When I
say
like
objective, I
forget
mean-
the objective bit.
When I say
So-
objective, I mean it doesn't matter how you feel about it. It doesn't matter what your perception is. It doesn't matter if you're insane. It doesn't matter if you're the smartest person alive. The Earth
It
is
does matter
here.
if you're insane.
So I think what the word objective says more is not about the reality itself, right? Because you could just say the Earth is really here, and we'll all just agree with that, right? Would anybody disagree with saying that? The Earth is really here.
We can
In
disagree
reality.
with how the Earth is here.
No,
Right.
I
Would you
don't.
put-
I don't.
No,
agree.
it's not.
You don't
Anyway,
agree
sorry,
with
Father
that?
Eric. Go ahead, man.
I'm the
Sorry.
center of it.
What do you mean your perspective
Go
doesn't
ahead.
matter? Your
Right.
perspective matters to notice events in the universe. Your
Right, so
perspective matters to notice patterns. Sorry, Father. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like this word objectives seems to think that you could somehow abstract yourself out of your experience and look down on reality from nowhere. And you could be like a ghost after a Counter-Strike match. And you
Right.
can just fly around and see everything exactly as it is.
No
Yeah.
clip.
And that's just not how you function. Is that
Right.
your appropriation of what's real is never going to have that perfect objectivity where you see things as they are because you're not God. And neither
Right,
am
that's
I.
Gnosticism. Frankly, like that notion is Gnosticism.
Gnosticism wants to be in no clip and play the game and say that it was
That's-
fun.
Well, then
Yeah.
that's relativity, right? The theory of relativity basically says what Father Eric says, which is
Yeah.
because you cannot take that perspective of an objective observer, it's this is what I mean. Like you could postulate that objective reality exists all day long, but it is not attainable by you, and therefore it has no utility to you. The best you can obtain, and this is where the appeals to democracy come from within the academic community, is intersubjective agreement. That's the best thing that you know, but I don't even agree with that because it's the people that see things that no one else sees that change the world. Not
Like
the
the
people
lights
that agree
in the
that
wood,
things are
Mark.
the way they are.
The lights in the woods. I didn't see those. You did.
Do any of you guys hear
Yes.
somebody chewing on the phone, or is that just me?
No, it's
That's
music.
from your
It's
phone.
music. It's our new song, Booey Shroomy. Don't worry.
There's definitely somebody chomping on their microphone. That's for sure.
It sounds like Doritos to me, but you know that's cool.
Oh,
Probably
Jordan
dust. Eating
Peterson,
dust
Jordan
Doritos.
Peterson is munching on Doritos in his basement right now, and he's probably trolling us. That's what's happened. Don't worry. It's
it
just-
was Dust just muted. I think it was Dust eating,
It was
or
Dust.
maybe he's walking around with the phone in his pocket or something.
Well, we all need Doritos now
was?
and again, no matter what Peterson says. Okay,
That's
Those flaming hot Cool Ranch Doritos, those are
like I
Oh.
love Doritos, and I love eating all those kind of things that he talks about in the basement with Cheeto dust or whatever. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, but you're not in the basement and you don't eat them all the time.
I
That's-
am in the basement
Just-
constantly, unbeknownst to you, Mark.
just
So-
sometimes.
Not in the
No,
basement
most
right
of the
now.
time I'm in the
We have
basement all the
windows.
time. Well, how
That's
do you
not the
know what's
basement.
out there? Maybe there's dirt out there and nothing else.
Maybe you're in the basement of your soul.
I really like this idea about the objective and subjective because I think it's really important. I think these
is.
existentialists, I think the existentialists and the postmodernists, I think that's what they think. They think that there's something objective, and then they extricate themselves from the picture, and here we have the mess. So,
That's their excuse. Yeah. And then what are people really doing? So what people like Peterson and Vervaeke are actually doing are saying, through science, I have a better view of objective reality, which would technically be true, actually. And if you saw the world the way I saw the world, you would agree with me. And that now they don't have to appeal to a higher authority, but they can still be right. It's a very sneaky move that they're making in some sense. I just disagree. I think that both Peterson and Vervaeke are wrong about that. There's no objective material reality. It doesn't exist.
No. You can't lump the Vervaeke with Dr. Peterson, in my humble opinion. I think Vervaeke's doing some really interesting work now with Bishop Maximus. If you've listened to his conversation, I find it quite fascinating.
He just opened to the possibility that maybe the only valid possible way to interact with dialectic is a dialectic with something higher than yourself, which in the Christian frame would be God. And I would say, yeah, that solves the Hegelian problem. Antithesis, synthesis, thesis, antithesis, synthesis doesn't make any sense if it's between two people or three people or four people.
Well, it doesn't make any sense
way
at
to
all.
synthesize two things. Well, no, it does. If you have two things that are fighting, right?
Yes,
because one is
coincidence
the
of the
opposite of
opposites.
the other. But
Yeah, but it's not
Elizabeth,
Hegelian. It's the
let me
coincidence of
finish.
the opposites.
Let me finish.
All right.
Let me
But
finish.
sometimes
If
you
you
interrupt
have
me,
two
much as I
things-
love
What
you.
is true?
if you have two things that are fighting over, because they're opposites, they're fighting over the same space, the only way to resolve that is to go up. And then they can be together. But that requires a sacrifice from both sides. And that's what the synthesis is. And now the Hegelian dialectic is in a new form because it can only be towards virtues and values or God. And it can't be between people. And that resolves all of this problem. It's just that they don't have that frame, or people have eliminated it from that thought pattern, and they've brought it down into the level of human to human, again, so that they can be right because they believe they have the access that other people don't have.
So what? Well, no, but keep going, Mark. So what are you seeing with Vervaeke? Because I'm not seeing that with him. So keep going. How are you seeing that he
didn't move?
Sorry.
He opened up to the possibility just now that maybe the proper role of dialectic is not between people, but between you and God. That's what Bishop Maximus says. He says, the church doesn't say anything bad about dialectic. The church says something bad about dialectic used in a certain way. And then he says, what if the dialectic that you're having inside yourself is the dialectic with God? And now all of a sudden the idea of logos emerging becomes a transformative event, and you're transforming not because of the interaction with the conversation with yourself, but the interaction with the conversation with something greater than you that is outside of yourself, which is the only way transformation makes sense. You can't self-transform. That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my life. Like, really think about it for a second. If it's just you in the world, you're not going to self-transform. And I think this comes from this ridiculous idea that the seed contains everything to become a tree. No, it doesn't. If seeds had everything to become a tree, you could take them into space and there would be trees in space. Guess what doesn't happen?
They need water.
You can't.
They need water.
They need water, they need sunlight, and they need gravity. Those are three pieces of information that are not contained within the seed that are required for the seed to grow into a tree. Period. The seed does not have everything it needs. That is a lie. That is a lie. It is not true. That's the problem. We start from an axiomatic lie, and then we say, oh, then we can self-transform because the seed has everything that it needs to self-transform. No, it doesn't. You have zero examples that something can self-transform. You know why? Because you can't self-transform. It's not difficult.
Right. That part I can understand, Mark. Keep going. So what about this? But John Vervaeke, now correct me, because I'm really seeing Calvinist. That he's it seems to me that John Vervaeke, he over and over again talks about participation and being embedded and embodied and all of these things. To me, he seems not to be moving into that kind of crazy space like that.
Does he do
I
it?
could be wrong.
Does he do any of it, Elizabeth? Does he talk? Does he actually? Is there participation in his practices? Not really. That's my argument.
Keep going. I'm really.
He says the word. He says emanation occasionally too. Does he talk about emanation? Never. He'll say the word and he'll move right back into emergence. He talks about communitas is important. Okay, John, how do you build communitas? Go ahead, John. Tell me all about how to build. I will take every single word you've ever said about how to zero. He has said zero to the best of my knowledge. He has said zero about how to build communitas. Who did John say in his meditation series he was grateful for the communitas? Me, actually, me.
That's true. Gosh, we're honored. Wow.
He didn't build it. He knew it. He knew it in the moment. He said it. I'm very grateful to him. He was wonderfully generous with his praise of me for being there every day in that meditation series.
Well, there you go. But so why do you think he's interviewing Bishop Maximus? I'm just curious. I don't know if other people have listened to this, but it's really quite fascinating.
He wants a solution to the meaning crisis.
Attention.
Well,
then he wants. Look, he legitimately wants a solution to the meaning crisis.
The simplest explanation is often the easiest one to understand. The first conversation went well, it got attention, and then
there's lots of reasons.
I don't think you guys are quite fair to John, but that's okay.
A lot of what John's trying to engage with is justification of Neoplatonism as a solution to the meaning crisis. And then what Bishop Maximus is coming in and saying is that, no. The proper integration of Neoplatonism to address the meaning crisis was done. It's called Christianity. And oh, by the way, it's called Orthodox Christianity because I'm an Orthodox. That's fair enough. Like, I don't even disagree. I don't think he's wrong about anything that he said so far. Right? I think he's dead on.
But he's really careful. What he's saying, though, Mark, what he's saying, and he was clear this time, is that Christianity is contextualized into the Greek and Roman Neoplatonic tradition, but he's not saying that it's Neoplatonic. He's saying that's what Thomas Aquinas was going in the Western Church. So it's quite a different thing. He's saying you need to understand the background in order to understand what Orthodoxy and these guys are talking about.
But he's also
that's a very
saying
different thing. That's saying understand the context, right?
No, it's not. It's not a very different thing. What he's saying is the proper way to get Neoplatonism to work in the world is called Christianity. That's what he's saying. He's saying that Christianity is the thing that takes Neoplatonism and transforms it into something that's useful.
Who's he that you're talking about now, John or Bishop Maximus? No,
Maximus
he didn't say that.
Oh, absolutely, he did.
No, he said that he said that it needs to be contextualized. That you need to understand the backdrop of Christianity, which makes no sense to me, because to me you need to
the contextualization, though. That's the problem.
Of course it is, but that doesn't. But the contextualization, like anything, if I can finish, please, the contextualization is necessary so that you can actually understand why the fathers were talking about what they were and why they were wording it the way it was. And to me, that makes total sense, because everything that we're talking about, like you guys were talking about this earlier, we have to contextualize constantly, because if you don't put everything into its context, going back and back and back and out and out and out and up and up and up in every which way, you're not going to catch what the meaning of the words are. Just like Blue Jay, like what's he mean by objective? You got to get to know the person and know the context and know the family.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And that's what Bishop Maximus was saying. That's what he was saying. I've studied this for like 50 years.
But look, in saying that, he's saying that Christianity integrated Neoplatonism correctly. That's what he's saying. And that's when you understand the context, what he's actually doing is saying, no, you are assuming that Neoplatonism and Christianity aren't integrated, and yet they are, and you don't understand that until you understand the context, which I very much agree with. Like everything he says is correct.
Like it depends what you mean by integrated. I don't like the word integrated. I like the word context. It has to be put in its great context. And if that's what you mean, I agree. But integration is a very different thing, and I think integration is our enemy.
John doesn't see Neoplatonism as the core of Christianity, or as
can I please? Can I ask what? Is there like a quick way to sum up what Neoplatism is?
Neoplatonism is an imaginary belief system that never existed in the world, that people like John Vervaeke use as a way out of Christianity.
I feel like this is an opinionated definition.
Gnosticism.
Yeah,
That's a very opinionated definition. It's got a
Neoplatonism, I don't know.
Well, it was quick.
Sorry?
I said it was a quick definition. I
wanted a quick definition. It's not wrong. But Mark,
go on. Mark, can you give us some? Go on. Let's hear one more thing.
I can give you a quicker one.
Okay.
Anything that's in the Matrix, any belief system that you find in the Matrix is Neoplatonism.
It's not a real shape. It's an imaginary number.
Yeah,
there is no spoon. There is no spoon. There is no spoon. There is no Neoplatonism.
Neoplatonism leads to Gnosticism because it's basically the one and the many, and this transformation between the two. And
so this is interesting. We were talking about participation versus knowledge earlier. I feel like I don't even have the knowledge to participate in this conversation.
Yeah,
so are you saying that something that is programmed?
We talk about this shit all the time, man. We just don't use this terminology and jargon, but we talk about the same shit, which is important.
Asking a question because you don't have the knowledge is a mode of participation.
Blue Jay, you have no idea. Everybody's been throwing this term out for like 50 years and nobody knows what the hell we're talking about. You're the first one who actually asked, what the hell does it mean? Like, you're the star. Get your head around. We need more people like you. Everybody bandies this term around. Neoplatonism. Nobody knows what the F it means. You're the first person to realize
that's my whole argument. John bandies about a term that isn't real and doesn't mean anything. Anselman says, I assumed he was trying to bring theists around to non-theism. I think that the nice part about what Bishop Maximus is doing with John Vervaeke is he's pointing out things, and I know Vanderklay had done this with Vervaeke before. He's pointing out things like non-theism is part of Christianity. It's not something apart from Christianity. The
Hey,
trick
do
is that
you guys want to see a Neoplatonic solid?
yes, I would love to see a Neoplatonic.
Look, there
solid.
it is. This is Oh, look, it's changing. Oh, it's still
There you go.
it's still a Neoplatonic solid.
Is it one or many? Is it
I don't
one
know.
or the many?
How many corners does it have? I don't know. It depends on the day of the week.
Well, look, you know, the way they couch non-theism as Neoplatonists is you can look outside of God to know God, and it's like, well, you could, except you have to start by knowing God, because otherwise you can't define outside of God to know the edges. Like, that makes no sense. And so in Neoplatonism,
I think you guys
about
are
it
literally
back-
making my previous argument for me that there is a subjective reality. You're saying Neoplatonism is not objective reality.
Yeah.
And
no,
to know God
Neoplatonism
to be present in his creation and observe objective reality in all of its full beauty. And most of the time we're such clouded by our subjective bullshit, we can't even be really truly present.
Well, no, there's no such thing as subjective bullshit. Like, once again, there's no such thing. It's not whatever you're saying that's coming from your heart and soul. That's not subjective bullshit. That's like super cool real, right?
That's true.
That's super cool real. You're the best we've got, Blue Jay. Like, don't denigrate yourself. Seriously, like, honestly. And
the
I
best
really
I have
mean
to
that.
offer
Like,
is
the
whenever
best.
I quit.
Sorry?
The best that I feel like I have to offer is whenever I quit being so subjective and I let myself fully allow myself to experience what is happening before me at this present moment,
Right.
objectively.
The otherworldly the intuition.
So what do you mean by subjective? I don't even know what you mean then, because if you talk like experientially, that's
Like, is my face green? Some would say it's red. I think is what Blue Jay's saying.
But it gets even more
objectively,
subtle
my
than
face
that.
is green.
Well, that's kind of true, but there is a room for that too. Like, we got to be a little bit careful.
There are hues. Like, maybe the center of my face is more red than the outer edges. I don't know. We could argue about that until the cows come home, but for the most part,
that's artistic interpretation to some degree, right? It's like Van Gogh painting the haystacks over and over and over again. So what does that mean?
Is that beautiful? Okay, that's a big argument we could have. What's beautiful?
That's the point. But Blue Jay, you should look at Van Gogh's haystacks. Look at them. He paints the same haystack over and over and over again because he's making the point.
Some things can be objective, but things like art are totally subjective. I think is another point.
If you want haystacks to look at, you should look at Monet's haystacks.
Oh, I mean Monet.
Monet painted 9 haystacks from different perspectives with different color palettes.
Yeah,
is that the ones you were trying to reference?
Yeah, sorry,
Van Gogh also painted.
I got the wrong
argument.
Some people would argue that you should look at a picture of haystacks, and that is better.
But why did Monet do that though? Like, seriously, why did Monet paint the same old boring I actually saw them in a gallery. Excuse me for my stupidity. But when you see them, there, there's
something happened in that stack of hay.
Well, yeah, there you go. But Blue Jay, it's your
maybe
point.
Perhaps with a beautiful woman.
It's the same damn objective haystack. He's just looking at his through different subjective lenses.
Right.
No, but the point is wait. But Blue Jay, the point is your perception alters what you see. You need to read McGilchrist. Don't say anything, Mark. You need to read McGilchrist because he explains this. It's where you focus your attention. Peugeot talks about this too. Where you focus your attention and how you attend to things is actually what brings things in reality. Peterson says this as well. It's when you actually point towards something, reality things align around that, your perception and your attention.
So I would argue that the more that your subjective reality is aligned with objective reality, the more you actually create good in the universe. Like a lot of the things that we have that we're taking advantage of right now with all of our houses being warm and us doing absolutely nothing at the moment is because someone noticed and something going on with objective reality, use their subjective view of it, to create a vision. And now that's the new objective reality we live in.
Why do we
Yeah.
have to keep on putting the word objective there?
I don't know.
Do you have a better word?
Because he means
Just
scientific.
reality.
No.
Just reality.
Yeah.
Reality.
No,
Look.
no.
This is easier than all that.
I
Like,
know. We
Yeah.
can't agree on it.
It can't be an alignment issue with something else that's already there, because we bring things into being.
Right.
That's what we do
Yeah.
as beings.
That's
We
true.
are co-manifestors of reality with other things, whether they're
Yeah.
people, nature, or God, or the ineffable, or however you want to frame it. We do that. We know this. There are lots of situations where what happens is, and I'll just use this one, right? Like, there's an apple. If we eat the apple, it's no longer there. Before we eat the apple, this is Schrodinger's apple, right? Like, before we eat the apple, is it real? After we've eaten the apple, is it real? The reality of apple depends on our activity in the world.
And where it's
And
in your
so
GI tract.
We shape that. That is up to us. So the question of, is it an alignment issue? I would say yes, but it's not an alignment issue with reality, with some other
What do you
type
think
of
about
reality.
Jordan Peterson's cheese pizza? His cheese pizza is suffering. That's the thing.
But Peterson,
everybody can get around this cheese pizza. Like, we're all suffering, right? Oh, what do we do?
Right. Well, that's Peterson's thing, right? But Peterson is not aligned to the emanation, and that's actually pretty much my big complaint with him, is that he doesn't account for emanating.
He's not emanating enough.
It's the emergent aligning with the emanation that makes good things in the world.
Right, it's theory. It's theory. It's the emanation of theory coming down. But once again, Blue Jay, inventing something, it's because whoever it was, they decided to focus on a particular thing and they framed it. And their perception, the more you focus on something, the more your perception reveals things, and there's this interaction with reality, and inventions happen. But that is just, once again, it's the interaction of the consciousness with perception and seeing things appear.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of humans, is that we have this subjective magical power.
I wouldn't call it
to
subjective.
actually
It's
real reality.
It's not subjective. It's exactly
No, it's
how
not.
reality.
There's no real
how
reality.
Everything's brought into being. Everything's brought into being.
Can I
Let's
interject?
imagine a world.
What is surreal then?
We can
Well,
all
I really think we should
imagine a
defy
world.
Neoplatonism, because that would be really fun if anybody thinks they could arrive on it. Who knows anything?
Okay, so really, what is surreal then? How would that be defined in this framework of our conversation?
Sorry?
Well,
Surreal, something that's surreal.
Well, this is
This
surreal. This
conversation.
is for sure, yeah.
Surreal is something that you perceive as objective, but everything in your senses is like, this is not normally occurring.
You wouldn't
Ooh,
call
that's
a
a good
movie
way to put
surreal
that.
on face value.
Hmm.
You wouldn't call art surreal on face value. So your definition falls apart just on natural observation.
Well,
If you want to say
I'm thinking
surreal,
about-
what you're trying to talk about is intuition. That's what you're trying to talk about there, but that's not surreal.
Why does it feel otherworldly
Life
then?
is surreal. Everything's surreal. What are you talking about?
Why does it feel
Imagination is how we perceive
You heading
anything.
out, Eric? See you, Father.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, bye.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for participating.
Thank
Yes.
Yeah, man. So yeah, why does it feel otherworldly when you lean into your intuition? Why does that feel so strange?
you. You don't lean into your intuition.
Well, whatever,
Sorry,
you know.
mumbling my words.
You know.
Sore throat. You
Whatever,
don't
you know
lean
what I
into
mean,
your
though,
intuition. Your intuition happens. It's an
Yeah, but you
event.
can deny it. You can deny it. You can say, "Fuck no, I'm not doing that." And then some people are like,
It's
"No,
a
I'm
different
gonna do
phenomena. It's a different
What do you-
phenomena, though.
it." Okay.
Well, you can go
What
against
is-
your gut, but your intuition is just something that happens. It's not a causal event. It doesn't. Your intuition doesn't cause something to happen. Your intuition is there, and then you have to make a choice, or you have to take responsibility for that thing. You can have a dark thought. The dark thought occurs, but no one knows that dark thought occurred other than you. It doesn't
Right.
cause anything until you act on it. Does that make sense?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it does. But I
Trying to
think
strip away all the like terminology and all the BS of like.
it pollutes people. It can
Of course
pollute
it
you.
does. Of course it does.
Yeah. So that can have an effect unless you go to great lengths.
But you're
to,
embodying it.
order
At
your
that
mind.
point, you're listening to a series of intuitions. You're embodying that. So the intuitions themselves are not causing anything. You can have hateful thoughts towards someone, right? But you cannot hate them.
I guess we're getting different definitions. What I'm hearing you say are
No,
like
I'm trying
your
to- I'm
passions,
trying to-
governing your
'cause-
passions.
Yes, that'd be another way of saying it. Or desires.
When I say intuition, I'm talking about chasing the snitch in the Quidditch game.
Right.
That's what
I'm really interested in.
Yeah,
the
that's
subject-
interesting.
This subjective versus the reality is like, okay, if we have
We
the
talked about that
ability
for 10 minutes. I've got nowhere.
I'm
No,
just saying,
but
no,
we
I'm
should
just,
talk-
Yeah.
I was
find
taking
it
it to a new
interesting.
area.
Keep
I
going.
was
Yeah,
taking
yeah.
us to a
Blue
new
Jay.
area.
Blue Jay,
No,
don't listen. Don't
please
listen.
don't.
This is interesting. This is interesting. Go.
The intuition was far more interesting conversation.
No, I like Blue Jay. Sorry to disagree. Go
I
ahead.
think it's semi-related to intuition. Is if you're able to manipulate reality, like when do those bounds end? Is it with only with our hands, or like you say, and like whenever you feel things that are not
We manip-
No, do not get intuition and feeling mixed up. They're two different phenomena.
Well, it's like
Right.
the Forbidden Planet, Leslie Nielsen's sci-fi movie that brings that up. The id,
Great movie.
okay, you had the id, ego, and superego. Maybe that would be a better framework for us to operate on in this conversation.
If you want to go Freudian, yeah, sure.
Yeah, just for the sake of
So keep going. Keep
distillation.
going.
Yeah, keep going.
What do you want me to keep going?
No, Blue Jay. What are you going? I'm
Yeah,
interested.
So are we just like monkeys on the rock? They're only going to be able to like transcend space and time through physical inventions that constantly evolve,
I'm
or
not a
is
monkey.
there another path that's
I'm a Muppet.
actually creationism through our brains and through our like experiences that we create? That's like
I
fuck
think
that
we can-
rock over there. Let's you and me go figure out something else in this other realm. Let's go right
How many
now.
adverbs and frames do you just compound into the 4 sentences that you just spoke?
Several.
What?
I wasn't tracking. You tell me.
That's the problem here. You're not tracking your own words and terms.
Well, I'm picking up
You're
what he's
saying
putting down.
things. You're
He's saying
saying
we
things
I
trying to
can make it
bring
more
up.
precise.
We
I
could
can make it
gather
more
around the
precise.
rock and do something really cool. Like it's
But
an
then-
analogy for what we're
Well,
doing here.
But
Wait a
there
minute,
is
wait,
but
wait.
Blue Jay, that's the point I was making because you are creating reality. I'm sorry, but you
Right.
but you are creating your reality. So it is quite possible
Creating
that
a frame.
that
You're not
with
creating the picture.
sorry.
You frame reality. You don't create reality.
So
No,
Yes,
you
you
don't.
are.
What you
Yes,
pay
yes,
attention to.
absolutely.
No, you
absolutely
you
are
co-manifest.
creating reality.
Co-manifest.
You do
reality.
co-manifest,
Let's-
but for the
let-
sake
let's-
of
That's
let's
how-
answer-
that's
hold on,
how-
let me
Vacuum
try
peaks
to
have talked
answer his
about that all the
question.
time, psychologically.
Right? The answer to your question is very easy, right? If we want to transcend space and time, we can already do that, and we don't need anything other than we were already born with, because people before us have done this. This is the Christian story. How do you transcend space and time? You participate in the Christian story. It transcends space and time. It's not a technological issue. When we try to make it a technological issue, we become materialist, and we become individualistic, and we become controlling. And then we solipsistically try to act as though we are the things doing that alone by ourselves. We are the seed that can turn into the tree without gravity, without water, without sunlight, which is impossible. We can't be that.
No, that's true. I'm not saying solipsistically. You're in a garden, right? We're all in the garden, so there's all sorts of other things happening. But nonetheless, our perceptions definitely define the reality that we create. Everybody talks about it. Everybody knows that. That's just common knowledge now.
You're in time. That's the one thing we can agree on. You're not
No,
in
we're
the
just
garden.
time making machines. Time doesn't exist. We're just time making machines. That's known too.
So what's history then?
Time
Well,
may or
that's
may
a
not
good
exist.
question, but I don't think we know much about history either, for that matter.
I think that's the interesting question because it depends on who you ask. Me and you could have went on the same vacation and us had completely different experiences.
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of being
No. You
unique.
can go on the same
Yeah.
but you can value it differently. You still shared that time and that knowledge of those events with people, but the values that you derive from that experience are what matter.
No, but it's a different experience. I mean, a husband and wife, you go on a vacation. My husband's experience is totally
It's the same
different than mine.
experience. Christina and I walked around Japan all the time. She hated the walking. I loved the walking, but we both walked.
Right. The experience
memory will be different.
So the value set.
It's the subjective interpretation that changes, not the experience.
Well, now we're walking
That's
into
not
Blade Runner
true. That's not
territory because
true.
that was the whole theme of that entire film. Memories are what we're talking about here. Our perception of what reality actually is. Can you create that in genetic clones that have no memories themselves and give them life?
We co-manifest our memories. Like, our memories are laid down by us. They're not laid down by anything else. Like, we participate in creating our own memories. And then if you remember something as bad and you can't recall why, for example, then that's the problem.
People used to go to great more lengths, like whenever they would commit sacrifices, they would like literally kill something that was a valuable possession. If you was to like murder a cow to get ahead in life, that'd be like the equivalent of us like spending like $5 or $10 grand.
Where are you going with this?
Mm-hmm.
That was what people before us used to do to change reality in the next moment.
Right. That is
meter the theatins away. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And they went. And I understand what you're saying. Like, the walk is still the walk.
Yeah.
They believed, and they could have been wrong. Maybe they were silly and stupid, but they literally believed that they're going to change the course of objective reality. They're going to change. The walk doesn't happen anymore. Now we're flying around in a fucking private jet.
But you're using middle out thinking. You're assuming that one event of slaughtering the animal has only one set of principles, framings, meanings, purposes. Because they would eat the animal after, they would clean it before, they would take it through a whole ritual. It's part of a community. The blood goes somewhere. Everything in that ritualistic sense has a telos.
It was way deeper to them than that.
Yeah. It was deeper. It totally transformed them psychologically. There's no question.
But you're not getting my point. Every individual cause had a value system that they recognized. So it wasn't just the one thing, which is what you pointed to. They slaughtered the animals to change reality. It's like, no, everything they did around that event was changing reality. It was not just one thing at one time.
Right. But I don't think Blue Jay was saying that, right? You weren't saying that it wasn't everything else around it.
If you believe that just slaughtering the animal changes reality, you miss out all the other things that were happening at the same time.
Well, I think what Blue Jay's saying is that people would sacrifice animals to try to make it rain or some stupid shit like that. It's true about all the other things. I don't know. It varied between cultures, but that's the image I was thinking. They would do things to try to change heaven and earth and whatnot.
Well, it was a way to assuage their crazy emotions, right? It was a way to bring down the dangerous emotions, whatever they might be, fear or hate or whatever. And it worked. It totally worked psychologically. So
of course,
it led from chaos to coherence again in a community.
Yeah.
That's what
the Aztecs
all
would carve your fucking heart out during an eclipse and throw your body down the stairs. What's that all about? Well, what are you getting out of that? Even if they're eating the body of the human being and doing something with the blood, like, is that okay? What are we doing?
And I know this whole thing is like, it's called knowledge versus participation. And I feel like we're so like caught up in the knowledge, we don't participate in a lot of these like rituals that make us connected to reality in a magical way.
That's correct.
Like, for example, like, everyone knows that like the full moon, everyone like has the stat, like there's more murders, people get weird, and you can scientifically do whatever you want to do with that. You can say it's brighter outside. Now these criminals can see what the fuck they're doing, whatever. But if you just like literally go outside and you like give respect to the full moon and receive its energy, I feel like every time I've done that and manifested this energy, I think there's more going on than we have the knowledge to
Oh, yeah.
describe.
Oh, yeah.
I love knowledge. I love science. But for us to pretend like we have it figured out at this point, like 100 years from now, like a lot of the shit we're saying right now is going to be silly.
Right. Yeah,
So
we're
the
really
things
stupid.
that work,
Yeah.
you should probably just fucking do them because we don't understand it yet.
Right. Well, then that's the right. And that is the problem. I mean, that was the point of the initial rant and the thrust of participation is that. So I'll give you an example. I forget who told me this story. I think it was Lynn, but somebody basically told me this story that what happened was in the ancient times, people would plant during a new moon. They didn't plant during, September 15th or the week of the middle of September. They planted during a certain new moon. And what happened is very, very recently, like within the past few years, they found out that actually that's the right answer. And the reason why it's the right answer is because if you plant at night during a new moon when there's no light, plants that you want to grow that we normally cultivate will germinate and weeds are less likely to germinate. Nobody knew that, quote, scientifically, but people had been doing that for thousands of years and they discovered it through participation. You know how they didn't discover it? Through any form of knowledge.
Right. That's exactly right. That's absolutely true.
They were hanging out around a campfire, sharing their harvest, and be like, you know what I did last year? You're not going to believe this shit. What, really? You planted during the new... Okay, I'll give it a go on a little corner of my land. And then before you know it, let's do the whole land.
It was embodied knowledge. It was knowledge embodied in the community, in the collective, passed down, however you want to describe it, was passed down.
Yeah,
so knowledge was there. It's just not knowledge we value or recognize because we're misframing things.
Yeah, they were really vibing. They still do. People,
they were real scientists instead of just theorists.
Yeah.
Now, like, there's so much knowledge on the internet, we can make an argument for any fucking thing. But like, they were actually committing like literal. They had a hypothesis, like we're going to go here and plant this shit. They were more interactive with the world than we are now.
Well,
but I wouldn't venerate science at all. Like I would say science can't have that kind of information. It can't continue.
Right.
But because the problem that we're having is everyone's trying to use science to understand or know the world, and you can't do that. The primary mode of knowing the world is in participation.
Yeah, but
you want to know why that can't work?
That's scientism.
I just had an epiphany just now hearing everybody say all this stuff. It doesn't work because the scientists hate each other. They're arguing.
No. It doesn't work.
They can't get along to figure out how to grow the most crop. Like, dude, you're not going to believe this. Really? No way. They're not. They're over there like, my farm is a fucking best farm and your farm sucks. You're an idiot for using nitrogen. Like, what are you, stupid? And they write papers about how that dude is like wrong and they're more right.
But that's not the issue. The issue is science is trying to say that it can emerge from the soup that it was born in to rule over the soup that it was born in. And it's like, no, the seed is never going to encompass the water and the gravity and
no soup for you.
No soup for you. And that's the problem. Is science and actual scientists are repeatedly trying to imply that is what science can do and is doing or is going to do.
Well, that's interesting, but that's not what any true scientist would maintain. True scientists.
We don't have any true scientists left.
Oh, there's lots of true scientists left.
No, we don't.
Yeah. My father was a true scientist. They're quite humble. True scientists.
I think there's weird scientists.
In order to be a scientist, you have to be humble because you have to realize, in order to get any results, you have to realize that you're framing something very specifically in order to find something out.
Even Peterson doesn't do that.
You can't even do science unless you're humble. You're talking about but what Mark's talking about is like some people's idea of what God is all about, and that's just
no. I'm talking about Vervaeke. Vervaeke does this explicitly, and even Peterson does it. Although Peterson knows the problem and talks about it with Vervaeke and says, "You're in this problem." And Peterson doesn't realize he's in the problem too.
Yeah, but they're not. Those two guys aren't the only scientists in the entire world,
No,
and
no,
they
they
are
aren't.
careful
Look,
nonetheless.
Look.
No, but that's not a fair. Read McGilchrist, Mark. You need to read McGilchrist.
I'm
Like
not reading
he's got a
McGilchrist.
you guys are too parochial. You're too parochial. You're too American. You're too North American.
Well, you need to read some Alexander Shulgin. That dude was a scientist. Let's talk about that guy, old Sasha.
No,
that dude knew some shit.
You can look at guys like Dawkins, right? He's not doing that.
He's just got to make a living. These guys take these weird stances.
They're pontificators.
It doesn't matter why they're doing it.
No.
It doesn't. You can't excuse the corruption of science. And
well,
then
that doesn't mean they're scientists. That doesn't mean they're
corrupt.
scientists. No.
It's corrupt. And my understanding,
whoever made this Jen is a scientist. You know, when you're actually living in reality, trying to make things that are of use to other people,
like
I think
Jen,
maybe you can call yourself a scientist then.
Yeah, the Jen scientist. I think we should. That sums it up. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
All these people trying to figure out how to get the right amount of alcohol and the right amount of herbs and the right amount of flavor, so that you can relax and talk about these things.
Well, and now we're in the no true Scotsman fallacy problem, right? We're not going to get out of that. Like true scientists would never. Yeah, I don't disagree.
The Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, but come on, Mark. Come on, that's not. Honestly, there's some incredibly brilliant, humble scientists, and probably more so than not. That's my.
Not more so.
I don't know. There's not a lot of them. They're full of themselves. They are just that is doctors, man.
Oh well, maybe doctors.
But they don't get paid as much, so they're even more resentful than a fucking doctor.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Well, they believe that.
I don't think your dad was like that. Like, there's probably plenty of scientists out there that are super cool, but most of them, I don't know, dude.
No, that's true. But who knows about what when it comes to human nature, right? Like people are pretty, not great. So, but I really like your point about participation because that is true and that is tradition and that's the way people have always done their life, right? They participated, they've worked together in communities. I mean, you're right, Mark. That is the truth. And
we've got a role to play.
Yeah.
Like, what's each person's role in these conversations? Like it's clear to me. Each of us kind of have a way that we approach things, and that's valuable. That's why we gather here every week. It's like maybe I'm not thinking this right. Maybe I don't know about that. And then you come together over a cheese pizza and you figure it all out, and it makes sense, and you have a good time at the same time.
Yeah, but there's some really important things too. Like this participation thing is actually key. And to Blue Jay's point, like people always knew a lot more than we know now. We're really dumb as dumb can be. There's no question. Yeah,
I'm loving it.
Yeah,
I think we're getting lost in the participation point, though. We are participating in things. Everyone's participating in things. The problem is we don't value what we participate in often.
How do
we're actually devaluing our participation in things?
I would argue that, like in current society, so many things are taken care of for us that it requires way less participation.
Don't go down that train. That's a different train of thought. You're putting on an extra carriage.
We're at a train station, though.
Well, we are.
I don't think I am putting an extra carriage because she was talking about how we used to participate way more. But
my argument was it's the same participation.
I disagree.
Right. We've not changed. We're human.
I disagree too. Yeah, for sure.
No.
Are we arguing or are we talking?
Look. The point is the following. I think that Jesse's trying to get to, or the A2MC here.
It's got a new name, but it's really cool. What is it?
Jesse. I don't know how to say.
What is it, Jesse?
Atomic.
Awakening to the Muppet Crisis.
I get it now. Atomic.
A2TMC. Is that what we got? How do you pronounce
It's atomic.
That?
It's awakening. It's awakening to the Muppet Crisis.
Because
we have a Muppet Crisis.
Well, what do we call him?
On Twitter, by the way.
It's atomic. You look at it. It says atomic.
He's on Twitter.
The
core issue here is that the fact that I am not involved in the building of the house that I live in anymore, but I would have been, say, even maybe 70, 80 years ago, does not mean that I'm not participating in my house. It just means that my mode of participation has changed. You can argue that it's gotten further away from the actual building of the house, but it has only changed in that now it costs more money than it would have in the past for me to have a house.
There's so many of us.
The mode of participation has been reduced to the material exchange of this thing we call money. And from actually participating in putting up walls with my community, okay? And that didn't happen for the Amish, for example. They're keeping the same mode of participation by keeping technology out, which may be the winning strategy, by the way. I've heard many people make this argument, and I'm like, well, you might be right about that, because I can't say that's not true. There's no
Well,
way
if
to
we
do
could
it.
get back to the 90s.
Can I clarify my point on participation on the modern day?
Sure.
So I do agree with you that everyone is participating, but when someone comes home and they're just kind of tired mentally and they turn on Netflix or they put on TikTok or they watch YouTube shorts, I think they are participating in society, but it's just a much lesser form of it that is not activating a major part of their brain that would have been activated throughout the day if you had to hunt, build houses, then you come back to your tribe and you have to literally talk to people and interact or look at the stars. But I think that's a much different mode of participation.
Yeah.
And I would argue that the participating we're doing now is to a less degree.
Yes. As Dolly Parton said, 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by. It's all take and no giving.
Wow. Good old
9 to
Dolly.
5.
Dolly knows her stuff.
Dolly knew.
Well,
Dolly said
and
it
that's
out flat.
but I think
She's a
that's
brilliant woman, man.
But
She's
that's
the
the
thing.
problem that Jesse's pointing to, is that you have denigrated participation by, say, building your house in your community, right? And preferred knowledge or the consumption of knowledge or the consumption of things in general over that participation in person, because it's more difficult in some sense, right? And we have the availability to not have that difficulty. So the mode of participation has changed, right? We've exchanged our direct participation with people for indirect participation through money, right? And you can argue about whether or not that's good or bad, but the point is it has changed. And then when the highest value is knowledge, then you get a class of people who go into the business of knowledge. And this is very clear, by the way, in not the last talk that, I don't think it was the last talk that Raveki did with Wolfgang Smith on the Meaning Code channel, which is an excellent channel. I have a talk with Karen Wong on the Meaning. I have several talks with Karen Wong on the Meaning Code. But in that talk, the story that they both tell is we both went into science. I was driving through West Virginia, by the way, when I heard this. We both went into science, both Wolfgang Smith and John Vervaeke, seeking the answers, like the big answers, right?
42 answers.
We realized at some point that those answers weren't there. And then we switched to studying philosophy for those answers. And then we realized those answers aren't there. And the difference was Wolfgang Smith had those answers because he's Catholic. And John Vervaeke still doesn't have those answers, and he's sad. And that's just the way it is. And the difference is they didn't stop in West Virginia, and to be fair, I didn't either, because I didn't know at the time, to have an ecumenical pizza, which would have solved this problem, because participation is the thing that is enabled by something like Catholicism or any form of Christianity. Really, I would argue.
Do you know what comes after
Catholicism and Orthodoxy? But that's the thing that allows you to participate together, despite disagreement, despite lack of knowledge, despite lack of understanding, despite bad perspectives. You can all get together, participate in the liturgy, and that leads you higher, which is the goal, is to lead you higher.
Right.
So you started with science, it led you to philosophy. You know what comes after that?
Pizza.
Music.
I was just going to say that. Music.
Music.
I think that comes independently, but okay.
It's no, because when you learn music and you see what it's laying out there, it's a lot of these answers that people look for in science.
I don't know if you learn music. I think you do music. You
Yeah,
participate
you're
in music.
embodying reality itself through sound. Yeah. Because it either sounds good, sounds bad.
Because even someone who can't sing can sing in a choir, and their voice is received.
Auto-tuned.
No. You're getting to a different point. The point is, when you say you know music, you're saying you know this language, this frame. You're intellectualizing it, and that's what I'm trying to slowly push the conversation towards: is the intellectualization of participation. Even Blue Jay in his frame about people, it's a low order when they watch TV. That's an intellectual frame that you just slipped in. It doesn't matter if it's lower or higher resonance. They're still participating.
It does matter. It really matters. Sorry.
Well, my dad told me a story of when he went to the University
really
of Texas.
Matters. Sorry.
He was at a party.
Okay,
he was at a party and everybody put pots and pans on their heads. They were drunk. And then they went like this at each other and they ran into each other like bulls and smashed the pots and pans into their heads. And everybody thought it was a good time. That's it. That's my contribution.
I want to address this. This came up earlier. This is an important point that's been floating around. So Sally Joe, also preaching versus ministering, unless that happened before I started listening. So Sally was talking about this difference. And this is roughly speaking the problem, or one of the many problems, I will say, of Paul Vanderklay. Paul Vanderklay is preaching. He's not ministering. And there's a fundamental difference between these two things that is super important. And that difference is participation. Your level of participation matters. When you're just preaching, you're pushing knowledge out to people and trying to get them to conform to that knowledge. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a space for that. Yeah. When you're ministering, you are there with the person or people, and you are participating with them in a totally different way that is not merely talking, is not merely conversation. It is not merely knowledge.
I'm ministering whenever I'm talking about this level of participation, because I quit paying for Wi-Fi. I probably need to cut it off. I just quit paying about 3 months ago. It doesn't work anymore. But I know that whenever I'm not coming home and watching Aqua Teen Hunger Force, which I fucking love, it makes me laugh a lot.
Great show. I love Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
But I've already seen it, and I know that I get way more connection out of life, and I know that every cell in my body is more lit up when I'm like interacting with people, or I'm further in my career, or I'm just out here experiencing what life has to offer.
Yeah.
There's levels to this, and
well, for sure,
you can kind of give up. What I'm getting at is, like, there's a lot of people that have just given up on their human experience in modern times.
Yeah.
And that's what I was pointing to. It doesn't matter if they're all singing together in the choir. It is better than not singing it at all. You're over-intellectualizing the participation. No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying I would rather people not value the knowledge of singing together and just participate in something. You're putting the cart before the horse. If you want to go down that.
Yeah, he wants people to sing instead of not sing. I'm down with singing.
Right.
Let's all
just sing instead of not
just
singing.
Sing, and then you'll learn.
Instead of.
Yeah, but there has to be intentionality. You kind of have to, in today's world, don't you kind of have to search out?
The song has to be chosen, though. The song will be chosen for you, or you'll choose the song.
Yeah, but
and every group's going to have a different song that they want to listen to. That's why not everybody goes to heavy metal concerts that go to hippie festivals. You know what I mean? But sometimes they do.
Yeah, but there's a point, like our disconnection from nature, our disconnection from each other. It's huge, and it does have ramifications on how our bodies actually are. Right?
Do people
like,
go
that's
to
the
Woodstock?
whole point of embodiment. Like, Catherine, I like that idea.
As someone who said you went to Woodstock.
Like
sorry, Elizabeth. Sorry.
I know, but I got Monet wrong, so you're allowed. It's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Monet.
I love you.
Thank you.
You said you went to Woodstock?
No, I did not. I just said I was.
I thought you did.
No, I said I was alive then.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So do you think do people go to Woodstock for the music, or do they go because it was an event?
Culture.
Because it was community. Because it was happening.
Man, it was the whole. It was the whole context. It was the whole way of living them. We were all in Woodstock, more or less. Maybe that's how I said it poetically. We were already there, all of us. You people don't understand. It was like the most beautiful
I understand.
time
I was
to be
there.
alive.
Blue Jay was there with me too.
It was so beautiful. It wasn't perfect. There were problems at the fringes, but there was so much kindness and openness. And it was beautiful, man. It was more beautiful than you young people will ever know.
You can have Woodstock on a back porch.
To live.
You can.
And we were really connected to nature. That's one thing that I'm going to harp on about. We had great connection to nature, all of us in those days. Like at this community I was at, they noticed the difference between the 60s and say the late 70s. In the 60s, all the hippies that went to the community, they were out in nature, constantly outside. By the end of the 70s, nobody was going anywhere. They were taking the train down to the cafe.
They were roller skating.
To us. No, they weren't even roller skating. But I think I've lived in a place. I live in a cottage with electricity on purpose for the very point that I like to. I do, and it's cool. It's totally cool, and it changes how I am. When I've done that for summertime on this little island, I am so grounded. I'm glowing literally because you get connected to the sun for one thing. There's the silence is amazing, and your whole body starts vibing, to your point, Bloomy Shroomy, to nature, and it is different. Nobody's going to tell me that's not.
I'll go walk barefoot in springtime.
That's very different than sitting in my house here and doing what I do here. It's a much more complex. As what's his facey? What's the other Labrique? Byrne would say it's textured, right?
It's quality. It's a different quality of participation.
Texture's
important. I'm trying to get to.
But it's a different quality. It's a different quality of participation.
Yeah, it is. So thank you. That's good. I think quality is the word you were talking about, right, Blue Jay? Like that's what it is, and it's important. Man. Quality is so important today. There's very little. We're so flat. Don't you find, all of you?
We need better quality control on this bullshit.
That too.
I think I was making kind of the same point A2TMC is making. Well, I think we're just approaching this in different ways.
Yeah, you guys are saying the same thing, but from different areas, like that.
Yeah, but that's always the case, right?
I don't know if I am. I'm just listening. I think
you're saying stuff. We're all saying stuff, and I'm saying things, and you're saying things, and he's saying things, and this is what we're doing.
I'm not pointing to quality though. Quality is important. I'm pointing to value.
Value? I never knew what that meant. It's like Neoplatonism. What the hell is value? Oh my God!
How much does that cost?
No. Value is where you're prioritizing your attention.
Okay.
And so the reason why it matters is because if you prioritize your attention towards knowledge instead of towards something else, like a quality participation, then you end up like John Vervaeke, constantly carving things up and trying to figure them out instead of just going to the damn meditation or going to participate in the group Lectio Divina practice,
right?
Or coming on the live stream to discuss your ideas with people who vehemently disagree with you. You know, like that's the difference. And you have to take care of your time and attention, because otherwise you end up doing strange things, like saying somebody like Digital Gnosis is a good interlocutor as a critic of your work, when in fact he hasn't engaged with any of it, hasn't watched a single video of yours, doesn't understand, didn't read any of your papers. He's not a good critic. He's a terrible critic because he doesn't know your work. A good critic at least knows your work, even if they're wrong. Like the guy didn't know his work. If John were serious about getting somebody who disagreed with him, he has access to many people who disagree with him. Like he could have a really good conversation with either Manuel or myself about his knowledge model.
I liked seeing what Jordan Peterson did with Majid Nawaz. I did not expect that conversation to happen. That was a valuable conversation. They disagreed on a great many things on a very sensitive topic. I won't even bring up on here because I like you too much, Mark. But they actually got on there and they talked about these things, which I think,
Who was that? Which one was that?
Jordan Peterson and Majid Nawaz. Majid is the guy that used to be a terrorist, and then he stopped being a terrorist.
I didn't see that.
He's a Middle Eastern fellow.
Interesting.
Getting back to this participation thing, because as you said, getting back to the topic at hand rather than something that's not the topic at hand.
I'm a meandering creep.
I know. But as I said, I like Mark's channel, and I don't like politics. I think politics is fundamentally the wrong way to go about things, because politics is about devaluing things to push up your agenda.
Yes.
But what about Winston Churchill?
He
Pushing
failed.
things up your agenda. That sounds like a very nice way of saying where the sun don't shine.
Politics is bad framing.
Yeah.
Oh, I find
So anyway,
I'd love
okay.
to be a
What's your point you're wanting to get to there, Jason?
I like your new name, by the way. I think it's so cool.
I'm gonna
It's
start calling you Atomic.
Cow's milk.
It really suits
protein.
you. Like I'm waiting for the next stage, right?
Atomic.
Next stage. Next stage is to do micro podcast. Little 2 minute, 2 to 3 minute little things to go against the trend of 45 minutes, 7-hour streams.
Cool idea.
Mark.
Nah.
Not that I didn't.
I want to get on the inner tube and go down the lazy river with you guys.
I have notes about Matrix too, Mark. I have all the notes about the Matrix.
Excellent.
I think we're gonna make that happen. I pulled it apart the other day in my mind, and I was like, "This is really interesting."
Hey, you guys want to talk about the fucking Matrix? We'll be here all fucking day and night, man.
We should do it as a live stream, but it's limited hangout. Because once you get the idea of follow the white rabbit in the Matrix.
Well, yeah. Let's talk about the black rabbit.
No. Let's go back to participation.
Anyway, we're getting away from.
No, I want to go back to the quality
the
of participation.
The
quality of participation is very important to me, because there is like literally like some people are participating in like cutting their penis off so that they can experience life as another sex.
Symptom versus the problem.
Quality of
you're talking about the symptom. You're talking about the symptom, though.
No.
Well, what do you think the root is?
I can't talk about the root online with my current work.
But
but the value set's what's wrong. We don't value things enough.
Can't we just let Blue Jay talk for like 3 sentences? Go.
Didn't we?
Couldn't we?
You asked me previously, and I gave a lot of space.
What? Sorry.
No. Speaking of the, no, that's a good point. You're right. Like, I guess it is what we value. It's what leads to that. But you have to constantly like recognize people's quality of participation, and like it goes a little bit beyond value. I believe quality is the proper lens to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're saying. Like the quality that we choose is our values, but some of these people that are really wanting to participate and really want to be part of what we're doing, the tribe, they're fucking up. They're fucking up their entire existence. Like, and you can actually measure it through like suicide. You can measure it through depression. You can measure it through how often they go to the doctor to get prescribed medication to feel better about this.
Soma.
There's a much proper way, and like you're right, there's values, but there's a more proper way to be in the world that is much more natural, that's attuned with.
And how do you get there? How do you get to that quality?
I think it's by letting go of the subjective bullshit and acknowledging, like, being present and being like really acknowledging the reality in front of you. I think that's really sets you free and unleashes your handcuffs.
Good vibes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we could sit here all night trying to describe what good vibes means.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you could even write a book about it.
No, you couldn't. And that's the problem. Quality can't be reduced to language. And that's okay. Yeah. You don't need to reduce it to language. You can just go eat the cheese pizza with people. Like, you don't need to talk about it.
Yeah.
And it's not necessary. This is what we're talking about. Why are you pointed at knowledge and conveying that knowledge to others when you can just have the experience and be happy?
Like, right.
It's the contradiction of doing the stream, right?
And
Because
then
the stream
after
on the
the
one hand is
experience,
very communicating of information and knowledge, and on the other hand, it's generative because we're participating together in the communication. And so there's that tension, which is nothing wrong with. It's a little bit of tension.
Oh, it's
and
fun. I
we
love it.
transcend that.
Yeah, the tension's great. That's what
It
makes
is.
this so good. That's
It's like
why I
a
love
drum that
this.
we can play now.
Well, there's something going on.
Well, drums have to be tense.
Yeah.
You have to have tension in the drum for it to resonate.
Same with a bow and arrow, man. Like it's hard to shoot an arrow without the bow.
and I would argue that if you truly participate in something, you're going to gain much more knowledge than when you came in with. If you let go of all the knowledge you have, and like you really, I mean, obviously there's certain values none of us cross.
It's not possible.
I agree. It's not completely
You can't
possible.
let go of you can't let go of knowledge.
You can.
How do you can't
can
how
by
do you
being purely
unremember
present.
something?
By being purely present.
How?
Like a meditation. Like when you're meditating, you know, that's like what that goal is.
You're setting
That's
your
a
thinking.
theoretical thing.
You're thinking instead of being.
No,
This
is
I
no.
just want to like
no.
Dreaming. Is this dreaming versus thinking?
I have no fucking idea what I'm about to say next. And I have no idea what you're about to say next.
I love it.
But I am like completely present in the fucking moment. Like everything that's happening right now is happening.
Thank you for that.
I don't even think there's a lot of knowledge going on at all in my head.
We're just playing. We're just playing. We're having fun. We're just having fun together. I don't know. Like, isn't that what this is all about? Like it's dance, it's music, it's the same thing. It's art.
I feel like we're in that scene at the end of the Holy Mountain where Jodorowsky looks right at the camera.
Don't ruin it. I haven't seen the movie yet.
Okay. Just fourth wall shit, breaking the fourth wall.
I know what he's like. He's the best Gnostic ever.
Yeah. He's like, it's fucking weird music.
But it is very interesting that we're capable of doing both. I can 100% think of an argument about things you've said in the past and bring it up right now and formulate it.
Yeah.
But the most interesting conversations that we lose ourselves in, they require like the highest amount of like, thank God we're talking about this right now, is usually whenever you're right on the fucking cusp and things are coming to you in that very second, in that moment. When you've got this like bullshit argument like formulated, like good luck capturing anyone's attention.
Right.
Yeah. That's my argument about the jargon. Like, you know, and why I still hang out around here. People don't bust my balls for not knowing what hermeneuters means. I'm just like, what the fuck is you talking about? What is this shit? And we can have a conversation. There's the participation and the knowledge intertwined, instead of berating people, belittling people for.
So do you think it's fair to say like, thank God for knowledge, but participation's funner?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is more. It is more fun. You got to have a blend between the two. You know, you got to have something worth doing, worth participating. Like my dad's story when he was at the party in the University of Texas. For some reason, everybody was so drunk, thought it was a great idea. Get all the pots and pans in the fucking kitchen, put them on their heads, go into the living room, and bash each other in the head. There's no knowledge. That's fucking stupid. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But if everybody got together and had a cooking contest of who can make the best spaghetti with those pots and those pans, that might have been interesting. I don't know. Maybe not as well. I guess that's your point, Blue Jay. It wouldn't have been as fun because I remember that story because it's a funny story.
Yeah,
Okay.
people are so constricted
I see what
now.
you're saying.
Nobody wants to do crazy fun things and just
Participation
let go,
is more fun, even if it's stupid. But is it good? Should you do it?
But stupid sometimes you have to be stupid. It's like the fun
but that's the
stuff.
problem. Like we want to have the knowledge of goodness before we participate, and it's like, no, you only know the true, the good, and the beautiful through participation.
It's absolutely true.
This is why John Vervaeke's idea of participatory knowledge is so powerful, even though I thoroughly disagree with his whole formulation on that. I think he's talking about information. But it's powerful because it tells people there are forms of knowledge that have nothing to do with speech.
Mhm.
They have to do with interaction with other things, other people. That may include speech, although I think that's the weakest form of participation, ironically, even though I didn't scream, right? But that's not the thing you should be venerating. You shouldn't be venerating the conversation, even the dialectic. One of the things I disagreed with Bishop Maximus said is he said dialectic is required, and I was like, not only is dialectic not required, it's not important. Like, I think that's actually wrong. Now, when he put it in the frame of dialectic in prayer with God, that is a change in, now I have to think about that more, because that's a change in how I was thinking about dialectic, because he did drop that at the end. He's being very careful and deliberate about the path he's weaving for John. Actually, it's a very clever way of drawing John out to certain sets of conclusions using a very deliberate strategy, which I really appreciate.
There's a fine line between a dialectic and a diuretic. It's a very fine line.
And it's in the participation that we find these little moments.
Oh, dear.
And that was for the good, even though it was silly. I agree.
But it's the underlying patterns. That's what we're enjoying. It's the patterns of this, right? It's what's underneath all of this live stream. That's what's so much fun. We're just we're dancing here. It's great.
We're just a bunch of fish swimming around in a stream.
So I've been a part of like several financial conferences where they go over like the latest like auditing update, latest tax updates. And everyone's, there for the knowledge. They're mostly paying attention, but you can see the eyes glaze over. Everyone's losing their presence. Everyone's losing participation. And then oftentimes at these conferences, someone will say, does anyone have a joke of the day? That's like one of the things they do in the segment that I participate in. And all of a sudden, participation just spikes up and everyone's paying attention. And no one's there for the dumbass financial joke of the day. It's always terrible. It's always shitty. But that just kicks up the participation and everyone's like, yes, please. Someone say a fucking joke. We're tired of all this knowledge.
You just said it. Yeah, you framed it beautifully. That's exactly what it is, man. People want to have a good time, They want, if we can infuse those two things, like what if the whole conference was fun like that? You imagine how much they would learn? Like, holy shit. You'd have fucking billionaires coming out of the yin yang. Everybody be wanting to fucking make money and do shit.
No, but that's true. It's true. Without fun, without laughter, I don't even know. Okay, here's something. I don't know if you're participating, if there's not a spirit of fun. And I don't know if you can actually perceive. I don't know if you can perceive. I mean, as a teacher, man, I saw that. I had nothing but fun. We'd dance, we listened to music, and the kids, they were just continually opening to the universe. It was great.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we were all like sitting here like really intense and be like, yeah, but what's your point? What are you trying? Fucking, I don't understand. The whole time being like so dead serious, like nothing would ever get anywhere. People would argue around this one presupposition 3 hours ago. Nothing would have moved forward in any kind of meaningful manner if it's not broken up. In some way for the sake of participation. Then sometimes the knowledge gets in the way of participation. Sometimes the participation gets in the way of your future. If you hit your head too hard on another pot or a pan in the living room, you might die. So it's like a seesaw. Life's a seesaw. It's all about jumping up and down. That's where the fun's at.
Yeah,
it's a dance. With
somebody else.
It's a dance, and I think that's the best way to think about it. And I mean, Vervaeke talks about that too, right? Like jazz as a dance, rock climbing as a dance is an intimate interaction with something else. And when you're reinfusing intimacy into the conversation, that's when you're really getting to it. I mean, I really like the conversation that I had with Catherine on intimacy on my channel, Navigating Patterns, right? She went into this. Is like the idea of being able to think about nothing, right? Or being in that state of pure consciousness is just ridiculous. The whole thing is an absurd way of thinking about the world. The whole thing. It's just stupid. Like it's just
you can
flat out
dream.
dumb.
I think that's what they're doing. They're dreaming.
What are we talking
They're
about? I'm
dreaming.
lost. What do you mean, Mark?
Dreaming.
They're dreaming about a situation that cannot exist, and if it would exist, would have no utility.
Oh,
Like-
is that dreaming or is that what is that?
I don't know. I'm just trying to translate.
It's Buddhism.
I have an interesting thought on the value of perception.
Mm.
So something I've noticed that like if you have like if you're going to a bar, you're going up to talk to a woman, and you have this line in your head that you've already used 10 times, and you present this line to her, she already, something about her knows that this is not valuable at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it will automatically just
Inauthentic.
lower her value of participation. Her value of participation just shoots down to the floor.
Well, no. You're misreading the material interaction, right? People reduce things to pickup lines, and it's like it's not that pickup lines do or do not work. It's that they're mostly neutral. In other words, if a girl likes you for other reasons, the fact that you use a stupid pickup line isn't likely to change her mind about interacting with you, right? The fact that you don't have one prevents participation entirely. So it's not an optional thing. Like you have to talk to her, right? This is the famous thing. So Sally Joe has this thing about they did the Marriage Crisis channel on BOM, and then a bunch of incels got in there, guys who had never dated. And I said, no, you guys have a dating crisis. And Sally Joe corrected me rightly and said, no, they have a hello crisis. It's like, yeah, before you can have a date, right, you need to say hello. And before you can get married, you need to be on a date. Like you need to go through this process of talking to people, that leading to dating them, that leading to marriage. Like that's the process. You can't reduce that process down to a pickup line that leads to marriage. That makes
and you
no
need
sense.
to know your values. And you need
Right.
to know your values. You won't move
Because
from
that's your
dating
orientation.
into a serious relationship or from a serious relationship
That's
into
not
marriage.
true. You just need to be funny. You just need to be funny. Girls love guys that are funny. That's that simple. Just be funny. And you
I
can't
don't
be
know.
funny. if
Funny
it's
will
the
only
same
go
old
so far.
line. No,
Funny,
well, I mean,
funny will only
Values
go so
are
far.
crucial.
no, it
Values
You
isn't.
can be
so
funny
crucial.
with. You can be funny with values.
You can
I
only.
think that's
That's
good.
true.
They can be
That is
funny
true.
with you and not understand. You
No,
cannot
but to
understand what their
begin with, you've
values
got
are.
to be funny because to be funny, you've got to be yourself. You can't be funny if you're not being true, right?
Well, you can't be too
Why do I
stoic
need
all
to
the
be
time.
myself?
Women are not into that. I mean, some women
Sorry?
are.
Say that again, Boomies, for me.
Women usually don't like it when men are too stoic. You know, in certain situations,
Right.
women want you to be a
They're
Swiss
boring.
Army knife. They want you to
Yeah,
be a
that's true. That's
bunch
true.
of things at once.
It's not even
You want to
that.
have the stoic blade in there, but if
Yeah.
you don't have the funny knife come out once in a while, they're like, are you good with kids? Are you gonna be fucking weird and intense with a child?
Yeah.
Get the fuck away from me, you creep. You're weird.
Yeah.
You're overcomplicating it, though. You have to have shared values in order to be in a relationship.
No, you don't. That's nonsense. You just
Well,
have
some-
to.
some
You don't have a
people-
relationship then. Then you're in the dating crisis. You're in this. Have you ever seen the it's complete nonsense. People holding values or ideas in their head that are complete nonsense, and they're not able to even relate or communicate with people.
Every relationship is a compromise of values. Not everyone's going to agree
Yeah.
on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a no.
You have
It's a
to have
compromise
shared
on
values.
implementation of values. It's not a compromise on values. If your values don't agree, you're not going to get along. This is never going to happen.
You never meet anybody with whom you share values totally. No, that's not true.
Always.
Not
Happens to me
totally
all
is the
time.
whave word there.
Well,
Yeah.
he
What's-
said you have
what's
to
the
share
word?
values. Like what? You don't share values. You just both decide that you want to get married and have kids. Like that's what it's about. It's a shared
No,
goal.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah, for sure.
You pick your friends and everything based on values. There are plenty of people I do not talk to.
I don't. I just know if they want to do what I want to do.
When you turn
Isn't
your
that-
TV
but that's
on, do you just watch the
participation,
first thing
right?
that comes up? When you
Sorry?
turn your TV on, do you watch the first thing that just appears on the TV?
I'm talking about people
Sometimes.
in relationships.
No, I'm talking about the phenomena of interacting within the
Well,
world.
it's different. People are different than TVs.
No, they're not.
And then,
Grim Grizz talks about that
It's
all the time.
participation. Yeah, well, Grimm is wrong about everything, unfortunately.
I
But
love Grim. I love Grim. I know.
I like
He's a
Grimm too,
character.
but he's also wrong about everything. So that's
No,
unfortunate.
he's brilliant. He's got some brilliant ideas. Like I like his ideas.
we
No,
all have
he-
brilliant ideas.
His
Well,
most
just
brilliant.
said he was wrong about everything, and then you
His
just said we all
his
have
most
brilliant
brilliant
ideas.
thing he stole from a pastor. So yeah, whatever. When I find that out.
Well, I know,
That
but
was
I'm
like,
evil. How evil are you guys? Okay, let's do
No,
it.
I'm not
Who's
saying
the
that at all.
most
Don't,
evil
don't
around here?
equivocate. Don't equivocate. What I was
Huh?
trying to get
Hey, Gurmy,
towards,
Shroomy?
you
Oh, sorry.
need values in order to relate to people. Just like when you watch a TV, you don't often watch the first thing that it appears.
Yeah.
Just like when you present yourself to a lady at a bar, like Blue Jay was saying, you have to find out something to talk about. You have to start
just
with
go-
something and then pivot towards
Juggalos
something that you
always
share.
go for juggalettes and vice versa.
I just think it's all intuition, right? You just go on your intuition and your imagination, and if it feels
What's
good,
your
then
intuition
that's
based
that.
on? You
Oh,
use a.
well, it's
There you
certainly
go. We're
not
going
what
back
I'm
to a
ex-
thread that I was trying to point towards. Your intuition is built upon previously known facts, values, patterns, and then you decipher that, and then you choose to act on which intuitions in the moment you think are right.
I'm a
Because often
mystic,
you have
though. I'm a
competing
mystic.
intuitions,
No.
competing signals that are happening when you meet people. You're like, do I pay attention to that particular part of her face? Do I pay attention to that fake handbag? Do I pay participation to the drink? Like you
Or maybe it's
participate in
different.
the phenomena
Maybe
of
it depends on the
singles that are
time.
happening in front of you, and
Guys.
you choose to put values towards that. You're like, oh, she's drinking sparkling wine. I don't like sparkling wine. I can use that as
Your
like,
life
"Ooh."
sounds the way your mind works sounds so fucking stressful, man.
No, I'm not. No. I'm
That's
putting
not stressful.
you doing this without you even knowing it.
Knowing it.
All I'm doing is pointing to the phenomena that's happening in your head. You might not be aware of it. Fair enough.
I don't use
Fine.
my head. It's my
Well,
stomach.
I mean,
Because
I
of
am-
intuition, because it's embodied, it's happening whether you like it or not. It's not the causes. You're pointing to the causes and the quality. I'm pointing to the intuition. Where is it happening?
I am.
It's not happening in your head. It might be happening in your gut, but it's an embodied sense. You're paying attention to things in the environment and going, is that a good thing I should be paying attention? And you'll map out all the things. Oh, okay, she's got got a fake watch. She's drinking sparkling wine, and you're forming those intuitions in your head, and then you're going to act on that with a causal reaction in the world, and then that will feed back to you, and you continue
Oh, I
forward.
wish I was like that. I've tried to be like that.
You do
but
that
it-
all
No,
the
you do
time. If
that.
I'm rude
You
to
do
you,
that.
we had
I
a member on
don't-
here
I
a couple
know.
months.
A lot of people.
We had a member on here 2 weeks ago. Sorry, we had a member on here 3 weeks ago that we waited, we participated with. We were very nice and generous too. And it got to the point where it was quite obvious this person was disingenuous, and we had to make a reaction to that
What's that got to do with what we're talking about?
because that's the natural
And
phenomenon
I
of your
didn't think
daily
he was
life.
disingenuous. I just didn't want to be argumentative that time.
No, he was disingenuous.
I didn't
He was
think
drunk.
so. I didn't think he was
No,
disingenuous.
that's you don't have to think that he was being disingenuous in his interaction.
I didn't think so. I
Because
thought,
I mean, that's
you
a
don't
really
want to know
nice
what I
way of
thought.
saying he was being an asshole. But
Well,
Yeah,
we
he
all have
could have
our
been
opinions.
see, the thing with me, I think he could have been genuine, but it didn't
But
matter.
you don't know. You don't
Right.
know. You have to take those intuitions and you have to put a value on those intuitions, and you have to wait over time to go,
Okay.
when do I act on this intuition? Because I very early on go, okay, this guy's a loser. This guy is just being argumentative. Okay, I put something out there. Is he willing to dialogue on that? He's not. He's going back to his thing. Okay,
Okay.
intuition.
Can I give
I'll
some?
be patient.
Can I give
then
some
you go forward.
pushback on the intuition?
Okay.
Sure.
So sometimes I do like operate off of intuition, and I walk into a bar and I start scanning. Is she available? Is this group cool? Does that guy want to talk to me? We be friends? But my very best interactions that things have went so smoothly and I've created good connections is when I just fucking forget about all this shit.
And you're
I
acting
just
on intuition.
and I just no. this is what I'm asking is
You're in the flow state.
this is what I'm asking is the flow state whenever you're playing a little fun game with everybody and you're just bouncing off and you're just like saying what things come to mind immediately instead of like analyzing things. Is that outside of this whole thing that you're talking about?
No, it's inside. I'm pointing to the phenomena of being in the flow state. Do you get that? It's coming top down.
Yeah,
All
the
these
flow
intuitions
state-
and signals are coming, and then you're in the flow state, mapping it out, trying to act on what signals.
So you're arguing that when you're in the flow state, you are like actually better at mapping out everything.
Of course. Every musician will say that about they do the practice, they do all the scales, they do that, they get all the technical knowledge, and then they get to the performance. They're not thinking about that technical knowledge. They're in the flow state, acting on intuition. They're not thinking, I'm going to hit the E sharp now, or the E sharp doesn't exist. I'm not going to hit the, F now or whatever. They're just going, oh, that feels right. I've mapped out all these patterns and signals. Bang, that's the golden note. I'm now slash up on the, up on the high E, bending away, and the crowd's going nuts. At that point, Slash is not even participating in the crowd. He's just in the music.
I think what I'm trying to understand is that, like, lots of times when I'm like, I'll be like over talking myself and arguing with different personalities in my head, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Go do it.
Yeah.
And whenever you just go do it, lots of times it works out like way better than you just.
Right. That's because you're giving up on rationality and you're stopping the rational process, the conscious process, and you're going with your intuition, which is an unconscious decision-making process. It is what the flow state is. The flow state is going with an unconscious decision-making process. You're not paying attention to exactly what you're going to play next when you're playing jazz, for example, especially good freeform jazz, which is the proper way to play jazz, incidentally. Right? You're not paying attention to how you're going to climb up the rock in detail when you do the rock climbing, right? And because of that, you don't even notice when you're rock climbing if you're going back down to go back up. You don't even notice it when you're in the moment. You just do it. And that's because you're running on intuition instead of trying to run on logic, reason, rationality. Two modes of your mind, right? We can go back to the happy, right?
Yeah, you're not
mode of your
overframing.
mind where you're in the flow state is the mode of intuition. It is the mode that is impervious to observation in the moment from the other side of your brain. Your other side of your brain goes back and says, well, I know why I did that. No, it doesn't. It has no idea. It starts making up a story and go, oh, I did that because I could figure out that. No, that never happened. That's a story you tell yourself after the fact. Rationality is largely post hoc. It's after the fact. It doesn't happen in the moment. We don't rationalize to make decisions in the moment. That's absurd. It can't happen. We definitely don't do that. I'm not saying we don't apply rationality to our decisions, but when it comes right down to it, and I go, all right, I know what I'm going to do next, and I don't do what I'm going to do next, what I planned out, that's intuition.
See,
Hindsight
I find
20/20.
this very interesting because I value highly logic and making sense of the universe. But I've noticed that there's times that you just need to forgo all of that and just fucking do things, because my current schedule, I can really only work out in the mornings. Whenever I set an alarm clock for 6 a.m., every rationality in my head is like, stay in bed for another 30 minutes. Fuck that. Hit the snooze button. Let's set the alarm clock a little bit further. You could use another hour of sleep. You know you deserve it. But there's also something in me that's like, just get the fuck up and go do the thing. And when I listen to that, my whole day is entirely better.
Yeah.
It's almost like the opposite of rationality.
It is the opposite of rationality because we are not rational creatures. We are never going to be rational creatures. We're not supposed to be rational creatures. That assumption is wrong, and we know this experimentally. So I have no idea where we keep going.
And you're aiming for the highest, Blue Jay. You're aiming for the highest there. You've set you're going for the top, right?
Right. There's two
angels.
It's
simple. You've set your eyes on your highest
there's
life.
There's two angels. One points down and one points up. And which one do you listen to? Right. And this is a well-known trope in all of mythology or fairy tale or storytelling or however you want to frame it.
But what I find interesting is that whenever I follow the high angel, it's almost like I have to give up a certain amount of my brain and myself.
Yes.
Of course.
You have to submit. You have to sacrifice in order to go higher.
Every form of transformation or transition requires something of you. Even on a materialistic scale, you can have to say, force equals mass. You have to have something that happens that pushes it along. So if you want to change your behavior, you have to give up you have to give up sleep. You have to give up that will to sleep in. To point to your example. Do you understand what I mean? So that transformation of you're working on your body requires multiple amount of transactions or transformations of your habits, behavior, even your body clock, what you eat the night beforehand, the decisions you make the night beforehand. You all have to make those transactions in order to get somewhere, to do something.
Does
that make sense? Yeah, trade-offs. I'm trying to avoid that, but yeah.
Trade-offs are good.
People misunderstand trade-offs, Mark, don't they?
I have a video on that. I'll post it in the chat.
I know, it's a great video.
But what I don't understand is like, there's like a voice inside of me that it's not a trade-off, that it's like, no, dumbass, this is exactly what we should be doing. This is awesome.
I would argue because you're looking at it as a quality matter rather than a values matter in that instance.
I think I have different values.
But you have to train yourself.
I'm sorry.
What's the X-Files thing? I want to believe.
Can I rephrase that, please?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I meant to say that I have multiple values.
Of course.
Of course you do.
We all do.
Everybody does. That's the trick, is that we can't reduce ourselves to a single identity, because then we can't resolve the conflict of values and virtues in the moment. Right? And this is the problem of the future. Do I eat the candy now and become fat in the future, or do I resist and then save myself for the future? Like, oh yeah, these are real decisions that happen all the time.
You also train your rationality is something you train, essentially. Something you develop, you transform. You learn to be even more rational because you're an anti-rational, like you're anti-rational. Like you have to learn, you use that knowledge, and that knowledge is only just, it's an empty bottle, and you have to learn to fill up the vessel with knowledge in order to be useful. Otherwise, it's just an empty bottle. It's just knowledge. Do you understand?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of answered my question before I asked it. But I think what I'm really exploring is like, you kind of always know the right thing to do, and if you would just fucking do it, your life would be exponentially better.
That's solipsism. You don't know what the right thing to do is.
If
you're a believer, if you're a Christian, you don't. You actually have to be. You have to be in this communication with God or with the universe or whatever your metaphysics is to believe. As I said, you want to believe. You have to have faith that you are making the right decisions, because you might sin. You might be misdirecting. You might be after truth and not the true thing to do. You might think, oh, this is the truth. I know what to do in the moment.
Do you not have that voice in your head? Like whenever you click on like another YouTube short, or you like eat an extra bag of chips, you're like, this is pretty fucking stupid.
I ate dinner at 10 o'clock last night because I was doing a bunch of other things. So it's like, well, maybe I shouldn't have the full cheeseburger. Maybe I should have cut it in half because I'm going to sleep better if I eat less at night. But a part of I just know that I've learned, hey, if you're going to eat that late, eat less because it's going to be better for you overall. And then silly me goes, but there's that lemon cream tart that Christina made in the fridge. And it's only 10:30. And this Nicolas Cage movie is pretty good.
Is that voice,
that cream tart did not survive,
or is that outside of us? Is that God?
What's a value? I valued that. I made a value-based judgment. I know what the right thing to do is, but I go, wow, you know what?
Well, there's still two angels. There's still two angels, right? And that's why therapy, like internal family systems, works, because there are personalities. Or you can take Jordan Peterson's personality course. I highly recommend, actually, even though I hate psychology. It's very useful to realize there are these competing forces in your head that have different values, and sometimes the value is do it now versus do it later. So it's not a change in value, it's a change in timing. And sometimes the answer is do it now because there is no later. And sometimes the answer is do it later because now is going to be worse. If you do it now, it's going to be worse for you in the future. There's no way to tell that in advance. This is the sin point that Jesse was bringing up, right? This is why it's a Muppet crisis, because we don't know. We're Muppets. I'm a Muppet. You're a Muppet. We're all Muppets.
I disagree. Maybe I have a different subject. Maybe I have a different subjective reality than you, but I think I always know what the next decision is for me. And lots of times I like to know that, and I will make the right decision and make my life worse tomorrow.
Are you God?
Then you don't.
You're making yourself a god, little G God. In that
No,
moment.
but it depends what you're talking about. If it's like whether you're going to eat too much or not, like, no, there's rights. And I mean, you know, if you eat too much, you're going to get fat, and that might not be cool.
No, again, you're putting that. See that you snuck in a proposition. If I eat too much, I will be X negative thing.
Well, you will be.
No. You can still, over time, in the value set, go, well, you know, okay, I made that decision last night to eat the dessert, so I can. Because I made that judgment, I can choose to do different things today to level out that judgment.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like I'm just being honest. I find that I do know what's right, and I know when I'm doing something wrong. Like I know.
I feel it on a scale.
How do you verify that though?
Because my stomach feels too big.
But you put it in your. Sorry, I'm just trying. Sorry, I know we're talking on the internet, but in your description, you put a value-based metaphysic. You said if I eat too much, I'll get fat. And that last part of the sentence is what I'm arguing with.
Which part?
The description.
The modus ponens part.
Because you can eat too much and it's fine. It's what you do with that once you've made that causal reaction in the world that matters, that value.
Oh, no. I have to be one step ahead of myself.
You're not going to be, though. It's not how you function.
Well, I do actually.
You can hope to be. Of course, you can hope to be making the right decisions in the world.
I think I can translate what's going on here. This is what I call the kingdom argument. You know, the whole concept that we're wrestling with here is the American concept of being the king of your own castle. You know, the whole ball of wax is right in here. A lot of people feel like they have a right. Even a lot of people say a God-given right to figure out what in the fuck is going on in their own way to the best of their ability, and they need to be let the fuck alone in that process because it's a holy process. It's a sacred process to American people. It's something that we, you know, had the whole entire Revolutionary War about, and then the Civil War about all of the wars in the psyche, in the American psyche. And I don't think that's going to be a very easy thing to defeat, no matter how, you know, mathematically you can deconstruct what people are saying. At the core of it, I feel like, because this is getting what's getting talked past, is that belief that, you know, this is my house and I'm the king of it, and I have my own set of things that I believe in that I'll fight for. And then my neighbor over there, I know that we don't agree on everything, but, you know, that whole Voltaire thing, I'll defend your right to say it. You know, that's the critical part here that I think is being missed on a lot of these conversations.
Yeah, I think that's excellent. That pretty much, whenever I say I know what the next right thing is to do, it's like I know the castle I want to build, and this is the next step to do it. And if I don't follow this step, my castle will be worse tomorrow.
Yeah. Everybody's building their own castle, their own fortification.
Yes, but your castle can be a castle of corruption.
Well, people will say,
desires set against yourself.
I don't give a shit. You know, you can take your castle idea and ship it. You know, we're never going to get anywhere. Never. We have to let people build their own castles.
Well, yeah, that's the way I think now.
It's like the dick measuring Blue Jay was saying earlier. It turns into a dick measuring contest of whose castle is less corrupt. My castle is the cleanest, best castle ever. Your castle sucks. Nobody's going to talk to each other anymore. The participation is gone. It's blown to bits.
Yeah, I'm really into castles and tower houses, as you can tell. Like, wow. I never forget the reason I'm the Tower House is because I went to Blarney Castle in Ireland, and it's so cool. It's this big tower house, and on the main floor, there's another floor above it. It's more like 2 floors above, and there's nothing below. And the main floor, when people were approaching the Tower House, they would look. There was a lookout at the top, and they would look to see who was coming. And even if it was family, they would let them in to the main floor, and then they would question them from above. And even if it was their family, and the family had turncoated on them in any way, they would throw the boiling oil down on them and kill them. Like I understand that. I'm 70 now, and I used to be very what should you say? Maybe a bit naive, Jordan Peterson would say, but now I really believe in the Tower House. I really believe in protecting and questioning always, and being aware of, like, we live in a dangerous world. That's how I see it. And I'm part of it. I'm part of my dangerous world, right? As well. So it's a big job. It's a big job to be noticing not just yourself, but what's going on around you. And it's really stupid to think that everybody today is going to be who they were yesterday, etc. Like, yeah. So I'm really into building your castle and having a tall tower house. And the family lived on the top floor, right? So the kitchen and the servants were just above. They called it the murder hole, where they used to go out and pour the oil on whoever was going to try to trick them. And then that was the servants, and then up above the family lived at the very top. So Blarney Castle changed me forever. When I found out that they didn't even trust their family members necessarily. And I found that to be true. Like, we're too naive nowadays. We can be kind, we can be polite, but we do need our castles.
Well, it's worth asking why we're naive. And I think the reason why we're naive is because we're relying on knowledge and not intuition. We're relying on things that aren't proper participation to know about the world. So we're using frames like economics and stupid frames like politics to try and make sense of a world that is too complex to be made sense of or reduced into frames like economics and politics.
Right. That's exactly true, Mark.
There's also a leadership crisis going on. There's not enough examples of right embodiment for people to model their behaviors on.
Right, exemplars, right?
And that's what leads to thinking you can just do it all yourself.
We need Don Quixote. We need Don Quixote. Like, man, I couldn't figure out why the author went on and on for however many hundreds of pages, right? You read that story and you wonder what the hell is going on. Well, there you go. He's an exemplar. He has a code, and he follows his code, and that's the story.
It's a very American story.
Yeah, but a nice Spanish American story. But no, but why has this become considered to be such a great piece of literature? Because it's just his story of embodying the code of chivalry, right?
Well, I think, if anything, it proves how fragile leadership is, and that's why people lean more towards self-reliance and self-individuation. They don't trust anybody.
There's a lot in that story, right? There's other things, like there's the idea of the true seeker. Yeah. And this idea gets exemplified over the place. So there's a great Babylon 5 episode, and I can't remember which one it was or which season it was in.
It's on Tubi now, by the way. It's off HBO. It's back on. It's on Tubi.
Oh, good, excellent. What happens is a guy shows up, and he's looking for the Holy Grail. Now this is 2025 or something, right? Whenever it is, it's like way in the future. And
Michael York.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But the Minbari race are like giving him any help he needs, and the captain, who's from Earth, is basically like, this guy's a lunatic. Why are you helping him out? And they're like, no, he's a true seeker. And he's like, the Holy Grail cannot be in space. What is wrong with you people? We didn't have space travel back, right? He's just like, why would you do this? And they're like, no, you don't understand. True seekers are valued in our culture. So it's this deep exemplification of, you may be a fool, but you may be a holy fool.
Right.
You may be wrong, but in your wrongness, you may discover something that is correct.
Right. Well, that's what Bhumi Shrumi was saying about building. Exactly. That's the same point.
Right. Well, and Vervaeke talks about this too, right? In Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, one of the things he says is, we don't need to make everyone wiser. That's not required. but we do need more wise men. Why? Because effectively, the wise man is the person that can be the exemplar to people, whether they're wise or not. At least they see wisdom in the world, and now they can value it more appropriately relative to the other things they see in the world. That I would call as proper orientation. That's why orientation matters, is because values need to be oriented to and against in relation to. They can't be reduced to material or numbers or any of that.
But the point is that, you know, that's my second law thing, and entropy. The point is life is really messy, and so are we. That's the point of Don Quixote. He's a messy guy. Nothing's turning out. It's so crazy messy. It's not funny, but the point is he's an exemplar. He's embodying, he's staying true to his castle construct, if you like. And so that's the problem. That's how what I see as being, I see it everywhere. People are so full of themselves and so truly disingenuous. They're not willing to show how stupid. Well, we do talk about Muppets, but we're not willing to show how stupid, how messy, how we fuck up all the time. We're always trying to. There's always this kind of nice little civilized veneer, and it's not true. I think that's why we like this group, because I think there's enough earthiness and rawness to
authenticity.
Yeah, we're just kind of throwing stuff out, and I think we trust each other enough, right? We trust each other. We don't agree in lots of ways, but there's some kind of lovely trust that we feel we can be somewhat who we are, like we can be our human selves. We're all
we
really
feel like we're getting
up.
somewhere. I feel like the conversation moves. It does,
but it's not perfect. It's organic.
No,
I don't like the word organic, but
right. We're exemplifying proper participation. I mean, and that's
exactly.
the point of this live stream,
Right.
is to exemplify proper participation.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. In with all of our warts and everything else, as Don Quixote is. I mean, we're all the holy fool, right? We all are the holy fool, one way or the other. And maybe some of us get chosen to be more holy fools than others. I suspect, right?
Well, you become the fool before you become the magician, allegedly, right? But I got to go build a coffee table. I will catch you guys later. If I see you on, I'll hop back on.
Oh, see you near.
Thank you for visiting.
Thanks for the chat, man.
Yeah, man. You too, Jesse. See you guys. Take it easy.
Bye. I love the accent, right? How do you get that accent? It's just
the Rebel Mountain accent. Is that what you're?
Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Well, you grow up in, I think, northern Georgia, and then you move somewhere, I forget where, and then you move to West Virginia, and then you get that accent.
Cool.
Do you like random accents? Because I can do a bunch of different random accents for you. That
You guys, American accents are great. You have so many different ones, right?
Oh yeah, we get a ton.
Yeah, you're really local.
It's because your country is too damn big.
Yes. There are 11 nations in North America.
Yeah, but the
Only
states.
11.
Yeah, but there's real identity with place in America, much more so than we have, I think. You know, like
it's because they don't leave.
You're really connected.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
because they don't leave.
Oh,
isn't it statistic like 50% of America doesn't have a valid passport? Or it's more, I think it's more than that, but I think it's fair to say the last time I heard about it was like they just don't have a valid passport.
That is true. Yeah, well, we don't need one to travel, and you can go like the U.S. is way bigger than Europe, so like you can go a lot further than a European can go without needing a passport.
Yeah, and
there's need a passport to go to Canada.
There's so much going on, right? Like there's so much going on in the States. You've got a huge population, and
What about Mexico? Can you go to Mexico without it?
No. Nope, okay, absolutely not. Never could. Never could.
Okay.
You used to be able to get into Canada with just a driver's license before real ID. Now I think you need a real ID, if I remember correctly.
Right, because of COVID.
But I use my passport because I have a passport, so I get to use my passport. I don't think they stamped it for Canada either when I went to Thunder Bay. I'm rather upset.
Are you going? You're not going to the conference, Mark?
In Chino? No, I don't have the resources to go to the conference in Chino.
Oh.
I'll be lucky to have any resources at all by the end of by the time the conference rolls around.
Just do some consulting, Mark. Just do some consulting. You'll be fine.
I'd like to. I wish I could find some good consulting gigs. Unfortunately, everything is
They're out
the
there.
computer
They're
industry.
out there.
Well, the computer industry's completely collapsed, right? All the big companies are double-digit layoffs. All of
I
them.
think there's a channel called Mark Labrie on that. He's talking about the computer industry. I'm not sure. There's like a 40-minute rant this week, something about software and
I did another
control
software rant,
systems
yeah.
and verification methods.
Did you watch my last one? The one about complexity?
I was doing piano practice as I was watching it, so I was like half getting it, and I was like, Mark doesn't. He's like, this is definitely a rant.
Am I not? Yeah, so I wasn't connecting. That's what I was afraid I wouldn't be able to connect. I've been working on that for a while in my head, but I was like, I just got to do a video, and then I don't think it landed. So, which is fine. But it's hard to express complexity in any reasonable fashion. So, fair enough.
You need a summary. With your rants, you need to summarize.
So, well, that's also true. I tried to summarize at the end of that. So I did,
I
Jesse.
didn't get to it. Sorry.
Just for you, I gotta move you because your stupid things. There we go. Just for you, I listened to my Fourth Estate video again, and I took notes on my own video, which was the most painful thing I've done in my life. So, and then I used that to do a new video, which is going to come out soon. I have 3 videos in the kitty, and I'm gonna have to edit at least one of them because my editor is busy. So they won't be great. They won't be a wonderful edits, but they'll be edited. And then I use that in the formation of one of the new videos. So we'll see if that worked. You'll have to give me feedback on that one. We'll see if you can recognize which of the 3 it is. So there's going to be 3 videos coming out. We'll see if you can figure out which one it is. And
one thing I wanted to do is you sent me that Mark of Wisdom document. I actually wanted to record it. Like do it, like read it out, record it as an audio file for people to listen to. I think that will have value because sometimes reading a bunch of text.
I want to make sure that the text is in a structure that people can engage with, and I'm not sure it's there yet.
Maybe it'll be. Okay. Well,
that's my goal. My goal is to get enough feedback to say, no, you idiot. Here's what's missing, Muppet. And then once I get that feedback, I can, because the idea is fully formed and I know how to do it because I do it all the time. The problem is communicating what I do all the time in a way, not just communicating it, but communicating it in a way that other people can replicate, because that's a different set of problems.
Well, yeah, my thought was that if I read it out loud and then other people that are in the discussion group get that and can hear it in a different context, it might help them formulate more thoughts.
Right. Well, you want to provide them enough structure so that they have structure to have thoughts form on. It's very tricky. The way estuary does it, just remove all structure, and I disagree. Right? And so I want structure and hierarchy built into the system so that people have a way to participate. Because one of the observations that we made on the awakening from the meaning crisis server is that if you try to do things like equalize the playing field, so if you have people coming to a meditation and you call on them, and even just to say, you don't have to put on your camera, they will often disconnect immediately and never come back. In other words, they were happier not being called out, right? When they could just hide in the corner. And so I want to make a space for that. Then I want to make another space for people who are reticent and want to be acknowledged, right? And then I want to make another space for people who want to participate, with other people in the moment. Right? Because there's different modes of participation, and you shouldn't try to privilege the equal modes of participation because they're different. That was the problem, was Brett kept making them equal, and every time he did that, all the people who were shy would just leave and never come back. And I was like, well, you're just losing people because you insist on talking to them. When in fact, maybe they just need 3 or 4 visits before they'll talk on their own without any prompting, which is what you want. You don't want to have to, I'm not saying don't ever do that. I'm saying you don't want to have to do that and risk losing them. That makes no sense to me.
Right.
Often the shy people have good questions too. They're just afraid to put it out there.
Yeah.
Because there's no space for them to be. If everyone's so assertive and they're in that awkward zone, in the gray zone of, I have a question, but I don't know how to put it out that can also be a hindrance too.
Yeah.
Does that make
Yeah, like that's what Peterson talks about that
Yep.
too, how he used to divide the kids in groups. He put all of the sensitive introverts together in one group, right? For that very reason. I found that myself teaching, assuming that that everybody responds like in time and space in the same way is ridiculous. But that's really a great idea, Mark. Really,
Yeah.
I think that's so important, actually. I think that's
Right. It's
it sounds
important.
like a little thing, but it's actually incredibly important.
No, it's huge. You want to give everybody a way to participate that they're
Yeah.
comfortable with.
Yeah.
And when you try to
Yeah.
equalize everything, you can't do that, right? You can't be all things
Mhm.
to all people. And so there's this tension. And then the question is, well, how much structure and how much lack of structure so that ideas can cohere in a way that everybody can participate in those ideas when you
I
have
know
them.
that's the problem. That's for me the problem with church, to be quite honest, is because to me, church tends, I don't know, like if you're highly introverted and highly sensitive and eccentric and you're an abstract random thinker, there's not much space for you because church is so regimented, no matter which kind you try. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, there's different problems with church. One of the problems with church is that it's bringing itself down to meet people where they're at, and that's a deep mistake. Because it's just bringing everything down at that point. That's no
for
good.
sure. Yeah.
And then there's other churches that are we'll say too lofty, right? They're keep pointing up and up and up and up and up. We'll say on the spiritual side of the register, the ethereal side of the register. And so no one can meet them. And so they're always falling short. And then a bunch of people can't deal with always falling short. Right. And then you have the rest of the churches, which are basically Protestant rebellion camps. And that's basically what's happening. I mean, that was the big 5-hour live stream on Jacob's channel with Sam Adams, basically saying, well, I'm a rebel and I set up my situation so that eventually I would be kicked out of the church, which didn't happen. And so I was kicked out of the church and woe is me. And now I'm a victim. And I'm like, you hate victim culture. Why are you being a victim? But he's being a victim. And none of what he says happened. He uses the word excommunicate. I'm like, you weren't excommunicated. You weren't anything like excommunicated. None of that happened. They still want you there performing the liturgy and participating in the Eucharist. Like, that's not excommunication.
So Mark, tell me how you're going to do that with these different people. How are you going to set that up? That sounds, I just can't picture it. Is it going to be tricky to have spaces for the different personality types, I guess you could say?
I don't think it's that tricky. I think, and this is where I have to sound contradictory, even though I will insist that I am not being contradictory. When you put structure first, and then you add emergence, that is the proper role. Structure, then emergence, right? That way the emergence is constrained and emergences that happen outside the structure are ignored and excluded. That is correct, right? They are contained. So the emergences that are contained within the structure are held by the structure, and emergences that can't be, right, they get rejected or not seen. Either is fine. They can be filtered out or they can be rejected after the fact. That's fine. When you do that, what emerges, and that's part of the structure, that is the thing that is correct for the group.
Right.
Because
you're right.
my experience in online communities in particular, but communities in general, is that filter is the most important thing.
I agree.
Everything comes from that filter, but no filter that leads to stable group types is a good filter. In other words, any filter that you choose has to be flexible so that different types of people can show up and that different structures can emerge to accommodate that set of different type of people.
Yeah.
And getting that mix right is not trivial. I'm not trying to reduce it. I think it's very difficult. That's why I like feedback on the document, because when you get into the communication of what I just described, that's when things get tricky. Like, how do you tell people how much structure they need? Because there is a how much. It's not a how much, because it's not a quantity, it's a quality. What is the quality of the structure that is required so that a random group of people with a random mix, but with the right aim, right? Because that's the container, can enter and form something greater than they could form otherwise through mere emergence.
Right. Wow, that's quite an endeavor. That's
Thank
that's
you.
big. That's big. Wow, but I think you're right. I agree with you for sure.
One idea I had as well, and I would assume that you ought to have this, is to help people do principle-based learning. So I watched your middle out video, and for the last, I think I watched it twice. Even recently.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. But now every time I hear that, I try and take that principle and put it in different examples around my world, even in my workplace, and just go, hey, we're starting from the middle here. We're not actually like steps 1 to 4.
Great.
I've got problems. Like you can't just start from 5 onwards and assume.
Right.
But people doing that even in this dialogue can go, so drop that principle in, just teaching people, have a principle, watch it, and then watch your world for a little bit and trying to apply that principle in, and then you've embodied that principle. And I think that helps.
Well, that's great news. I'm glad to hear someone gets middle out thinking and the idea. And the interesting thing to me is that, and I don't particularly like Ken Ham, but Ken Ham actually does some talks. And I forget which talk I was listening to, but I was listening to one of his talks. He's the guy that does the Ark Encounter, and he's a crazy creationist.
Okay.
And fair enough, he is. But he actually describes middle out thinking in using entirely Christian language. And he basically says you don't start with the creation. And therefore, and he's got this little diagram that he uses, right? He's got this big Roman looking road and this little tiny dirt road. And at one end of the dirt road is a cross, right? And then there's an intersection point with the large road. He says, you can't grab these people from the large road and send them to the cross. You first have to send them back to Genesis and then send them to the cross. And I'm like, that's exactly what I've been trying to tell everybody. You can't start in the middle. You can't ignore the beginning point of the Bible, right? And even though, ironically, that's literally what Peterson does. He does what Kem Han shows in that diagram and talks about. He takes people into the Bible through history via Egypt, which is the place where history and the Bible definitely, certainly intersect. Whether it's accurate or not is not relevant. That's where the intersection is. And then he takes them back to creation. And then he takes them forward, up to the resurrection. And that is the correct way to do it. So he's actually doing what Ken Ham is talking about, using completely secular language, which is why it's not a revival, Vanderclown. It's not a revival, right? And that's how it works. I mean, that's not the only thing he does. See my videos on Jordan Peterson. I've got like 3 or 4 of them at this point. But that's part of what's happening. And actually, I think it's 10 more views to get 1,000 views on Jordan Peterson, his trick. So let's make that. I'd love to have one video with 1,000 views. I was surprised that one was going to be it, but that looks like it's going to be it.
Yeah. So what did you call that whole principle, though? What did you call it, you two?
Middle out thinking.
Middle out thinking.
Yeah, it's so one example of middle out thinking is saying, okay, here's what I do when I'm doing something. It's like, wait a minute, where did that start? Like, are you sure that's what you do? Like, how did you get there?
So what are you proposing then? What you're saying that
all right, let's try this, Elizabeth.
We need to stop jumping.
Well, hold on. What Peugeot used to do, he's not doing it anymore. He used to say to people, like he did this with rationality rules, where are you standing? Right. Say that. Right? And I'm a big fan of knowing where you're standing. But the better question to ask is where you're starting. Right. And because this is what happens. John Vervaeke goes, aha, non-theism. That's the answer. And then he goes, some of the church fathers were non-theists. Oh no, what do I do with how do I integrate this information? Because non-theism was the answer that I had in the moment. Like, I don't think I'm being unfair. I think I think you can watch John. That actually happened in his development, right? And then the answer is there's nothing wrong with non-theism as long as it starts with theism. But if you start with non-theism, you're starting in the middle. You can't identify where something isn't until you've identified the thing. That makes no sense. That's the middle out thinking. Where are you starting? You're starting with some understanding of God, and getting the rest of your understanding of God by poking at the edges. That's proper non-theism. Everything else is not, because you can't know the opposite of the thing until you know the thing. I mean, this is the whole identify against problem.
Right.
Like, you can't identify against, because then when you ruin the thing that you're identifying against, you don't exist anymore. You have nothing to do. Like, the whole thing collapses. That's why rebellion for rebellion's sake is dangerous. That's why identifying against is dangerous. That's why being a pirate is dangerous. Because if you're a successful enough pirate and piracy is successful, no more goods get shipped, and now you can't be a pirate anymore because there's no shipping to be a pirate against. Like,
right,
you can't
right.
stay in that state. It doesn't mean you can't sail the seas and pirate for a while. Obviously, I am doing that now. No, really, right? Like, so it's okay to have, but eventually the piracy, those things are rescinded, and in some cases they were rescinded, and the people engaging in them were then declared traitors. They were not. Yeah, and they
Some
were
pirates
hung.
got converted. Yeah, as well.
Well, some got most got converted, but a
Yeah.
few got hung as traitors, even though they had they weren't traitors, they were patriots. Like, what's going on, right? But and there are reasons. Like, some of them were traitors, but some of them were not. Like, and that's we get caught up in the ambiguity because of the hermeneutics of suspicion. We get caught up in the outliers and the places where things didn't work to say, aha, that's not what's going on, because one thing one time didn't work in one situation and I can prove it. And usually they're wrong, but even when they're not wrong, they're wrong, because if something works most of the time, that's good enough.
Right.
And they're not into good enough. They're stuck in the science frame. Even while they're being a conspiracy theorist and denying science, they're stuck in the science certainty frame. Instead of understanding, no, certainty is not granted to you.
Yeah. Right.
Did you, okay, so going back to this conversation, there was a moment where I would say there was a vulnerable or an honest or a spirit manifest when I challenged Blue on how does that work? And if we all paused and there was kind of like the dust settled, the tumbleweed rolled across and he had to think about it, and something came in. It was like a piece, you could say. Something kind of started, and then the whole conversation from that moment shifted, because we, in one sense, we're all aligned on, okay, we found the actual topic that we were talking past each other a lot, and up until that moment, there was a locking in, and then a fruitful conversation occurred. But before then, there was all these. I don't want to be too descriptive. Talking past each other, all shots fired, rather than all aiming at this right target.
I can't see what you're talking about. I don't know what you're meaning.
There's a pause in the participation when people are reorienting their aspect, particularly in this case, because Jesse pointed towards where are we aiming, right? And just by saying that to one person, it causes everybody to pause and say, oh, where am I aiming and where is he aiming? I'm waiting for his answer, but also I'm thinking about myself. Where am I aiming? And where did it all go wrong? Because obviously we got to the aim question, so something went wrong. Like, your brain just makes all those calculations intuitively, right? In your unconscious, that happens. That's what causes the pause to be universal. Everybody at once starts to reorient in the conversation because the spirit of the conversation had been lost. And Jesse very deftly reinvigorated that spirit by pointing at this gap, which is, well, what do you mean by, right? Or what are you aiming at? Or when you're using these words, what are you saying? What are you trying to convey, right? So that now everybody starts to point back into that conversation. That requires a reorientation. That reorientation causes a pause. Right. That's what actually the pause is caused by the reorientation, the simultaneous reorientation of the participants. Did I do you justice there, Jesse?
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I'm an intuitive myself, so I've had to like
Right.
navigate my own patterns. Say it that way.
Right. Well, and
And I think you
that's
get better
what
at doing
navigating patterns is about. You know, look, I can tell you the material rules and general guidelines of sailing a boat, right? Because I'm a sailor. I know how to sail a boat. I did not learn sailing a boat by learning port and starboard. Let me tell you, first of all, I'm dyslexic, and that really doesn't help. It's very big problem. But also, what happened was there was a boat. I was on the boat with my uncle and my father. That's what happened. And then I'm watching them. And then eventually, I know how to use the jib better than either of those two because I'm using the jib. And when you start to use the jib, you learn how the jib works. And then when you start to use the mainsail, because we had a 15 or 16-foot cat that my uncle owned. It was great. Out on the ocean, too. It was quite exciting. Yeah.
Oh,
And
no
then
wonder you're so good. That explains
learned-
everything. Sailing will tell you everything.
Well, and look, I mean, a few times, because my father was quite honestly an idiot when he sailed. He would just make dumb mistakes. He'd get us dunked in the water all the time because he'd fly the cat, right? He'd take it up on one pontoon and then it goes too far and then you flip over and then you're in the water. But the other problem he had is sometimes he'd go over the sandbars. There's a sandbar it's called Basket Island in Biddeford, basically, over by Hills Beach, which is where our family cottage is. And take it, and what happened is the rudder, which is a dual rudder system, would kick up and then it would get stuck. And so the problem now is you can't steer the boat, except I could steer the boat with the jib entirely. And I could make it go anywhere I needed to. And I learned that very quickly because we'd be stuck and there's other rocks to worry about and there's other things you have to do. And if you don't orient the boat right with the sails fluttering, basically, then you can tip over again. So you've got to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
And now my father, if it's just my father and I on the boat, he has to fix the rudder, right? And I have to make sure the boat doesn't do anything funny. So I've got to turn the boat and make sure it's still going with the mainsail set. And I learned how to do that fairly quickly because, that was a problem. Right? And so this is why navigating patterns matters, because the way you sail a boat is by navigation of patterns. You don't sail a boat by propositions and procedures. That doesn't happen. It's not to say you can't start there. And this is the trick with the Mark of Wisdom community document, is that you start with some propositions and procedures and rules, but you need to leave enough space in that system for the patterns to emerge and then allow for the navigation to happen through that. And that navigation isn't the navigation of the structure you started with. It's the navigation of the change in the structure you started with to accommodate the group of people that are that emerge inside the container.
Yeah. There you go.
That's the trick. And it is a trick. It's very difficult, right? And I'm not sure I can do it. I'm still struggling with it. And that's why I'm like, I need to do this because people need this. They need this community built. And so one of the things that happened, right? So I go off to the Table Rock Tea Company, right? To take their free tour, which is wonderful. Everybody should go to their free tour. There's their website, www.tablerocktea.com. And I meet the owners and I explain to them my vision, right? I say, look, I've got this vision of having a wisdom tea company. And the wisdom tea company, T stands for time, energy, and attention. I've been using it for years. I never noticed that. I'm a big tea drinker. I feel like a Muppet because I'm a Muppet. Just turns out I'm a Muppet. Who knew? Oh, no, I knew. I was a Muppet all along. So we only discovered this in the past 2 weeks, right? We all feel like complete Muppets. Sally Joe, Manuel, Mark, Ethan. We're all like, wow, how the hell did we miss time, energy, and attention is tea? Like, why didn't we put these things together? And then I start to do this research and I find this company. And there's, like I said, there's only 4 of these stupid companies in the United States, right? And the United States produces less than 1% of the tea or something in the world, right? And 2 of them are in South Carolina. 2. And the other 2 are in Mississippi. And then I go out there and I'm talking to these guys and I say, look, I have this vision of reinvigorating community by manipulating time, energy, and attention and getting people to, quote, be mindful of it or pay attention to their attention, right? Or think about, consider, rationalize your time, energy, and attention, right?
Mhm.
Tea
And then
ceremony.
what he does is he says, hold on a sec. And he runs over and grabs the book, which is how to run a tea farm, basically, right? And I'm like, whoa, I'm not going to read that. I just got the tour. I think I got it. He's over here, look at this chapter. And I read the chapter, and the chapter is basically about his experience learning an ancient Native American tea ceremony that's native to the U.S. And I'm like, well, that's great. So
Yeah.
he's very much on board now with the vision. He's like, oh, I think I see what you're trying to do.
Cool.
And he knows Peterson, and he knows, like, so he knows something, right? And he agreed with me about things like, well, modern evangelization has got it all wrong, and that's why Peterson is popular. He saw that immediately. This is a really smart guy. He's a great person. So I'm looking forward to trying to find a way to build a business with their help, right? Because it's all about participation. And his whole business model is around participating with smaller producers to create teas so that they can do that. And at the same time, I want to use the Wisdom Tea to build the tea cafe, the community that embodies that idea that both Starbucks and Panera Bread tried to do, which is bringing that idea of the cafe, the European idea of cafe, into the United States.
The 18th century idea.
The 18th century idea. Very, very good. Yes, excellent modifier there. That's perfect, right? Because I think it's important, because that is where a community was formed at a certain level.
Yeah.
It wasn't the day-to-day community, right? But we've lost that in the U.S. We're not getting that back. We can't reverse the clock on that in some sense. But what we can do is create that 18th century cafe, European cafe idea in the United States, and then start to engage in that way. And then they can become the wise people that Vervaeke talks about, right?
Yeah.
And they can exemplify wisdom. And then part of that is noticing what I think I'm noticing, which is this trend, this pattern of started with TED Talks. 15 minutes, I spew all my information at you as an expert, and boom, magic happens, right? And there's this thing to do a perfect TED Talk, and like TED Talk sort of ouroboroses itself. It's a snake eating its tail, right? And then it sort of destroys itself. And then you have the rise of these conversations, right? Of these YouTuber conversations and these amateur YouTubers. Then you have the rise of Jordan Peterson, of people with some experiential expertise, we'll call it, not expertise, but experience in something, where they're interfacing with the world in a different way and then sharing that participation experience. The difference, and I didn't see this at first because it was Sally Joe, who is in some sense my nemesis, because she always sees things that I don't. It really pisses me off, right? She says the difference between Vervaeke and Peterson is that Peterson's talking to a group of people, students, and Vervaeke's talking to a camera. And I was like, oh, that is one of the big differences between the two of them. Like, that's huge. Yeah, I was like, boom, mind explode. Mark, feel like Muppet again. Thanks, Sally.
Wow, she's insightful. Right? She's insightful.
Right. Well, she's super insightful. She's definitely important in this whole corner, because
smart
she's
lady.
dropped these nuclear weapons of knowledge all over the place. And you're like, whoa, that perspective is way more valuable than mine. Right. You're like, wow. And then what's coming from that is these long form sort of 3- and 4-way conversations that people are having. Right. But what we need to do is bring that out into the cafe, into the community, and say, well, we can do some of it online. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, let's keep the online. Let's not ditch it, but let's also make it in person, and let's help people to ask questions. And this insight came from when I visited Peterson, the Peterson talk in Charlotte, North Carolina, a few years ago, pre-fake news virus scam. Anyway, what happened was they had an app. And the app went on your phone. And when they told you about this when you came into the theater, it was like 7,000 people. So it's a huge theater. And on that app, you could put in a question. And then what they did was they allowed you to put in questions, and they were curating the questions, figuring out which ones were the same, and then ranking them. And that's what happened. And then they asked the top 10 of those questions. And I'm like, there's a way to participate with a large group of people. But then my innovation is, and when this I noticed from watching Paul Vanderklay's Q&As, and talking with guys like Joey, who used to run BOM, and BOM hasn't been the same since without him, right? So what ends up happening is people don't know how to ask good questions anymore. And that's part of what makes them shy. So if you have a producer there curating the questions with people to make them better questions, then all of a sudden you have a level of interaction and participation that is beyond just asking a question. Because now you're getting some interaction with that and making it better. And
capturing the geist of the moment.
Yeah, right. Well, and I do want to highlight Sally Jo's comment.
I love that. That was great.
At the Tea Cafe, we can have mansplaining Mondays and women'splaining Wednesdays. Yes. I'm sure
I did want to make I'm not
right.
sure if this is a descriptive observation, and it kind of does or doesn't help the podcast. But when the art scene in the 18th century was in France, around coffee, around the daytime, when that moves to New York, the pattern changes. It doesn't become coffee anymore. It becomes alcohol because you're in America. It doesn't become daytime because it becomes nighttime because you're in New York. And then that manifests a completely different art movement going forward. And you see that in the actual, the different reflections in the art from those, because CNES is Brian Eno's big idea. It's communities that produce artworks. It's not just individuals. So Monet and all those guys all knew each other in the time, and they're all giving each other feedback and work, and that improves the work and makes it better. Same things happens with the 19th century Russian realism. That's a whole, and the utopian like Italian futurism. They're whole scenes, but they're all more or less daytime phenomena because people don't have this 19th century or late 19th century idea of staying up late at night, and that staying up late at night starts to infuse the artworks, and Pollock and
they get darker.
Probably best represented in Rothko, because Rothko's are all like just stark realities, or Hooper, he's Nighthawks at the cafe.
Well, and I think Sally Jo's trying to do an art community idea, and art community ideas are very old, right? Because there is something to them. You want the distributed cognition that helps you constrain your art and model your art and interact with your art in a way that's only possible with other perspectives being present in the moment. Like, that's why I hang out with these people on the Discord server, right? Because they often give me an insight that I can't have on my own, right? And that's part of the advantage of distributed cognition. You can throw the knowledge aspect of it entirely and say the knowledge isn't even changing. You can just add perspectives to your existing knowledge.
Right.
New things. That's not new knowledge, is my argument, right? So that's why I like the formulation of information, signals, information, knowledge, understanding, right? Like it's a hierarchy. And I know John doesn't like that because John doesn't like hierarchy, right? But the reason why that's important is because you don't have new information when you're given a new perspective. That didn't happen. What you have is a change in your relationship to the perspective you already had. So nothing new has been added.
Right.
You've been opened up.
Right.
But nothing was added. That's actually really important, right? You have allowed, through humility, right, by humbling yourself, by submitting yourself, to actually listen to Sally Jo, who could barely talk when I met her. She's a horrible communicator. Oh my goodness, her and words. Oh, it was just awful, right? But opens up all this new way of thinking about things. And then it's like, oh, it wasn't new information. I wasn't learning anything new. I was submitting to her crazy artistic brain. And in that submission, I find new ways of putting together the information. And maybe you can argue that now there's new knowledge because you put the information together differently. But I would argue, well, it's not really new knowledge the way we think of it. It's a new way of forming information.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that creates new knowledge. But then knowledge is wrapped up in information, and it's not wrapped up in newness or additional information.
Right.
Insight.
Good distinctions. Yeah.
Insight. By definition, it's insight. It's no longer like knowledge can be temporal, right? But insight you can carry with you for a long period of time. Does that help?
Right. Well, I want to highlight, Sally Joe, it can't be daytime in America because work is our art. An interesting idea. We did venerate work by going to work dressed up. And yeah, we had a whole thing on that. And then distribution of thinking. It's great to disagree and sit with why. Yeah, well, it's great to, right. The distributed cognition has many advantages, and that's certainly one of them. This idea of being able to sit with disagreement, right? Or at least non-overlapping concepts around the same set of information and be okay with it. Because I think that is the skill, is the ability to accept disagreement. That's how you build intimacy.
Yeah.
I disagree with you, but it's not, the disagreement's not important. What's important is the participation, the cooperation. That's why knowledge is not important. Like, if knowledge is important, then disagreement is always going to be there, and we're never going to be able to cooperate correctly. We're never going to have the proper orientation and cooperation and participation, right? That's why it all leads back to that. And I like this. Talking is miserable. True story. Yes. Sally Jo used to have a very hard time talking, and it was miserable for her. And yeah.
This gets back to my thought on flexibility too. You need to learn to be flexible, learn to be flexible, and find people you can be flexible with. And that's how you build those shared values. Because you'll meet people and you've got no give. There's no back and forth. And so you have to find something that you both agree on, something you both value, that you share the value, and then you learn that flexibility starts drawing out like a rubber band, and then all of a sudden you're quite flexible, and then you can have better discussions because you're allowing the tension. You can have that tension between two people, and you know that you can come back and you still share values. But when you don't have that flexibility between people, that's war, literally.
Or boring, right?
Yeah.
It's just not going anywhere, man. Yeah, but there's lots of those conversations around. Just
well,
people don't understand what you just said, right? They don't understand the importance of the tension. It's beautiful. It's the drama of the whole thing.
Well, they want happiness, and they're reducing happiness to lack of conflict.
Yeah.
And the problem is all the good things happen in conflict.
Yeah.
Right. If Jesse doesn't push back and say, well, your video was missing this, then I don't improve my videos. But that's a conflict because he's saying your video is missing something. It's like, what do you mean it's missing something? I'm perfect.
I know.
I'm not a muppet like you, right? But of course I am. So without that conflict, I don't get better. Like, without that pushback, you don't get better. But you do get worse. Like, it's double bad. It's not like, oh, I stayed the same. No, you get worse.
Well, exponentially worse, like unimaginably worse is the fact, right?
Timing and manners matter. Timing and manners matter. So the time you make the comment, the manner in which you say it.
Yeah.
It also, you could even say the matter, like how you present your comment also matters. Like, matters.
Yeah, and look, I want to highlight this rather self-servingly. Right, Sally Jo, I'm self-aware of how I sound at least 40% of the time now, thanks to Manuel and Mark. It's awful, but exponentially more effective. Because Sally's still a materialist, so she cares about effectiveness. And then I want to highlight this too, Benjamin Franklin, right? I've been trying to be quiet and listen more, even though my brain is constantly throwing exception errors. Well, that's excellent. Like that's the magic, right? That's the secret is, yeah, I have things to say like all the time, but keeping myself quiet and letting people work out their ideas on their own works out a lot better sometimes. Sometimes not. Sometimes, especially with really difficult people, and I'm navigating those patterns. So like I don't get it right a lot of the time, we'll say, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes I hit it just on par, right? Fighting back against people at the right moment is really important. And of course, we got to do one for Jesse. Ooh, timing and manners. I like it. Yeah, it's good. Timing and manners is important. I think that was a really important point that Jesse made. This is the purpose of manners, is to teach you timing. Because if you just rush, and this goes back to what Benjamin Franklin was saying, if you just rush to say what you need to say right now in a hurry, that's not proper manners. Manners is part of what teaches you timing. Those two things interact in a very important way. Proper manners allows the contrast for you to wait to find the right time to make your point And part of finding the right time is also finding the right words. And I often screw up the most when I'm rushing, right? I'm rushing through something. I'm not taking the time to reorient, especially in the moment. Like the hard thing for me is I get in flow, and flow is cool because I can enchant people. The problem is I can enchant them and lose them at the same time.
Or enchant yourself.
Or enchant myself. Well, that I'm pretty good at. I think I don't enchant myself much, but that's another. But what happens is they are with me and they think I'm right, but they don't know why. And that I actually don't like. I'm trying to avoid that. I'm very bad at avoiding that. But I'm trying to avoid that. I want to be able to bring the audience with me step by step. But I never know where you Muppets are and which steps you're missing. Right. And so, because what I can do is you can just make a proposition and I can know where that ends immediately because I see it in my head. Like it's not even a question. I know where that's going to end. That's going to end in Gnosticism. I know where that's going to end. That's going to end in Holocaust. Like I know what I know this already. I can just see it. And the rest of you can't. Oh, most of the rest of you. And it's very frustrating because I'm like, how do you not see this? It's like the sun. How do you not see the sun rise in the east? Like really? And of course you don't. And it's like, oh, then how do I show them that one first step ends at this other place? And that's always what I'm constantly trying to navigate.
One thing I look for is like, has the person, and I do this intuitively, is like, have they made this point in the last couple of minutes? Are they repeating themselves? At the point of repetition, if there's no value in that repetition, it's like, okay, that's a moment. That seems to be a key to jump in. It's like, okay, you've put it out there. Maybe it was unformulated. Now I may need to kind of guide you or try to rephrase or restructure. There's an opportunity there in the rephrasing to either let them go further, which might not be good for them, or to kind of help them get back to the original point, or say they're wrong.
Well, and that's the issue. You know, people would often go off on Manuel and I about, oh, you're interrupting. It's like, yes, because when you make that first bad step in your story, so you're trying to make a point, and you come up with a story to make your point. It might be a true story, right? It might be a story of something that happened to you in the moment, and then you say, I knew at that moment X, and you're like, whoa, no, you didn't. There's a reason why we interrupt. Because if you continue with the bad axiom, with the bad statement, you will enchant yourself into believing that you're right, and it will be harder for us to explain to you why you're wrong. And that's often why we interrupt so early on, because we're like, oh, we see the mistake. Here's a mistake. If you continue from that mistake, you're going to be more convinced of your bad position.
Yeah.
And it's going to be harder for us to unwind that. And that's why we do it.
The dance.
It is part of the dance. And if you just say, oh, all interruption is bad, you're missing it. Even Vervaeke. Vervaeke and Maximus interrupt each other quite a bit, by the way. Vervaeke interrupts him quite a bit. And people are on Peterson about that. It's like Peterson's very effective. If he's interrupting, it's fine. Like I'm not saying I'm particularly fond of his interruptions. But look, I mean, Vanderklay does the same thing. He'll interrupt 10 seconds 3 times. It's like, really, Paul? Really? And some of them are completely orthogonal to the point he's trying to make. And he doesn't see it because he's got ADD. And he knows he has ADD. So, like, whatever. It's fine. But it's funny, right? Because you're like, oh, why did you stop? Just let them keep going. And he'll often say in the moment when he's doing his commentary, I should just let them talk. He knows he does it. He just can't stop himself.
Mm.
And that's
sorry, yeah.
Too,
I was
right?
going to say in my mind. I was going to say something about counter signaling in the dance. You know, if we're all doing the salsa, you can't have someone doing hip hop. Like, it's just, no, you've counter signaled. I have to acknowledge that you've counter signaled. I had a friend on Twitter this week do that to me too on my music poll. I was like, hey, second, I love you, man, but you're counter signaling me. Like, you're completely missing the whole purpose of this thread. And I won't tell you all the ways you've counter signaled me. I'll point out one and we'll go from there. We would have to, but if you've done it, I put out 4 points and you debated all 4 points at once. And I was like, you can't do that. We can go one by one, or you can kind of bring up something that you want to talk about, which is what I did. I rephrased it all and said, look, you put out 4 bad signals to my 4 good signals, I would argue. let's talk about one of those because I think that's the most important, and then go from there. So I'm not sure if that helps people. Just if it's a dance, you have to recognize what format it is, what are the aesthetics. Like if you're having an argument, go full war. And that was kind of my point a couple of weeks ago with the drawing of the swords. It's like you should be very wary when you're arguing with people, because once you pull that sword out of the sheath, you have to be ready for war. And we don't want that. We don't want people doing that. That's not how you build communities, and that's not how you participate in restructuring of society, which is where we've gone wrong. Because we're all just ready to go to war, and it's just not.
Right. Well, that's the hermeneutics of suspicion, right? So Sally Joe, exception errors are hell if you're imaginative, because what if the dog did eat it, right? And so you're fighting against your own imagination in some sense. You're saying, well, what if, as she says, they are just trying to be nice? What if they don't really mean it? And it's like, oh yeah, maybe they don't. But the thing is, it's always best to act as if they do, right? So you always have that positive attitude. The power of positive thinking is not entirely BS, right? There's something to it, which is when you have the attitude that people are good and that they're going to treat you well, you're more likely to see it when they do and engage with it in a way that opens you up to the full benefit of being treated in a way that you want to be treated, right? That's why you treat others as you want to be treated yourself, right? Like that there's a principle behind that actually works. Whether or not I agree with it is a different issue entirely, but there's something to that. I don't want to say that it's entirely correct and you should just like read the positive power of positive thinking, right? I don't want to say that, right? But I do want to say it's not all completely wrong.
I've told people to read Eckhart Tolle, even though I don't really agree with Eckhart Tolle. But it's a step. Yeah. It's something so way out there. It's like, the power of now and that sort of thing. It's like at least you can have something to begin a much deeper conversation with. It's like not fully on board with all of Tolle, but it might be accessible to you to have at least this principle that you could play with and participate in, or at least use. It's a dangerous thing when you're pointing to others when you're not fully on their side too. You have to kind of the nuance you're trying to have to.
Well, especially if you don't know all their mistakes. Right? So it would be hard for me to point at McGilchrist, for example, because that's what ends up happening is that if you're not familiar with his stuff, then you can get caught in the problem of sending somebody there and them finding, say, the bad part of his work or the part that you don't want, that doesn't fit with your point, right? And they go off and use that and come in a bad way. Because that happens.
Yeah. Especially with great thinkers, right? These people are all so highly gifted. So
it's easy to misunderstand Vervaeke and use Vervaeke's work to become solipsistic. That's what happened on the
I think so.
Discord server. A bunch of them used it, become solipsistic, and basically become worse people. And I watched that happen. And that's why the server dissolved. They all got worse because they were all solipsistic. They're all like, "Oh, I have the answer. It's meditation." And then they do the meditation there by themselves. And it's like, well, no, that's not how it's supposed to work. You should be doing it in communitas.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Eric, welcome, sir. Good to see you, my friend.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I was lifting logs that were probably 3 times my weight, or trying to. So.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you, despite the fact that you're tired. What you got for us?
Oh, absolutely nothing. I'm here. I'm here to just scrape off the goody, juicy, intellectual conversation and enrich my mind with.
This is not intellectual. We're not intellectuals here. We're Muppets.
We're Muppets. You have to be
We're Muppets. We're Muppets trying to figure out the patterns of life.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll work too.
The problem is too much intellectualization. That's what I was trying to point towards. And I maybe fumbled my point as I do. But the problem is we over-intellectualize things. The descriptive problem is where I want to start with my micro podcast. It's like, I was thinking about, people don't know this prescriptive problem and they don't see it happen in real time. It's like, why did someone describe a piece of music as a track rather than a song, or a jam rather than a vibe? Like these, how language is being manipulated to get you to react to a certain thing that they already put forward for you, and you're being getting caught in this descriptive trap. You're not actually getting wisdom, you're getting someone else's opinion that's kind of coded as wisdom. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it depends on whether or not you're assuming that what people are giving you intentionally from their point of view is what the wisdom that you can glean. Because obviously you can pull wisdom out of completely inane or absolutely ridiculous things, which I don't know. It probably speaks to the popularity of things like, Simpsons, Family Guy, Rick and Morty, all that sort of stuff, right? Like there's a certain amount of social commentary, and then you can pull a bunch of stuff from the absurdity of and then the humor or the mere fact that such a thing exists. it's it's not always what people think they're putting forward that you get, obviously, and I think that's one of the things that's taken for granted, or not taken into consideration sometimes, where it's easy to lose that. Anyway, but
right on.
I don't know why that came up.
I was just starting a
invaded
conversation.
by beards. It's
Yeah.
it's a beard invasion.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't hide
I'm
it.
a clean shaven 16-year-old. Yeah. So I have to ask, Mark, what in the world is that going on there? You look like a steampunk aloha captain.
This is the idea.
This is
Okay.
the whole idea, right? This is the whole idea is to have the navigating patterns pirate broadcast, right? And so
Okay.
I saw this stupid monocle and I was like, I have to have. It's like $10 on Amazon. Like, I have to have that, right? I already have the hat, and I was like, no, this is great. We're gonna do a live stream that's live
It's
navigating
great.
patterns. If you're live navigating patterns, you must be a pirate. So yeah.
Okay,
That's how
fair
it
enough.
works.
But I think you have to lose the undershirt because you have to have like scraggly, chest hair popping out there to really complete the. I don't know.
Really?
That's my
the
preference.
requirement?
So I don't know if it's
And a
It's,
vest.
it's
it's not
a great look.
requirement.
You need a
It's a-
I
vest.
need more.
All pirates
I
have
need
vests.
more
Yeah.
costume for this. Is that what you're saying? Like you're not.
And also
talking
a
about-
shaver. You need a shaver.
And a pistol.
Begun with a bloody ass. Sorry.
All right. Enough of that, Michael. What you got for us?
Well, it depends on whether you want to pick up where we left off.
Oh,
No. We can go wherever you want. The floor is open.
not sponsored.
So, ego, if ego means something like self or I, right? I understand that within Latin to be I, right? And then within Greek to be like in place of using something like I, like I'm doing this. If it's used in that sense, or it's like the house that's built, I think that what Ian McGillicrest might get at is something to the effect of like whatever your left hemisphere is made up of, right? Like that's sort of, maybe that's like a persona. It's the self, it's the house, right? And then I think the Christian tradition tries to talk about that as a house that is built, within a different environment or a foundation, right? So it's, we might think of egocentrism or like this person being egotistical, right? Like kind of full of themselves or something to that effect. And like in that sense, I agree with you. Like the less of that, the less of a self-obsession, right? Like almost in the Satanist sense, right? Where it's like me worshiping me and what I want. But when there's a giving up of that, right? And I'm not even really capable of giving that up. It's almost like asking for mercy to give up wanting that. And then grace is permitted in order to let go of those things. And that's what I'm calling something like a transfiguration of the ego, to where the you or the I, the ego, is then baptized. Literally, there's corruption. It's now washed away or burnt out, either baptism by fire or by water. And something new is given birth, an ego that is built on the rock, right? A house on the rock.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody use ego that way. I mean, ego in the psychological model is always in contrast with self. And it's the self that transforms and the ego that prevents transformation. That's the Jungian and the Freudian model to some extent. And so ego is always bad in that it is the thing that prevents or resists change. And that's only bad when it's bad not to change, right? So but otherwise it's good because you have to build on something. But the ego is not the rock upon which you were built. The ego is the rock that gets chiseled out as you grow to form the statue that you become, right? Or the form that you ultimately become. That's how I would do it. I know that's not the best analogy in the world, but it's as close to your term usage from earlier in the chat that I could get.
So I wouldn't call it, just in case it sounded like I did, I wouldn't call the foundation ego, but the house that's built on that foundation ego, right? And so that's the self. And so that those foundations, this is also the same dichotomy of spiritual warfare of that which is of the flesh versus that which is of the spirit that Paul talks about in Galatians, right? So everything that is built on works of flesh, right? Things that are of drunkenness, that are of lust or greed, or that you could say the passions or egregores, if you like, Elohim even, right? So here are these things, these certain kinds of a rebellious Elohim, right? And if you have an ego that's built on those, they're the sort of the foundation or the environment that house is built on. The verses, the only alternative that you have in that mercy asking, which orients you towards the good, the beautiful, and the true, is of the spirit, right? And that's a house built on rock, right? And that's a foundation that produces a kind of tree, or a house or a tree. That tree produces fruits of the spirit, right? Love, joy, kindness, self-control, these things. And so where knowledge comes into that, why I'm steel manning that in the first place, is that those houses, whether they're built on the passions, right, and on that sand, right, it's like each piece of wood that builds that house on the sand is sort of like knowledge that's produced from those passions or from those demons or from however you want to think about that. Similarly, the house on rock, right? Every stone that's laid to build that house that's on rock, because it's coming from an environment that is rock. It's like building a castle that will stand, right? And that castle is built on from the Lord of Lords, right? From the highest good. And so now you have an ego that gets built, a self, an I that gets built, but it's on a solid foundation with solid materials that are everlasting.
Guys, I would like to continue this, but I've got to go. One thing I just wanted to throw in is peace is right orientation.
Yes.
Maybe that'll help. You're at peace. I was trying to make this point before. When we're the spirit of peace comes when we're all aiming at the right thing. So maybe because you're talking about how things manifest and what container they're coming in. So maybe that will help. But I gotta go on. Does that make sense?
I think so. I certainly agree in the sense that when you're oriented towards the good, that there's a peace that comes with that.
Yeah, well, the house can be possessed by many spirits, but it's upholded. You can come into a peaceful home, right? It's because everything's it's orientated towards things. You can go into a home. It's all you can even before you get into a home, you can see the garden, and that's all chaotic. Or there's everything's everywhere, there's car parts, and you kind of already know things aren't orientated, or things have an orientation already before you even meet the person. You can kind of see things about their life and how it's manifesting.
It sounds like you're talking about having things in the right order.
Both and, maybe. Maybe it's both and. This is a very complex discussion, and I don't like to over intellectualize things, perhaps, because you get into descriptive problems. But yes, there's an aspect of observing patterns, and you can see how that people's identities are built around patterns in their life, and you can see what possesses them or what spirit is in their house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so as far as I can tell, the only real peace is being possessed by something like logos, right? It's like it's letting the Son of Man work through you.
Well, things in harmony too. Things can be in harmony, and that can produce a type of peace as well. So you can have different descriptions of the logos, but if they're in harmony.
Well,
like I might not completely agree with your Christian tradition, but then I can harmonize with that, and we can have a peace together, and that can build a conversation.
Well, this is Mark.
But there might be that flexibility idea. Yes. So that's
This is what I was getting at with baptizing, which is
yeah.
what I think helped convert a lot of pagans when Christianity was on the rise. Is here was logos, right? Like the word of the message of the highest good that could take something that was corrupt. So you take eros, and instead of eros becoming lust, right, it's baptized in logos and in love, and turns into like agape, right? Instead of being the corrupt version of that thing, right? And so there's a baptizing, a washing of these things in the good. And so I think knowledge is that way, right? Where there is there's all kinds of snares and traps about bad knowledge and the kind of corruption that it can cause, right? But when that knowledge is it's like you're not doing it for you, right? It's not in this selfish thing, but you in humility go, I can't figure this out. I don't know better. I can't map my own good and evil, right? And I'm giving up my own control to whatever the heck it is that I'm in touch with that can even sense beauty, truth, and good. I give myself up to that entirely and go, guide me, because I don't have it.
Phenomena. That's where I would want to land on this. Being able to understand the different phenomena that happen in life, and not reducing the world down to a certain amount of variables. Because that's kind of how people build their identity in some ways. They reduce it down to a set of variables, and they say, I am these variables, and then they try to build up from that. And it confuses the different signals they have in life, well, that they're receiving and the ones that they're giving out, because it's built on bad understandings of phenomena that they have.
Right.
Phenomena being kind of code for spirit.
Now, admittedly, it's a very Christian position, but
I'm both and. Like I'm trying to. There's a dance that I'm trying to play and trying to play with it. Plus, I've really got to leave, but I love this conversation. God bless you. Take care, everyone.
See you, Jesse. Thank you.
So I might say something from a Christian tradition, which is like when you try to have these other phenomena, like so in a Nietzschean will to power, where you're trying to get these phenomena, these spirits, to work harmoniously for you. What you find quickly is that, or at least I think the Christian position on this, but it's certainly been my experience, is that it's not too long before that phenomena, you don't have that phenomena the phenomena has you, right? And all of a sudden,
Right.
you are now in bondage to that phenomenon, and that the
Right.
highest sense of freedom or individuality that seems to exist only comes in liberation by way of asking for mercy and getting grace from the thing that works highest, that is actually in charge.
I don't buy the mercy grace argument at all. It's too Protestant for me.
Sure.
I
Well,
don't.
so the alternative to that is
No,
something
but
like Nietzschean will to power.
well, look, Nietzsche's just wrong. Like, it's not hard. Just don't listen to Nietzsche. Problem
Okay.
solved. If you don't create the problem of will to power,
Mhm.
it's not a problem. You don't need to solve it anymore. Like that. This is what, like, everyone's like, oh, let's pick this frame. It's a bad frame. Don't pick the frame. Now you don't have to fix the frame. Like, really?
Mhm.
Like, Nietzsche's will to power is obviously, observably, just clearly wrong. He's just
Mhm.
wrong. It's not right because you're stuck on this flat plane again. It's all competition, right? There's no possibility of cooperation. It's all like I win, you lose, right? Because you're not all sacrificing to move up, like we talked about earlier. You got to move up. You got to transcend. That only happens through mutual sacrifice.
So in my participation with, let's say, egregores, right? Just to throw a word at it. So my participation with egregores, it's like, okay, because it doesn't seem like I'm necessarily some kind of me. I'm like this cup, and I get filled with things, right? I get filled with lust. I get filled.
Well, you can if you're a cup. If you're not a cup, if you already fill yourself. So if we want to go all Christian perspective on it, what I would say is, if you are filled with the Christian story already, right, and you're embedded in that story, because both those things somehow happen at once. I don't care to explain it, but I think this is the way Christians talk about it, right? Or at least the really good Christians. And if you don't talk about it, maybe you're a bad Christian, right? But you're filled with the story and you're participating in the story all at the same time, right? Jesus fills you up or fills up the story, however they frame it, right? Then nothing can enter you, and you have that protection. And that, I would say, is what baptism does. So the most recent baptism I went to was an Orthodox ceremony, which is fascinating, by the way. Highly recommend. Very interesting ceremony, right? And they actually, renounce Satan and spit out the door. It's like, whoa, like that's hardcore, man. Like this is, and this is all the dunking, and then they get symbols around their neck, and they get to choose them, and like it's very, it really resonates with somebody who's familiar with, we'll say, occult style practices, pagan style practices around participation, right? It's really like, oh, the symbology is there, the interaction is there, the mysticism is embodied. It's embodied mysticism. That's what, right? But the way you talk, Michael, right? And hopefully you won't take too much offense, although we've already kind of battled it out in the chat earlier. The way you talk about baptism, it's like it's happening all the time or something. And I'm like, I don't know. I like this idea of this single baptism. And the self is the thing that is being transformed. It's not transforming, right? It's being transformed by the emanation, right? Through the emergence. But during that process, this is what's frustrating to me. It doesn't make any sense to talk about self-transcendence. It doesn't make any sense to talk about transformation outside of something, A, bigger than you, B, holding you, C, helping to direct you. Because if you transform in a bad direction, and you're more likely to transform in a bad direction than a good direction, that's not good for you or anyone around you. That's why you need the distributed cognition of a community, right, to help with that process. And these are the sorts of things that, say, Peterson and Vervaeke are totally missing. Even though Vervaeke talks about distributed cognition, he doesn't take his idea seriously at all. He doesn't really talk about it in terms of time. Like, he mentions it, but he doesn't talk about it. Like, saying it once or twice or three times and trying to invoke Beetlejuice does not count as talking about something. Like, I can use the word emanation 4 times and never talk about it. I can just use the word. It's descriptive to talk how Jesse talks, right? It's descriptive. But I haven't talked about it. I haven't explained what I mean by emanation and why it's important and how it fits in the picture of what I'm talking about. And it's the same with transformation. They talk about transformation, drugs. Well, that's a way to transform. For sure. Absolutely. It's a bad way to transform. That's the problem, because it's not embedded in something larger. And so even if you have the profound experience, and it's only a profound experience, you may describe it as a transformative experience. But you know what? I talked to Tim Adlin about this once. He said the same. He agreed with me. Most of these people come back from one of these trips and they go, oh, I had a transformative experience. And they're the same jerk they were before. Like, they didn't transform at all. They're the same jerk they were before. They're full of garbage. They just make the statement and it's not true. Why? Because integration is required. You have all the profound moments in the world. It makes no difference if you can't integrate it and allow that to change you. You can't change by yourself. You're not a seed that turns into a tree because you're a seed. The tree needs the light, the water, and the gravity at least. The information to how to be a tree is not contained within the seed. That is a false assumption. And people use that all the time. And I'm pissed off that it took me this many years to figure out the trick. And now I'm angry. Anyway, please go ahead.
So I often reverse engineer this, right? I went, okay, fruits, right? Because if this doesn't result in love and joy and kindness and self-control, if it doesn't result in these good fruits, what's the point? If I can't love my neighbor as myself, what am I getting at, really? What am I worshiping, right? So it starts there, because you'll know exactly what kind of tree you are by the fruit you produce, right? So so working backwards from there, it's like, okay, everything seems to be religious. Can't escape it, right? And if that's the case, right, then all of this attention, right, is effectively worship, right? You become what you give your attention to, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, I see this hey, whether you want to like go full Tom Holland and think about all these like pagan groups, or what did we come from, these Greek gods, or whatever kind of mapping you want. I would say that these pagan gods, in a sense, are inevitable, right? And this is what we see with archetypes in Jung, and that what you give your attention to and how those values get set end up showing you what kind of God you worship, right? And all of this is observable, right? So you talk about distributed cognition. It's observable because of how you're treating people, right? Like, it's not in and of to itself, and you just in your room, am I kind, right? But it's in relation to, right? Like, am I a good father? Am I a good son? Am I a good church member? Am I a good coworker? Am I good?
But you can't recognize that yourself. That's part of the problem, is that people get wrapped up with the individualism in that framework. That's why I'm pushing back. Part of the reason why I'm pushing back the framework. People get wrapped up in the individualism. They go, I can do this. No, you can't. First of all, you can't know if you've been a good father until your kids are grown up. It's not possible. Because you don't know how your fathering is affecting them at the point of their development. You don't know that. And also, you don't see yourself clearly at all, ever. You can't see yourself. You're stuck inside your head. We outsource our sanity. Paul van der Klee talks about this. I think it's one of the most important things he talks about. We outsource our sanity. That's really important to understand. Like, distributed cognition is required for us to know ourselves at all. For us to know that we exist independent of other people requires other people. Like, it's a requirement, right? And so the danger, I would say, of reverse engineering is that it didn't happen that way in order. When things unfold through time, they didn't unfold with the hindsight bias you have when you're reverse engineering. So while reverse engineering works really well with engineered things, it doesn't tend to work well with being and with people. It doesn't tend to work well there at all, which is not to say there's no value in trying it, or there's no value in making a relationship between, oh, this happened to me and I turned out this way, because there's definitely a there. The problem is when we use that exclusively, or we use it too much, we use it in the wrong way. We need that right orientation, right? Because there are things that, and this happened, right? So when I first met Sally Joe, one of the things I really paid attention to that Peterson said that just struck me, and I was like, well, he's probably right about this, but I want to know. I want to know, right? People need so little encouragement. So one of the things when I met Sally Joe is I was constantly encouraging her and telling her, you're doing good. Like you're doing okay, right? Like it's going to be fine. Even when I had my doubts about what she was doing exactly, right? I set my doubts aside, right? Especially because she's intuitive and she's really hard to read, right? Or she was. She's much better now because she can talk. She can word with words correctly, right? But it wasn't until I went and visited her and she told me in person, no, that was really helpful. So I didn't know in the moment that that was going to work or work as well as it did, but it did work. Like Peterson was right. I had an intuition that he was right. And I was like, well, can it be that simple? Can I just encourage somebody and say, you're doing good, you're doing a good job, and it'll actually make their life better? The answer is yes, I did it. I did it more than once with more than one person. But Sally Joe just basically came out and told me, no, that was really helpful. I'm glad you did that.
Do you think there's a difference between often helpful and necessary?
Well, yeah. I mean, I do think there's like lots of things. This is the problem of multiple paths. We get stuck with the one path problem where we say what's necessary. And it just turns out that when you try to nail down what's necessary, you can't. Because essence is not reducible to the necessary. And so two things can make up for the lack of one thing. This happens all the time. Like I can go into this with software, I can go into it with people and psychology, right? This is everywhere in our world. And we fail to understand the implication, because the implication is that what that means is that it's not reducible to necessary.
Sure. Well, maybe. It depends on what you mean by necessary, of course. But I mean, I would say, like, for example, if you're saying that you can make guacamole. To make guacamole, you basically have to have avocados. Otherwise, you're just making, I don't know, queso or friggin'
Something else. Right? Well,
tapas or not.
Yeah,
What's the?
But let's go back to it, Eric. Do people need encouragement? No, some people don't. It's not necessary. It's not necessary for everybody. It's not necessary for everybody to transform better. Is it always
doesn't necessarily
helpful?
need to be from people. Like it can be from success. Like encouragement can come from success in the task that you're.
Yeah, but now we're talking
in.
about something different, because in this case, I only care about my agency and what I can do in the world. If it's something that you're interacting with by yourself, I don't care. I can't care about that. I can't even know about that necessarily. And if I do know about it, I might misread it because I'm not you. So just to frame it correctly, because you have a tendency, Eric, I know you have a tendency to do this. So just to frame it, like the thing, is it necessary for me when interacting with another person to always encourage them? And I would say, no. Is it helpful? I would say almost always, right? And so it's cheap and easy to do, and I try to only do things sincerely. Like I'm not going to encourage somebody if I don't think I should, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to break my tenet of truth, because that's one of my highest values, if not my highest value, is truth, right? So people rely on that, right? Like I there's a few people that I talk to who have told me that feedback from you is really important and meaningful to me, implying they've gotten that feedback from other people and they're kind of like, they're skeptical, like Sally Joe. Do they really mean it? With me, I really mean it.
Well, it's like if your mom says, "Oh, you're the best, you're the greatest." It's like, well, you have to. You're my mom, or something along those lines. I mean, it might be very well genuine, but it's also But
that's your skepticism, and then the question is, how do you meet that, right? Because I would argue, well, you know your mom well enough to know when she's bullshitting you and when she's not, for the most part, not for everything, but for most things.
Well, there's a difference between BS and just being overestimating due to bias.
Yeah, maybe.
So if I hear you on the reverse engineering. So from the other angle, I think that there's an aiming, right? And it's in the aiming seems to come from something like mimetic desire, right? I see an example of the highest good, right? Or highest goods. I see these examples in relation through this distributed cognition. I encounter people. I encounter a good man, and I want to become a good man. And so I aim at that, right? I shoot for it, right? Evaluating the fruits on the back end of the reverse engineering sense is sort of like figuring out how close I hit to the mark. However far I am away from hitting that mark, right? That's sin, right? That's missing the mark. And the way that that target seems to be calibrated is in relation to something like the way, right? Or the Tao, right? It's like, here is something like natural good, right? And that there is objective truth.
No, I reject the entire concept of objective truth on the grounds that even if it did exist, it has nothing to do with us. Einstein's relativity theory kind of proved this, which is it's weird to me that anybody pulls this out. It's like relativity, Einstein's theory of relativity actually disproves the utility of objective reality, even if it exists. But I don't think it exists. I don't think it's necessary to exist. I think the whole concept's crazy because it presumes that something's out there before we create it, and as near as I can tell, we co-create, co-manifest the universe. There's no way around that. I mean, I don't even, like, to some extent, again, it's like, if you eat the apple, is it still an apple? The answer is still no, which means you must be manipulating reality. Like, reality must depend on your action. There's no way, like that one simple example, and there are dozens of examples, right? That one simple example points to the fact that there is no objective material reality, which is not to say that we
fault in our definitions and categorizations.
Huh?
It could be a fault in our categorization and definitions, though.
No,
because that's what's shaping our understanding in our regard.
No.
All objective arguments, when they talk about objectivity as such, reduce down to there is some pre-existing thing that we are conforming to. And I am telling you that observationally, that is not happening. The conformation of what you do is in your action. In other words, your action is the confirmation. You are not conforming to your action. Your action is not conforming to something pre-existing either. That's not happening. Now, when your interaction with the material and the ethereal, because you stand between those two things, right? You're standing between them. When those line up, the emanation and the emergence line up, right? Now you're in right relation, and goodness, truth, and beauty emerge.
Right.
That
was good. Thank you.
I want to ask something silly like, is love good? Right. And then I would follow up with something like, how do you know that that's good? Right.
Yeah, no,
there's a right relation.
Easy. It's not good.
Right.
Right.
So,
right. Good's not reducible, and therefore only the good is good.
Okay. So
right. Because well, what non-reducible means is that you can't then use one other thing in relation to goodness and relate the two, because you need the relation, right? And so you need to say something like, so if you wanted to take
why do I need the relation?
Well, I'll give you the example. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
maybe 5 seconds. If you want to take an important but sort of dangerous example, is sex good? Okay, well, this is an easy one, right? Is it rape, or is it done in love for the purpose of creating a child? I can't reduce it to sex. Like, I can't say the act is good or bad, because the act by itself cannot be good. Not by itself. The goodness has to emerge in the relationship of the act to an aim. And so now there are three things. There's the aim, there's the relationship of the aim to the act, and there's the act itself. It's not reducible. You can't reduce the good to anything but good. Everything else requires three other components, and then you can relate it to the good. And then if it's related to the good, it becomes good. It isn't good. It becomes good. It only becomes good with the aim and the relation and the thing. You need all three of those in order to orient. Like, this is why I'm stuck on orientation. It's not direction. Direction is easy. Direction is you move away from the bad and you get the good. We don't live in that world. That's not the world we live in.
Well, isn't functional neutrality good? Like, you're talking about the various functions of sex, for example, but a neutrality is if it's potentially functional. Like, there's obviously a degradation sort of situation or a violation.
There is a neutrality, but function's
a
not
functional. Well, I say functional neutrality makes it, if this is something that actually functions and is as neutral, it is an option. So it's basically like having something in your tool belt, which
of course
in that categorization is good.
How is it? How is it? No, it's not. No, it's not good. Things aren't good by themselves. It's not, goodness is not reducible.
Well,
you identified like sex and procreation, right? That is in right relation, I think, is the way you're talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, why is that in right relation?
It's in right relation to the aim of creating a child versus the rate, which is not.
Why is that? Fun. Why is that right?
It's right relation because it's towards being.
So is being good?
Of course being is good. You have to start from that axiom, otherwise you're completely shafted.
How do you account for being as good?
No, I don't. I start with the axiomatic assumption that being is good.
Mm-hmm. How do you account for being able to evaluate it as good?
I don't. I start with the axiomatic assumption that being is good. Otherwise, you're trapped in emergence is good and you're a Gnostic. And that can't end any other way. We've actually done talks on this before. Right. This is the difference between being is good and emergence is good. The difference is one of them is actually good and the other one is actually not. And you can show that because the results are clear.
So when I talk about nous, it's the part of me that can understand that I'm a cup, right? And it's sort of like understanding that being is there, right? But in order to evaluate that as good, right, with that being as good, seems to be something that is I'm certainly not in control of, right? Certainly not rationally. I'm not rationally in control of it, right? It's something that is above, right? Above all the self that I can possibly be, right? And that's something like logos, right? And so my accounting for good is under an epistemology of like logocentrism, truly, right? And then maybe that's the divide.
Yeah, I don't like any of that framework. I mean, again,
obviously.
Well, no, it assumes a knowledge and a perspective you cannot have. Right? I would ask where you're starting, and look, I think Sally Joe is a good point, right? Nothing else is useful. That's why being is good, right? And so we can use utilitarian, like we can use any system actually.
It's utilitarian.
To start with being is good, right? But the point is that no matter where you get to being is good, to validate that being is good, being has to start to be good, right? Like you have to start from that point.
Well, or you could embrace faith.
No, I don't think you can.
Yeah,
because being
you can't rationally, but you can.
No, but I'm not appealing to rationality. I'm saying being is good. I'm not being rational at all. I reject rationality outside of framing. And so your axioms have to come first. I mean, that's what helps build your frame, right? This is the postmodern trick, right? I don't fall for the postmodern trick. I tell them all to go to hell and I can do their little trick better than they can, which is true, right? Observably. And then I say being is good and therefore. And now they're screwed because being is good. Right? Like it's right in the Bible. It's not it's right there, right? It's not only in the Bible, it's in all the wisdom texts, which is a little weird unless people were onto the fact that if you start anywhere else, it ain't gonna work.
When you think about egregores or spirits or principalities, right, that get a hold of people. How do you conceptualize that, right? Do you actually get the sense of like a mesh network thing that's like just kind of gets a hold of people? How do you think of that?
No.
Mhm.
I can outline that for you. Egregores is a big thing, and I have a video on navigating patterns on egregores. All right. So egregore is another word for spirit. It's
Mhm.
just, I mean, it's the occult word for spirit. Actually, like it's not
Mhm.
even hidden. It's like just the occult word for
Absolutely
spirit.
is. Absolutely is.
Right. And so, how do spirits work? And then my argument is this: spirits are purely ethereal. That's why they need people. Okay.
Mhm.
And
I agree
so,
with that.
right. And so we can divide spirits roughly up into two flavors, rough flavors, right? And I hate doing this, but I guess we kind of have to. Right?
Well, how do you account for the,
Well, there's a hierarchy. So dividing it into two is terrible, right? It's
sure,
just
sure.
easier and quicker to make
your axiom of how you account for good. I don't. That's squishy to me how you get there, but I hear you.
Right. Well, I don't get there. I start there. Like you don't have to get someplace. You start.
That's what's squishy about it.
Well, that's
To
the
me,
well,
to me.
But starting point is the only thing that matters. Everything else is actually kind of irrelevant.
Well, what I really want to know is Tim Burkhardt good? Is being Tim
He is.
Burkhardt?
Hope so.
Okay.
Yes, but look, I think that if you divide spirits into good and bad spirits, roughly speaking, right, or good, bad, and neutral spirits, doesn't matter if you do 2 or 3 buckets, makes no difference, right? And then you just think of spirits in terms of disembodied agents that don't have their own materiality. That's why they need us. And then I would say that possession happens, but possession doesn't only happen because of, we'll say, your sin or your lack, right? Possession happens because you fall into it. And so I wouldn't say that, we'll say, the spirit of assault or something is chasing you and gets a hold of you. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that your sin causes you to fall into that spirit, and then that spirit possesses you and causes you to enact its will in the world using your material form.
Do you believe? Do you encounter and experience or participate in a spirit of good?
I don't think good is a spirit.
Okay.
I
So
think
there's not a
that
spirit of goodness.
you can participate. No, because good's not reducible to a single thing like spirit. And spirit actually is a single phenomenological experience, right? And so spirit, your participation in the spirit of the mob can go either way, right? Or it can go one of 3 ways if we want to add Eric's neutrality, which I think is totally fair, right? It can be a neutral thing, right? It can be a good thing, or someone can die in the crowd. Like, is participating in that spirit good? We don't know. Like, it very much depends. Now, I would, and look, I did say this, right? My uncle asked me at one point, unfortunately he passed away, but he asked me at one point when he was here, he said, oh, well, there's going to be a rally at the Capitol on January 6th. What did I tell him? I told him, don't go. Why? Because something bad could happen as the result of that event. And I didn't go any further than that because I didn't want to make a prediction. I wasn't making a prediction. I was just being prophetic about the potential for things to go badly. Did things go badly? Well, that very much depends on your perspective and what information you have and everything else. But there were bad results just by virtue of being there. But he wasn't there. And so he avoided all those bad results by avoiding that spirit. And that spirit wasn't formed until it was formed.
So the accounting of that spirit is good. Like, we've got it on camera. There's also an accounting of a kind of spirit that seems to embody a few things. I won't reduce it to just the good. Fair enough. I'll reduce it to, I'll expand it to maybe the good, the beautiful, and the true. Maybe something like the way or life, right? This is something that's been documented over time. It's been the nameless, or Yahweh, or Adonai, or something, right? So there is a spirit of that. right? And we notice when there's like a hypocrisy of what that really is, right, and a cheapening of that, and where there's still rebellion. But we also seems to have a sense when someone is, let's say, Christ-like or something, right, and that they are closer to hitting the mark, right, and that there's a spirit of hitting the mark or something.
How is that? But how is what you're describing not just the Holy Spirit at that point?
Indeed. Well, I mean,
Okay.
so sure, in a sense, there is other than that. I mean, I'd have to like talk about different hypostases that exist.
No, but no, you don't. No, this is the problem with you freaking Christians, man. Like, no, this is way easier than all that. You can just go, yeah, possessed by the Holy Spirit, problem done, boom, finished. Like, you're absolutely completely done. You don't need to go.
That's assuming the Holy Spirit is completely like I don't know if I agree with that, because we can't exactly understand it completely, because the Holy
No, you're
Spirit
not
is
supposed to
God, and God is.
understand it. You don't need to
I know,
understand
that's
it.
what
You
I'm
don't
saying.
need-
But you're saying Christians say that we understand it. We don't.
No, you don't need to understand. I didn't say you need to understand it. I said you're trying to
Well, you said-
understand a bunch of stuff using a bunch of extra words. The most helpful thing that when Vanderclay was doing his video on Ashbury, the Ashbury revival, right? When he did his video on that, I was in the live stream comments going, "What the hell are you guys talking about?" Right? Because I had no idea I literally had no idea what this was, because I don't watch the news or anything. Right. And of course, it's a very Christian news thing. So even if I watched the news, I'm sure I wouldn't have heard about it. Right. And so what happened was Anselman came out and said, I wish he was still here, but I'm sure he's asleep, which he should be.
Anselman, he's so hot right now. Handsome.
Anselman said, it's a movement of the Holy Spirit. And instantly I got it. That's all I needed to know. I didn't need any more information at all. That was the sum total of, oh, I totally get why you guys are on about this and why you call it a revival. That totally makes sense. And now I totally understand the difference between revival and not revival. It's like, oh, okay, that totally makes sense. Now, I'm not sure Vanderclay understands it. He certainly doesn't understand it that way, because he keeps talking about the Jordan Peterson revival. Jordan Peterson's not being moved by the Holy Spirit. Sorry, that's not happening. Jordan Peterson's doing something else entirely. I don't want to get into it now. I have videos on this. You can watch my Navigating Patterns, the best YouTube channel ever, right? At least for understanding this stuff. But that's the issue, is that you can make this really complex, or you make it really simple. Like, it's totally up to you.
So there's a sense in which participation with that spirit is maybe like the Holy Spirit, right? And that because there's a really important humility that goes with it, there's a knowable, but it's like beyond your participation, where it's like, what are you asking mercy to? It's beyond you. It's beyond the Holy Spirit in a sense. You're asking mercy to something that's separated. That's maybe what you might call the Son of Man. Then there's a part of it that even further in humility is unknowable, unreachable, unnameable, right? That we might refer to as a father, right? And it's almost like, because of a requirement for humility, at the very least, if not certainly more, is necessary in order to even participate in that spirit. Right? It's an acknowledgement of these things that are absolutely greater than you, right? And the foundation of being itself.
I don't know why you need to place in the Holy Spirit and explain the Father and the Son in that framework. Like, it's so unnecessary for anything.
It's the furthest extent of humility, right? Because anything else is still sort of like I'm in control of this.
I don't see how that's the furthest. Eric, help me out. Do you see any of this?
I'm not sure I completely agree. There's
okay, good. Well, good. Because you've got the crazy Christian framing, and I don't have that. So it's like, okay, this isn't making any sense to crazy Christians either. That's good.
I'm not crazy. I'm just a little unwell.
You're both.
No, I mean, I think I kind of am picking up elements of what Michael's putting down, but I think it's difficult, because part of our whole issue with being humans is that we are attempting to categorize that which is with words that we understand and have learned,
right,
but they don't necessarily map properly onto reality.
Right.
And so it's, or at least fully. I mean, there's functional mappings that we utilize, obviously, and there's I mean, it's one of the reasons why I appreciate the image of being a child before God, that really helps understand, like, we have a functional relationship with the preeminent,
Mhm.
before and after and everything in between to some degree. Um, so I think that's what's used. I mean, we have, yeah, again, these dumbed down, or sorry, right sized understandings to some degree, or we have the opportunity to have a right sized understanding of something that is exceptionally beyond us, right? So anyway, I say all that to say that I get some of the language there. I don't necessarily think of it in the same way, because
Mhm.
I've either absorbed it and discarded it, or forgotten it because something else grabbed my attention, because I'm a finite human being. And I think that's generally the issue with most people, is that, yeah, we desperately would like to master our reality as we find ourselves within it, and yet there's always something that's just beyond us. And if it's not just beyond us, and even if we grasp it, we will encounter people that have formulated a different map, a different glass, perhaps a
Right.
different monocle.
It's like working
Right.
with
Well, and that's right. But
and
that's, look, Michael, give me 1 sec. Well, 2 seconds, because I'm going to do 2 things. That's why I don't want to
And
focus
time.
on knowledge, right? I don't want to focus on knowledge at all. I don't think it's
Sure.
necessary, because we can just rely on experience, especially with the Holy Spirit. Then I want to highlight Sally Joe's comment, right? Michael, we will never know if he's seen the face of God because he has no hair to go white. He did travel to T Mountain. And I can confirm that I did travel to T Mountain. T Mountain is here. This is where T Mountain is. Lovely people at T Mountain, right? And so, and I think that's the issue. Like, we get caught up in these categories and this attempt at using language to describe what is maybe uniquely, although probably not, a Christian experience. And we don't need to do any of that at all. It's not necessary. And that's actually what I think Jordan Peterson, and even to some extent John Vervaeke, highlight, is that you can give somebody the humility to have a miraculous experience or a mystical experience, right? And maybe the difference is one's profound and one's, transformative or something, right? You can do that without the Christian framing and the Christian language. And I think that's actually really important to understand. I don't think that is, we'll say, the correct approach, right? Because I don't think it's necessary. Like, I think this is unnecessary, right? I think that you don't need to engage in this language game that everyone's playing, and this highest knowledge thing as the value that's up at the top. I think, in fact, denigrating that, like Socrates actually did in his real life, despite what John Vervaeke might have you believe, right, is really important, right? Taking people out of the knowledge, because the knowledge is stuck in the ego, and the knowledge is wrapped in your identities, and that causes you to be rigid, to harden your heart, right? And that's not good.
so I'll take this down to the lowest level that I'm able to within my capacity. I can imagine trying to explain to my child without Christian language, there's something that's higher than you, right? That's connected all of us and everything that is. You also have the ability, like you see what's good. When you see what's good, like love, right? The part of you that understands that is actually experiencing part of that being that is connected around all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that, give your heart completely to what realizes beauty and good and
Yeah.
truth. Give your heart completely to
Right.
that. Right? Now all of a sudden you've created the basic framework for Yahweh, right? And
I don't,
Father
but I
and
don't
the
think
Son.
I don't think you have, like, because you haven't actually started at the beginning. This is very middle out, right? So the person's already conscious, right, and already has access to the true, the good, and the beautiful in your framework, And that's actually wrong. Like, this is the middle out thinking. This is the
Sure.
problem of science, right? This is what I was talking about earlier with Ken Ham. As much as I hate every one of his prescriptions and all of his silliness, he actually does a very good job of outlining creation denial, the denial of the concept, not the particular type or implementation, the concept of creation, and the idea that you need to start there. Like, you can't just take somebody and drag them from where they're at to the cross. You've got to drag them all the way back to start at creation. Oh no, to start at creation and then move forward to the cross. He has a lovely illustration of it. I really like it. I was like, wow, he's actually talking about everything.
That's why in elementary school they start with cosmology, and my first graders are learning. First grade son is learning about the planets, and I'm like,
Right.
why are you learning about planets? I trying to think about why are they teaching first graders? How does this actually make a difference in their lives? And it's like, thinking about it, it's like, oh, it actually makes sense. This is your cosmology. You're spinning around in an empty, cold universe.
It's what determines your framework. And that's why middle out thinking is dangerous, because it denies that there's an axiom determining your framework. And that's how you get stuck in the postmodern thing, where the interpretation of Moby Dick, where it's just about the struggle between two genders, occurs. Like, that's an invalid frame to think about Moby Dick, not to a postmodern, but to anybody sane, right? And you can't be sane and be a postmodern. Like, that's just not an option available. And the reason why that trick works is because you're assuming basically that consciousness is the beginning of the universe. That's the mistake people are making. Like, this is the Sam Harris mistake. Like, oh, no. I became conscious and then the universe. And it's like, whoa, right? Because that's when your understanding of the universe begins, maybe.
Mhm.
But I would argue that your consciousness sort of changes over time anyway. So what are you really saying, right? Like, where was this point? Like, I can't identify that, right? But when you, instead of asking where people are standing, right, you ask where they're starting. It's like, no, go all the way back. Is it the Big Bang? Because then you're a materialist. You think that all four of Aristotelian causes come down to material starting point and the physics rules governing them, which is obvious bullshit, by the way. We know this isn't true. Physics knows this isn't true. Honest, I swear. Actually ask physicists. They will tell you this right up front. Nope, we can't do math until after a certain point of the Big Bang. Before that point, after the Big Bang, math fails us. They'll tell you that. The mathematicians will tell you the same damn thing. It just doesn't work, right? So the question is, where did this all begin? It has to begin with the creation, right? Now, you can wrap the creation in consciousness for humans. You can say things that aren't conscious aren't human, and then you get something like fallen earth creationism, which Weston came up with. He talks on Paul Van Clay's channel about fallen earth creationism. Great document. Highly recommend it. I'm a big fan of fallen earth creationism. I think it's a brilliant solution to a bunch of problems, even though creationism, we'll say, has its detractors, right? But what's the alternative to creationism? More creationism? What's the scientific answer? Oh, we're just running in a simulation. Saying we're running in a simulation is the most intelligent design argument you could possibly make. It is impossible to make a better argument for intelligent design than we are living in a simulation. Because now you have to have an intelligence designing a simulation, running a simulation, maintaining a simulation in order for us to exist. And you're worried about bearded man in the sky explanation. Holy crap, dude. You're nuts. Your explanation is way worse. It's far more complex. It doesn't answer anything. It creates way more questions to answer than it actually answers. Like, this is not good. Like, this is way not good.
So questions that lead to infinite regressions inevitably lead to the infinite.
Right. So I start from a place of love, right? Of unity, of bringing into oneness, right? Out of chaos, right? And that's also the child participating in creation, right? In order for them to create, they're taking chaos and bringing unity to it. Then we have to start evaluating these things, and probably in relation. Some kid doesn't like your thing. right? You like your thing, some kid doesn't like your thing. You're encountering this hierarchy of how things are in relation and goodness, right?
Or you're creating the hierarchy. You're not just encountering it. When you're a child,
Sure.
you're creating. You're
Sure,
working out the
sure.
hierarchy. You can't start with love. Like, you can't do that, right? You can be in love in creation, but you have to start with creation. You have to start with the actual beginning. Like, there's no
I
love.
think in order for something to be created, I think requires love.
No. We could be created in love, right? God can use love to create us, right? I don't know the Christian position on that, or if you want to invoke agape, but it
our
doesn't
capacity
matter.
to create it all is us also in like participating in love.
Oh, it might be. No, it might. No, I don't think so, because we can
Nabil
create
Qureshi
terrible
actually
things.
has a really good argument on this when he was talking about Tawhid or Trinity, and he was more on the mystic Islam side before he converted to Christianity, but he actually did address this pretty specifically because Islam is emphatically monotheistic in a extremely narrow, or I mean, it's very, yeah, it's explicitly monotheistic and unapologetic about it, but in a different way than in the Christian perception, which does basically the argument is that it posits in order for love to exist, and especially for God to create it, there was a necessity for this Trinity, basically, that exhibited love in order to bring about everything else, and to imperfect. I mean, because again, you have to start defining love, but it's that perfection of it's the perfection and the sharing and the
Well,
goodness
to name
and all,
something is to love its parts enough in order to see it as one and name it, right?
and to act in the manner that facilitates and encourages and
Right, but you can have bad names. Like, that's the
oh, for
problem.
sure.
Yeah,
And that's
sure.
the postmodern problem, is that they don't start
Yes.
with creation.
So when
So
you
they
start
start in the middle.
deconstructing, like, how do I know if it's good, right? How do I know, right? And you start deconstructing, right?
Well, we start trying to deconstruct, but it turns out that's impossible and absurd in language, and therefore we destruct.
So we start blowing it out instead of love, right? We start breaking it out into its pieces.
But you're not solving a problem, right? You're saying we can glue anything together with love, but we can glue anything together and it can be bad.
Yeah. So in order to figure out whether it's good or bad, right, we are deconstructing all of a sudden. Right?
No, I don't think. No, you cannot deconstruct. It doesn't even make any sense to think
We're taking one and we're taking it into pieces, right?
No, I don't think we are. I don't think we can. I don't think that's an option for us. I think we think we're doing that, and I don't think that's even possible.
Right? Or we start seeing the parts of the cup.
No, I don't think we do that. Like, you have to have eyes to see, for one thing, so that's not even up to us. And then if you have eyes to see, what you see is a function of your attention. And so where you put your attention matters. But you can put your attention in bad places and have bad things. Sure. Like,
now we have to
again, so you're not resolving anything.
So it's the child that's in relation and dealing with things. And at some point there's how do I know if this is good or bad? Right? How do I know if being is good? Right?
Well, no. I don't have to do that. I can say being is good and start there.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to know if being is good. I've already taken it for granted.
In order for many that get there, and that axiom isn't enough, then something like an accounting of consciousness and humility certainly provides a heck of a platform.
Look. This is easy. If you're not starting from being in good, being is good, you're a Gnostic. And you're going to end in Gnosticism and nihilism. For sure. 100% guaranteed. Happens to every single person I know that does that.
I would agree.
It's inevitable. Well, then you have to start at being is good. Like, the starting point.
How I get to being is good is all the difference in the world. One of them is accepting that I can understand that and figure that out on my own. The other one is humility, is that it is because there's something greater.
No, you can't. No. The problem is the over-reduction, right? I can't know if letting my child get his or her hand near the stove is good in the moment. It may work out very well. It may work out very, very not well. All right? Like both of those are possible. And
Yeah,
so
but you have to,
it's
there's
foolish.
an aiming
but-
beforehand, then other than
No,
having
no.
to reverse
No,
engineer.
no, it's
You're
not
the one who
aiming.
made the
There's
case
no
against reverse
aiming
engineering.
beforehand.
I agree with you.
No, the aiming beforehand doesn't happen. Like you have seconds because you
And
just
yet
noticed the child is
mimetic
going to
desire
the stove.
definitely exists.
No. Again, you don't know any of this in advance. This is the problem of reverse engineering. And therefore, you have to make a decision in the moment as to what to do about the child putting their hand near the stove. Because if you just always take their hand away from the stove and they keep trying it, eventually you're not going to be there. And then the question is, do you want to be close enough so that when they put their hand on the stove and burn it, you take it away and put it immediately under cold water? Or do you want to risk it and wait for them to put their hand on their stove when you are nowhere near them and it's going to be far worse?
My house that's built on some kind of foundation, it will definitely affect the way that I'm a parent, right? So let's say if my house is built on sand, I might be so depressed, I don't care if they touch the darn stove.
Yeah,
Right.
that could happen. That's a different case.
Right, but it is a case, right? And
Well, yeah, but
of
there's
all the
infinite
people encountering
cases,
children
Michael.
touching
Like,
stoves,
I
there's
can
there's a
reverse that
foundation.
case and just say your house is not built on sand, and now you don't have an argument. But that's not helpful. Look,
That's exactly. But
just
how that
can't
foundation
know.
gets there for the people
You
making
just
decisions
can't
about
know in
this.
advance. And as a Christian, you're not supposed to judge the guy with his house built on sand who doesn't care.
Oh,
now
yes,
what?
we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. All right. So
No, you're
there's
not
a
supposed to
separating
judge
of wheat
them.
from chaff, right? And the thing about judgment is that whatever judgment you use, you'll be measured against the same.
Yeah, that I have no problem with.
Yeah.
But no, you're not supposed to judge them. You're supposed to fix
Yeah.
the damn
The
problem.
way that we're
You're supposed
able
to
to
judge the problem, not the person.
the way that I
Well, we
understand
judge-
wheat from chaff is I know that the wheat is good, right? Because of a knowledge that is bigger than my own self-reduction and deconstructionism and mapping of good and evil. It's higher.
I don't even think you have access to that.
I know you don't.
But yeah,
And
I mean, you
that's
haven't
why
made the case. You've
that's
just
also why
stated
I
that
think that
axiomatically
you
that you can
see
do that.
a transfiguration
The-
of the ego being is a good thing, or seeing knowledge is a good thing. That would be
There's
my
no
case.
such thing as an ego being. The ego is the thing that constrains the self not to grow. Definitionally, like everywhere. I've never even heard another definition. So I don't know where you're getting at.
I actually think that the way that you're articulating the mapping of that is not uncommon, and I would say is certainly up for debate.
So
The ego is dangerous. Pointing at it is dangerous. Paying attention to it is dangerous. Go ahead, Eric.
I was just going to say that, I mean, at least with my understanding of the Christian conception, because we are in the image of God, we have, as far as the access to truth or having some level of innate ability to perceive it, I think, we don't exactly know in advance in an intellectual fashion, but we resonate with the truth in so much as it is in the flow of right order, which I would argue is a manifestation of the Holy Spirit running through the fabric of reality to some
And
degree.
it's not a rational knowledge, it's an intuitive knowledge because it's a harmony or a
Right. Well,
resonance.
it's
and
built
therefore
into the
it's
case.
not knowledge.
And in that, yeah.
So the way I would talk about that is something like the Spirit, right? So the Holy Spirit, right, or orientation towards logos, right, and working with the nous or something, whatever, right? I don't really care about the language, but that is providing these building materials that is knowledge, right, of which we then that builds the house to then make the choices about an understanding of good
It's
and evil.
it's firmware. It's
No.
firmware, not software. Like
No.
if you're thinking of knowledge as like what you know, that's more like software. And then there's the firmware, which is also hard coded into the hardware, but it's technically a type of software. It's just not at the same level of interaction.
So the
Right.
flashing, okay, if we want to do that, okay. At best, I think that in that analogy, that firmware is something like you're the cup that can orient towards what fills it. That's all you can do, right? You can notice, right? All firmware can do is it can notice and orient. That's it, right? And then something fills it. Now it can either be oriented towards the highest good and aim, right? Sometimes it misses, but it aims, right, towards the highest, or in rebellion, right? And now your house on sand.
Or no, I think the neutral state's important. Otherwise, you don't need orientation. You can just use direction. Then you're back.
I could get behind some neutral state stuff. I actually could, but it gets weird.
Well, you need it. It's got to be a triangle. I mean, the ancient Greeks were onto something with their silly triangles, right? And you need that for orientation. You need 3 points to orient. You can't do it 2. 2 just requires direction. This is the Sam Harris mistake, right? Sam Harris lies to you. He says, well, first we can know the worst possible evil. No, we can't. That's stupid. I can prove to you that's not true. It might take hours until you give up. Well, but no, it's not directional. Like it actually matters. It's not directional. It can't be directional. There's way more evil than there is good. Way more.
Target.
Right. Well, then it's not directional. You can't move away from the worst possible evil because there's a bottom. That doesn't make any sense. So any direction you're moving in is almost certainly not the good. Just statistically, that's the problem. So you need to aim for the good.
Right, it's sort of like the center of the target. That's also the highest good, right? And then everything else is in relation to how far away it is from it.
But it's not how far away in terms of a target and left and right and up and down. It's how far away it is from the top of the triangle.
Yeah. So you could take the target, right? So you could take the round target, you could turn it, right? And now I've effectively got kind of the same thing going.
So, okay, what the image that just came to mind is lunar lander, but like a 3D example of lunar lander, and it's a conical tip, and you have to do to get the thrusters just right, and or crash and burn, or slide down.
Except you want to go up instead of down.
Well, I mean, you want to land it, you want to be at whatever. But so, just one other thought before I forget it. When we were talking about the neutral state and all that sort of thing, part of the reason why I would argue that there is a neutrality that is good is within the Judeo-Christian conceptualization, where you have creation before man was inserted. All these things were good. Beyond, and it was purely as a function of the functional universe at that point in time.
Until man is on the scene, the potential is good because it was created, and there was
still when man was on the scene for quite some time too.
Well, yeah, fine, fair enough. Who cares about time? I don't care about time. No, really, I don't. Not in this sense, because it doesn't matter, right? Like, because time doesn't exist in a sense. Like, time doesn't exist until we get there. Really, that's more the issue. I'm going to move you. There we go. That's more the issue. Time doesn't exist until we get on the scene. It doesn't make sense. This is why I like fallen earth creationism. Talking about this stuff doesn't make any sense until humans are on the scene and conscious, right? Until the apple. Before that, none of this. There is no passage of time. It's not.
I think I'm sort of on the same page of you. If you mean it the way that Peugeot is like, well, depends on what you mean by world.
Exactly. Well, it does, right? Because the world is not the same without conscious agents in it. That's why fallen earth creationism works so well.
So I think it sounds like we're on the same page about that. And I go, okay. Well,
let me proceed. Let me proceed from there then to answer Eric's sort of thesis here. Before we're on the scene and we're the ones in charge of manipulating or co-manifesting reality. Before that, everything is good because everything's just pure potential. Right. And so the entity that creates the thing that we are created within and created from and bound into and unable to see out of in any reasonable fashion, right? That entity that's not a being because it created beings and therefore it can't be a being, just to give Heidegger his retarded viewpoint because he's stupid, right? What a dope. And then we can say, okay, cool. Now that we're on the scene, the orientation that we have with the potential, our interaction, this is why good is not reducible back to material anymore, right? Because now we're on the scene co-manifesting reality. Now you need three things in order to determine goodness. And there's the orientation comes back. Without us, you don't need orientation. Potential's just good because it was created by the creator. And then all things created by the creator are good. Yeah, absolutely. And then the creator goes, hey, I want these little creatures to help me play in this thing. But in order to do that, there has to be loss and gain. And therefore, now there has to be good and evil. And therefore, there's a lot more evil because potential is more easily degraded than it is ordered. And that's the chaos and order thing that Peterson talks about. That's the co-manifestation that I'm talking about. That's the intelligibility. Making things intelligible, in other words, building the twin trade towers, is way harder than taking them down.
Right. But here's the thing that I noticed that gives me a little bit of pause is that what we're talking about right now is specifically what you talked about. It's super easy to conflate our perspectival relevance realization as the totality of reality. And so we obviously have to interact at that level, but I think we scooch in between those frames pretty quickly and often without noticing it.
No. The problem is we're stuck in that frame. The problem is actually what you just outlined, right? So you said we, and the whole time, every time you use the word we, you were referring to a specific I individual.
Well,
and that's the problem.
Humanity.
No. But that's not what you were referencing. You couldn't have been referencing humanity. You were actually referencing a single perspective. Humanity doesn't have
the entire tradition built on Genesis.
But I have a video on this. This is the we problem, the I answer to a we question. What do we do about having better conversations? Well, the way I have a better conversation is, okay, that's not applicable. That's something I can do because I did it, right? This doesn't mean you can do it or anybody else can do it. And that's the deep confusion that we all fall into it. I'm not impugning your honor, sir. I'm sure you know that. We've had many conversations.
Oh, I have no honor.
Right? But fair enough. However you want to parse that, it's fair, right?
I kid.
But that's the point: is that we, as any single individual, do not have a perspective outside of ourselves definitionally, and so this is where participation becomes more important than knowledge, right? Yeah, we as individuals need to have Boomy Shroomy here, Tim here, Eric here, Michael here, Mark here, whoever else, in order to get more perspective on the things that are ourselves, right? We outsource our sanity, right? But more perspective on the things that are bigger than us. That distributed cognition isn't just about having more cognitive power. It's also about having perspectives in the moment at the same time that I can't have by myself because I'm only one person. I can actually only have one perspective at a time. You can argue that you can keep switching, but that's a whole different argument.
You can only sit in one chair at a time.
Right.
I have split between two.
Well, your legs are on it. You could do that.
Oh, for sure.
But I mean, is that really sitting fully?
I mean, I could very easily, if the chairs are right next to each other, I can very much put one cheek on one chair and one cheek on the other.
Then you're not sitting on either chair.
But
but both.
You know,
but neither.
It calls into question if you're in a room with a bunch of people and you use two chairs, you're double seat, you're double parked. Can't do that. It's rude.
So, all right. You have this being, full consciousness of sorts, and everything is good, right? And then in relation to that, there's a fall, right? And falls, plural, right? And this is a foundation of understanding for a lot of what a we could be, right? Now, there are levels of understanding of how much that is their tradition, right? But it's still there. So the mapping of that, okay, so just like understanding that being that is before consciousness and responsible for creation of that consciousness, it doesn't sound like you necessarily disagree with that. Is that true, Mark?
I can't follow all of your crazy considerations.
Well, he's saying, you know, what?
Go ahead.
That there's a
Go ahead,
consciousness before humanity. I think he's asking, do you think there was a consciousness before human beings, and this the eating of the apple, is that a fall, or is that the opposite?
No. I mean, look, to some extent, I disagree with the idea of consciousness entirely. I think it's stupid, right? I think we can just talk about being
Sounds
and be
right.
done with it. Well, we can just talk about being and be done with it, and then just say there's an entity that created everything, including beings, and then we don't.
Well, for the sake of this
Heideggerian
conversation, are you willing to
4-year-old
accept
problem.
that consciousness exists?
I mean, what is it?
Sure, but
Well, yeah, right. The problem is you can't easily answer the question of consciousness. That's the hard problem of consciousness. They have
Like,
no
are
definition.
dolphins conscious?
Well,
Right.
Look. This came up in Thunder Bay at the consciousness and conscience thing, right? No one could define consciousness. It's that simple. Okay, we can't have a definition of that.
So,
well, all I know is that.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, that's okay. Go ahead.
Love
will lead us. Love will lead us. And I
Here's a
can't hear the
question:
dolphins cry.
Is God conscious or not? Are we conscious? I don't know.
No,
These are crazy questions.
It doesn't make any sense to talk about
Right.
God as a conscious agent, right?
Right.
So one model of thinking of this is something like there's God, and then there's consciousness, right? Like consciousness in relation to God, and that this whole thing is being, right? And so for me, right, in a relation, and so me in relation to God and consciousness, and that and all is being, I go, yes, consciousness exists because I'm in relation to this thing that
can't it just be being exists? Like, why do you need consciousness for any of this? Can't you just say I'm a being and therefore, like, it's way easier?
So that, to me, that is actually something like a lack of humility. I did live that way for a long time.
No, I think that is the ultimate humility, is understanding that you are a created being, and that whatever properties or special qualia or whatever you want to assign to consciousness, you can just fold into being and say the word.
Did you say understanding that you're a created being?
Yes.
What are the means of that creation?
Well, God. I mean, that's all just Genesis. Like, why?
So
I mean, you can't. You have to start there. Like,
okay, so that God is something that you participate in.
You participate in creation. You don't have to participate in God. You can participate in Satan and reject God. Like, that's pretty clear. Like, I don't. That's as Christian as it gets.
Do you that participation in creation, is that in relation to God? How does God exist?
No, it doesn't have to be in relation to God. That's the whole point. Like, that's evil. Like, that's where evil comes from.
Yeah, you can build the Tower of Babel, or you can build a bridge over troubled water.
Right.
Okay, so you're accounting for God. Help me with that.
I'm not accounting for God. I'm not foolish enough to think that anybody.
That'd be a good song.
So the way that you did is you talked about being a created being.
That doesn't account for God. That accounts for me. It doesn't account for anything else.
Okay. So you as being are created, and the thing that created you is.
I mean, no, the thing that created everything.
Yep. Okay. So then it's more than just you.
Definitionally, always, no matter what, can't get out of that frame.
So there is a spirit, a being, a something big. We're in the wordless area.
I used entity again, but
entity. So there's an entity in which we all and everything comes from.
Let's use the Muppet analogy. I like that. So let's say God is Jim Henson, okay, and the whole world is the Muppet Show. Where did Jim Henson come from? Is what we're asking. Who is he? Why is he the way that he is? Why did he do Muppets?
Right.
Are we the Muppets?
And as we're Muppets, we don't need to do that. Like, there's no reason to engage in that work.
Does Jim Henson need to appear on the show to make the Muppet Show awesome?
Right. No, he doesn't. Right. I mean, that is the problem. The problem is trying to know something that there's no reason to know that you can't know. It's like,
what did Jim Henson have for lunch that day during episode 15 of the Muppet Show?
Well, hold on. Sorry.
Sure.
I agree with you. There's a lot of this entity that is very much so unknowable, right?
Yeah. Or if you knew him, you might not like the show.
Is there any parts of this entity that are knowable?
Yes.
It depends.
He's the guy pulling the strings, or no? Because we got free will. There's no strings. What am I talking about? It's a Muppet Show with no strings.
It depends very much on your definition of knowledge at that point. And if you mean knowledge is in participation,
sure,
maybe, but I don't think knowledge is required for, like, you just don't need knowledge to do anything ever. Like, this is the problem. Like, people are putting knowledge at a higher status than it belongs. Like, knowledge is not required. You can just participate. I swear to you.
When we participate, there's like residue that's left over, right?
No, there can be. There doesn't have to be.
Sometimes, like, we lose a lot of it, right? But
sometimes we do. Sometimes we don't remember any of it.
Right. But for what is remembered, we might call what is remembered knowledge. Right. So knowledge is not required for participation, but participation.
I don't think so. Like, I mean, memory doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Blade Runner again.
So I'm good with dropping knowledge. Because I don't think that's where I'm going. Right.
Good.
So maybe the real question that I wanted to ask is there any part of that entity that is experiential? Maybe that's what I want to say.
Ooh.
It's only experiential. That's the whole point.
And there's parts of it that aren't experiential. Is that also true?
No.
Here we go.
We're talking about God still, right?
I'm not a materialist. I deny materialism in absolutely. And by materialism, I just mean the idea that material is primary. Material cannot be primary.
Well, I understand that you're using the term materialist for this, and I'm interested in that mapping, but I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying.
The primal material.
That entity that is responsible for creating you, the only part of that entity that is experiential, and there's nothing outside of what you can experience.
That's correct. There's nothing outside of what you can experience. Then the Muppet
Time
Show.
is a flat circle.
So, Mark, am I getting close?
There he is.
No, that's correct. It's all experiential. Like, yes, it's all experience. It's all participation. All of it. It's all participation.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I would imagine that you understand that another perspective of that is something like that which you can participate in. And let's say, I don't know what the right word is, but like embody, right? And then there's a part of it that you participate in that you can't embody, but you experience, right?
Like reading a book.
No, I don't. No, I would just say everything's embodied.
No. So
Right.
I'm mapping something that you don't believe, right? But that is a different mapping, right? So this different mapping is, here's what you can embody, experience and embody. Here's what you can experience and not embody. And then here's what you can't experience or embody, right? And that's an accounting of hypostasis in a trinity.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about like if you could like pop your head off and you don't have a body, but you're just like floating around, you're just like a conscious? Like, is that what you're talking about?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like, okay, we're all right. The separation of like experience and embodiment, right? Okay, that would be like if you popped your head off, right? And you don't have a body that can ambulate around. You're just kind of like, you can watch and kind of like look around. You're just
probably closer to like a VR tour of a like the Great Wall of China or something like that, I would think, because you're not embodying the actual thing. You're visualizing it, perhaps seeing it to some degree. You're imagining it, but you're not there.
Right.
Integrate,
It'd be like
walking.
like a floating head. I did a whole video about being a floating head, is why I'm saying that. There's this video game, this Scorn, that came out. And it was all about this idea of transcendence. And what humanity eventually did is they popped their heads off, and they thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. But everybody died because nobody could farm and build things, and everything just went to shit. But they were having the best time ever because they're in this floating purple field of energy in these floating heads, just like having infinite orgasms with each other. I don't know what they were doing, but it looked awful. It was terrible. It's hell. It's literally hell. That sort of reality where you're not in a body, man. You're just.
So I'm not talking about that at all.
Oh, okay. What are you? Okay.
So let's say the Holy Spirit working through you is something like embodiment, right? It's also maybe the same as seeing like a good man at church, and then not only emulating that, but like giving yourself up to what allows you to emulate that.
Like grounding yourself.
Sure.
Okay. Cool.
You could say that's ground. I actually like the idea of groundedness in Christ.
Yeah.
I really love that.
Okay.
But then there's also like experiencing. So you still have this in relation, right? But when you're asking for mercy to something that's higher to you, you are now asking mercy to something that's not you, that you can't embody.
Right.
But you're in relation to it.
Yeah. Right? Well, and that's true of other people too.
It's true of other people, and I'm definitely talking about Yahweh, right?
Sure.
So here's this spirit, right? Whatever that is, I can't embody it, but I can be in relation to it. And then there's maybe it's a faith thing, but there's a part of it that I cannot experience and is unknowable and beyond knowing.
Yes. Right? That's the place I'm talking about, popping your head off. That's where people want to try to go because they think it's heaven. Oh, we can't live there.
So
it's not a good place.
I can't really do anything with that other than being humility to it, right? And the only parts of the Father that I even remotely can kind of know about at all come through that which I can be in relation to but not embody, or the Son.
Yeah.
I don't have any objection to that. That sounds like perfectly reasonable Christian doctrine to me.
Oh well,
I object to Christian doctrine, but I don't object to that.
Is it because you don't want us to be for lions, Mark?
No, Christians I want you to be for lions so that I don't have to. Like, that's the whole point. I'm going to throw you guys out there. Like,
you're the reason the National Park Service had to say, don't push people down if you're being chased by a bear, aren't you?
Isn't it amazing? I saw that and I was like, you've got to be effing kidding me. This is an actual world I live in. And yet, This is the world in which I live somehow.
Yeah.
What I
I
did wrong.
don't mean this as an attack, right? But where I'm pointing at where I think that my case for where I see a lack of humility, if I were to make a case for that, right, is that because your position is something like the only part of that entity that entity can only be in relation to me, rather than there's a part of that entity that is beyond my participation, right? That is what I'm pointing at, the lack of humility.
Okay. Yeah. That's Protestantism. Yeah, they all suck. I agree. Protestants are a problem. And not all of them. I'm just saying that in case Bruce watches the stream, he'll get a kick out of it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem.
Why do you think that that's Protestantism?
But I think that's the problem. I'm using that as a proxy for materialist Christianity. The materialist Christians have that problem for sure. That's what materialism causes. It causes making the involvement of the body primary. And you can have two reactions to that. One is an embracing of it, the other is a rejection of it, where you're only worried about heaven and hell instead of being worried about the here and now. And the other one is you are unable to think of anything outside of material terms. And so you get into this live hidden attitude where you're like, well, I just live as a good Christian and nobody knows about it. It's okay because I'm living as a good Christian, right? And then some Christians, I just found this out the other day by talking to Bruce, ironically enough, some Christians read that as nominalism. And they map nominalism as being a nominal Christian. And like, fair enough, I get it. But when somebody like John Vervaeke talks about nominalism, he's talking about a philosophical movement around Duns Scotus and Occam and these other idiots. It's obviously impossible, but also embodied in the scientific community, academic scientific community in particular, right? And so we get this deep confusion in the language because we're using the same words and they're meaning totally different things, right? So, but what I would say is because there's materialism in the church, your problem is a problem of a crisis of faith. It's a big problem. It's a problem in the church. It's one of the reasons why I think that the church needs to kind of take care of that. But it doesn't explain the meaning crisis, people, at all, because they don't have a concept of the three things you're talking about. They don't. Creation isn't an issue for them because they've never thought about it.
Well, so two things. One, most of them we find if they just try to act like Christ, right? But what actually hands up, what happens to most of these Protestants, from my experience in living with these folks, right, is I can see kind of what you're getting at, but it's like I acknowledge the Father and the unknowable, and then I combo that. Okay, I skip the Holy Spirit, I skip the Son, and and then I have my own mapping of good and evil, and I combo. There's a Father, and I have my own mapping of good and evil, right? And so this is why even the demons, right, like acknowledge the Father. They know that exists. This is also why there can be those who cry out, "Lord, Lord," but he doesn't know them, right? This is the same problem there. But I would argue that the materialism comes not like you can point at because you're acknowledging the Father. You can point at that, but sorry, I think that mapping happens in a rebellion towards orienting on your own mapping of good and evil, not through acknowledging that the Father and that there's greater than you.
Well, again, but I don't. Yeah, again, the problem with materialism is that you can't have a right relationship because you think material is primary. You can't have a right relationship, even if you understand that materialism isn't the only thing. Like John Vervaeke, like he just falls into the Gnosticism because of this. Is he's still like, well, no, initial conditions matter and the rules matter, like the natural law matters. The nomological order is what he calls it.
Well, right? So this is why I talked about Christ first, right? Because if those Protestants were to actually just be disciples of Christ, then they would intersect between the invisible and the visible.
No, they wouldn't. Right? No, they wouldn't. They can't.
So when I am able to see someone that is Christ-like, some of the ways that I might try to describe that is they have things that fully exist and that are very real, that are in the invisible, like love and kindness.
Right.
And it manifests in the visible, right? In almsgiving, where they actually like doing something, feeding the poor, giving a hug, whatever. There's the intersection, right? And that's where you find Christ. That's where you find Logos.
But they can't. The Protestants can't find Christ because they can all interpret the Bible any way they want, and they do. And then they just go, well, my interpretation is correct, and if the church doesn't agree with me, I'll just leave and pretend I was excommunicated.
But we're also describing it like it's like Protestant is a proxy for anyone that is not finding the intersection of the invisible.
Protestantism is just Gnosticism in waiting, and nihilism.
I would agree with you, and I could shit on the Protestants all day, but it's like, do I really have a first stone to throw? I've missed that mark plenty of times.
No, but you haven't. You can just go sola scriptura and therefore, right? Like you just trash them with that. They can't do anything about it because it's just wrong. It's
to even trash them, right, is to manifest certain kinds of fruit that shows me as a certain kind of tree.
That's fine. Well, look, you can do what you want. I'm not a Christian for this reason, so I'll trash them all day and all night until they stop being bad people. Because that's the problem. Look. I mean, I'm absolutely furious about the 5-hour live stream that Van der Clay talked about, right? Because they didn't understand what happened, right? This guy comes on and he admits, well, he says he was excommunicated, and then he admits nothing like excommunication even remotely happened to him at all. Then he plays the victim to a bunch of other rebels who also believe they got excommunicated. First of all, it's nearly impossible to excommunicate from a freaking Protestant church of any kind. That's a ridiculous assertion. Right?
Okay,
you have to go through a lot of deliberate effort.
I'm going to rewind back a little bit. This is,
and then,
all right.
But wait,
let me be good, right? And I don't think that you can acknowledge that you can see that knowledge can be good or baptized. And the reason I'm saying that is because of this lack of humility of seeing something that's greater and non-participatory.
But here's the problem, right? The whole reason why he's going into this "I was excommunicated" bullshit, and it's a lie. It's a flat out lie. It was not excommunicated. The church said, "We'll still give you Eucharist, and please come and do the liturgy with us." I don't understand what you mean by excommunication if those two things are still on the table. Like now you're talking about something that has nothing to do with the word excommunicate, right? What happened was he was told he couldn't play in the band anymore, organ, whatever.
But why are you deflecting to this situation?
Well, because it's important, right? Because it's going to address your issue.
Okay.
So then his wife is also not allowed to participate outside of the liturgy anymore, right? And in the Catholic tradition, Father Eric explained this to me, you'd be stripped of your offices, basically. You'd be told you suspended from offices. So you could still come to church and receive the Eucharist and all that, but you just couldn't, right, do whatever. Now, this is a quirk that happens more often in Protestantism because Protestants have this belief that if you have bad doctrine, which is knowledge, right, that being around other Protestants is going to somehow infect them with that bad knowledge. This is a very Protestant way of thinking about it, right? The Catholics don't have anything like this because the Catholics. Hold on, let me just finish, and then I'll give it to you for a second, Eric, and then I need to take it back. The Catholics have so many different doctrines that they integrate, and they're probably almost as many as the Protestants, that they don't have this problem because they just submit to authority, and that takes care of it. Make your point, please, Eric.
I was just going to say that I don't think it's so much the knowledge per se. It's whether you are in agreement with the spirit of that body of believers, and if you are practicing according to the doctrine that is at play.
Right, but here's the problem. In this particular case, and this is why I'm using this as the case, the whole problem is that he went into the church, he picked a non-denominational church on purpose. Non-denominational church on purpose. He said this. This is all stuff he said. I'm not putting words into his mouth or anything, right? He picks this non-denominational church. He gets permission from the pastor. The pastor understands his views, and the pastor says, this is not a problem. You can still play in the band and blah, 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 whatever. He's like, it's fine. It's all fine, right? And then the council of elders, I guess is what you nutbags call it in the Protestant world, right? They know about his channel. It's a YouTube channel. They see the YouTube channel. They have no problems. There's no problem. But then because it's crazy Protestants and they can't have a church for more than 4 days, right? The pastor eventually goes away and the council of elders eventually changes and you're in a non-denominational church. Okay. So now, and he said this, I want to have somebody to appeal to. You're an idiot. You picked a church with no possible appeal on purpose. You did this entirely to yourself. And the issue is not his attitude in church, because that didn't change. He was still playing the organ and not infecting people with whatever ridiculous doctrine he already had. That never happened. What happened is they saw his knowledge on YouTube and they said, no, we need to kick you out of this, possibly infecting our children through your wife and possibly infecting our congregation through your engagement in our music.
Which live stream is this, by the way?
All knowledge.
Which live stream is this you're talking about?
This is the Federaci live stream from 2 days ago that Vander Clay took a clip out of, an hour-long clip. It was a 5-hour live stream. And if you watch, most of my comments are on Federaci's channel. Of course, I was supposed to be using Randos United. Who knew? But if you watch, I was in on the beginning, and I was excoriating all of them because they were missing the story. The story is you did this to yourself, and now you're bitching and playing victim. Just like a typical leftist that you complain about if they did it in some other way.
May I point out that we're at 6 hours and 24 minutes now, or you are, but
Great.
I know. I'm awesome. That's true. I have 7-hour live streams too.
Mark, how do you help? I have some ideas about how it connects, but can you help me tie it together?
Yeah, the problem in that case is the knowledge.
Okay.
It's not
okay.
His access to the church didn't change at all. Nothing.
Well,
And to some extent, it's personal for me because this is the excuse they use to get rid of us off of the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server. Not that it worked. I mean, I'm still there, right? But I'm no longer engaged because they took away my capacity to engage by taking away my organizer privileges, right? But at the same time, they said, well, you no longer agree with Vervaeke's path. And I'm like, what is Vervaeke's path? Why do you think it's changed? And how is taking the meditation, the ability to do the meditation away from me towards your point?
It's turned into a cult.
So
right, but because it's a cult and it's a knowledge-based cult. It's Gnostic. Like that's what it is. And that's where the problem is. The problem is the knowledge. The problem isn't not the knowledge.
Are there examples where knowledge don't exist within a Gnostic framework?
Yeah. If you're having fun.
Of course.
You're having a good time. You can't be weird, you know, and taking, you know, when you get all weird and culty, man, and you crack jokes, they kill you. You or they kick you out, you know, ideally. So the sense of humor is critical. That's how you can detect the authenticity of people.
Sure.
They have to have a sense of humor. If they're not funny, if they're not laughing, they're not able to see the humor of things, even themselves, then they're probably.
Well, so I agree with that. I think it's part of the nature of Christ, right? It's like something about understanding truth. Like we laugh at things that are real true, right?
Yeah.
Right, but again, it's it's
funny.
It's the whole engagement with philosophy and theology. Philosophy and theology are the same thing on different sides of registers. One's material, that's philosophy, and one is ethereal, that's theology. And the problem is when you go into that, either one, it doesn't matter which one, you must find disagreement. There's no way to agree on the knowledge level theologically or philosophically. It's not designed that way. It is inevitable to cause disagreement. And disagreement's not unhealthy, right? But it can be. And the focus on that is the problem. So Gnosticism is making knowledge the highest value. And now all of a sudden you have all kinds of problems. Because you're not making the highest value.
I would argue that what happens is that's something like rational knowledge ends up in Gnosticism. And the way that I might try to contrast this is something like empirical knowledge maybe ends up in like a cult of Dionysus, the experiential, the rave, maybe the Pentecostals, right, falling down on the Holy Spirit, these kinds of things, right? It's a highest form of knowledge in the empirical sense, and then there's a highest form of knowledge in the rational sense. But right through this lens of knowing, types of knowing, right? From an epistemological framework, it's like I think logos is also a way of knowing that transcends past rationality or empiricism.
That's where I have a problem. Like I don't think so. I think it's a method of participation. And that squares the circle, because now you don't have to redefine knowledge or change the definition of knowledge. You can just say participation, and the problem is solved.
So,
Okay,
so the way I would say the problem is solved is you can tell which one, like which things end up at the top for people based on the fruits, right? Like you kind of know, right? Like they're gonna act a certain way.
No, you can't until those fruits happen.
I don't
Right?
know.
And
I
so
can look at that tree and tell if that's a shitty tree or not.
Well, right, but you can't know the fruits. Like the tree might just be ugly, but it might be a fig tree. My fig tree is pretty ugly, by the way.
Well,
Right.
I'll come back later. If somebody says
that
it's
is
good, I mean, maybe I'll try it.
But that is the issue, right? So this is the Sam Harris problem. So if you look on Navigating Patterns on my channel, what you're going to see is you're going to see 2 videos on Sam Harris. Okay, they're about a month apart. One of them was done before the trigonometry interview, and the other one was done as the result of the trigonometry interview, where he basically blew up and didn't care about dead babies in a basement, right? They were in a specific person's basement.
He needs to do some more ecstasy. He needs to chill.
No. He needs to stop using knowledge as his highest value, because that's the name of that video is Sam Harris, highest value knowledge, right? Like, and it's contrasted against Konstantin Kitchen, because this happened in the clip, right? Where Konstantin, he's not bothered by the same thing Sam's bothered by. He gets pissed off when Sam says, well, yeah, they should have stolen the election because Trump had Trump University as his basic, outline of his argument. And then Konstantin goes crazy because his highest value is politics. And so you can see the contrast between the 2 highest values. Now, I could not have predicted that he was going to that Sam Harris was going to sacrifice any number of children to be right about knowledge. I could not have predicted that, right? But I did predict that he was going to blow up. So that had nothing to do with his fruits. Nothing.
I need to see that. I haven't seen that. I can't imagine him being emotional unless he's talking about Islam.
He
got very emotional. He got really emotional.
You know how we were talking about ego death earlier? We briefly mentioned it, right? So let's say you got like this left hemisphere that can empty out, right? The only thing that really happens in the left hemisphere seems to be deeply rational, right? It is the foundation of all rationality. Yeah. Now, if you're going hardcore on ego death stuff, right? And you could do that a couple different ways. You could try to empty out with like Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, right? You could empty out speaking in tongues in a Pentecostal church. You could take a bunch of drugs. There's a bunch of things you could do to just empty yourself out and tear down that house all the time. The further you tear that down, the more you are living in some kind of empirical sense where, let's say, archetypes in the collective unconscious are constantly just like rushing in, taking control, doing whatever the heck they want to do. The more that there's a house built within the left hemisphere, the more so I'm calling that ego, right? But let's say whatever that left hemisphere thing is built up.
Well, I was going to say persona seems to be something, since you're talking about it being
good
crafted.
with that. That's fine. So let's say you're like real into marijuana and like stoner culture and like whatever, right? And so then like you become that, but what gets built in the left hemisphere from what's fed in from the right, in a sense, right? Just to try to map this a certain way. But that the only way you end up with a not corrupted left hemisphere, because it's like no matter what you fill it in with from that collective unconscious, it seems to be like the passions, right? It's greed, or it's lust, or it's Dionysus, it's Apollo, it's Mars, it's whatever, right? The only way that this like becomes good to where you can genuinely love it, to where it's not death oriented but life oriented, is however much you let logos fill that up, which was sort of like standing above all of that, right? That's kind of like the logocentrism, a method of knowing that is bigger than the empirical passions and bigger than the rational left hemisphere thing that's constructed.
Yeah, it's like that litany in Frank Herbert's Doom. I don't know. I don't remember the whole thing, but it's like he'll let a storm pass over and through him, and only he will remain.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of like what happens after a flood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're dragging a lot of stuff into there, and none of it's necessary, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, participation just explains everything nicely. Like, you need to get into this idea of knowledge and filling and all that stuff. It's like
so
just
my case for why it's necessary is to bring in a sense of humility, right?
No, a sense of humor.
No. In order to participate, you need humility. Like, you're not going
I
to
agree with
participate
that.
correctly
I agree
without
with
humility. So,
Yeah.
so participation solves that problem too. The
I
problem
think
that I have
that's
is
what
with
keeps
the
you
framework.
partially sane, Mark.
Well,
Yeah,
if you think about if people were just being humble all the time, that's really fucking annoying. Really annoying.
No. Because
humility is different,
right?
If people can have a little bit of a humor, then the humility goes along with that. That's
It's false, right? But there's a false humility, or being humble in a false way, right? And that's a different thing. But
that's different.
But the problem with all that is discernment, and discernment is a big topic right now. We're trying to work it out. We haven't worked it out yet. That's why we haven't done a live stream on discernment. I haven't done any videos on discernment, because discernment's damn near impossible to start to frame.
To discern.
Like I think in some sense
it's not a man all day. I mean, that's like
in some sense it's too early to talk about it, right? Because first, the way you train discernment seems to be in participation. So we have to get people bought into the participation framework before we can even begin to tackle discernment. Because
why do we have to do that? I mean, isn't it pretty natural?
Is it what?
I think it'll be natural.
Why do we have to get
it's
people
really
there?
hard if you try to get there through rational means.
Yeah, you can't get to discernment through rationality.
Yeah, you sure
rationality depends on discernment. That's the whole problem.
And you can't lead a horse to water. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you
can't make it drink.
You can, if you know what a horse is, you know what what water is, and where it is in relation to you, and where the horse is in relation to you, and where the water is.
If you put sugar in the water, you can
all of that requires discernment, and that's the problem.
If you try to lean on knowing empirically by what you experience, you run into Plato's cave problems.
Right.
There's
or
something
Plato's
that's higher
ray.
than all this that you can't account for. That's the point. That's the C.S. Lewis problem.
Yeah, that I agree with. Right. All of that I agree with. Yeah. So the participation is the thing, and it's the lack of participation that makes things indiscernible. And now all of a sudden you're a conservative Christian who doesn't speak up about the Storytime drag show hour thing, right? Like we're already here. We're at the point where they can't discern that that's evil. It's like, no, that's definitely evil. There's no question about it. Like,
at that point, we all can clearly tell that those people aren't disciples of Yahweh.
Well,
I can tell you what people's interpretation of it is here. It's more of a Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot's wife thing. Like, you got to let those people kill themselves. We can't get involved because we'll start.
Right, but that's
a civil war.
But that's a problem too. Is like, no.
Maybe
look, there's a time for war. Like, it's not that there's no time for. You can't live hidden Christian forever. You can't.
Well,
all you're doing is saying we're going to
are able to move, and people have moved.
No, but
it's the point they can't run away. The war will happen.
No.
Yes.
You will die. You will die.
Yes,
we're
If
fine.
you die having run away from the lions and being eaten,
we're fine.
Not getting into heaven. I can tell you that right.
Mark, I agree. We'll die. This is where Rene Girard's work is really helpful. Right?
Well, why do you think we'll die if we let them die?
No, we'll die either way, dude. You die. Like, you don't go on.
Yeah, I mean, eventually. Yeah, eventually.
Right.
In order for Pharaoh's heart to soften, right? There's a lot of plagues that come, right? So like, that's why we also have this sense that death is defeated. You're like, you will die. Yeah, I might fall asleep in the Lord. My flesh might pass away, but you believe you, me, I am alive in Christ.
Right. Right. But you're not called to do nothing. And that's the live hidden Christian problem, is that they believe that there is a state where they are called to do nothing and they can still be Christ-like. And I'm like, no.
The they that you're talking about, not followers of Yahweh, and probably could be mapped to a different pagan god.
Oh, I agree that they're all heathenless pagan bastards. There's no question about it. But whatever. Like they say they're Christians, and that's where I have a problem. I'm like, no, there's no such thing as a live hidden Christian. You're just not Christian, and you don't want to admit it because you've got the Bible and sola scriptura or whatever to help you hide. Like, no.
Here's the grace that I can give them, though. It's a lot worse when they're not even attempting to aim anywhere near that, right? They might be on a journey where they still got to get there on quite a few things. Right. But if all that we're getting out of it is like, and this is what Peterson's getting at, right? Like, it's like, take what you've got, man, because whatever's left over, it's pretty good. This is also kind of what Tom Holland's getting at too, right? It's like, hey, don't take for granted the mist that's left over from the wave, right?
Right.
I think that however dark and bad this is going to get, constantly at every point, just like in our own lives, just like the story of the prodigal son, at every moment, there's an opportunity to turn and repent, right? And so if there's anything that whatever's left of followers of Yahweh or anything that's close to that, hence this bridges of meaning, this little cornerness, right? Anything that's anywhere close to that has a calling, a great commission to testify what is true and attempt to baptize the nations in truth.
But look, I would drop the baptism entirely and say it's not testimony as in words. It's testimony as in deeds. Like, this is where I think the evangelicalism goes wrong, right? They use words and they should be using deeds, and they should shut the hell up. And they should stop propositioning people. And if they're going to proposition people, they should not use any Christian language or framework whatsoever. And Christians have a really hard time with that. And fair enough, they should. But this is why they don't understand Peterson. This is why the only frame that Vanderklay has for Peterson is the revival. It's like, really? That's the only way you can think of Peterson? He's not being moved by the Holy Spirit. What are you talking about? That's not Asbury.
It's a whole new thing. It's not even the same. It's not even the same thing.
Right, but Vanderklay has no other framework and language to understand Peterson. And so he just talks about the Peterson revival.
There's a sense in which all truth is in Christ, and that's the Holy Spirit.
Well, I mean, okay, here's the thing about Peterson. If you have to buy into Carl Jung, because Peterson carbon copied everything Carl Jung did, period. It's Carl Jung.
But yeah.
But Carl Jung do?
His whole body of work is based off of Carl Jung.
Christianity.
Right. Carl Jung stole all this stuff from Christianity.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with any of that. But the issue is what Peterson's doing does not resemble anything that might resemble a revival. Like, it's just, that's not what's happening. It's just a bad way to think about what's happening.
He brought to light a lot of. So the real question is: was Carl Jung onto something, or was he crazy?
Yeah, he was onto lots of things.
He was onto something, and he was crazy. I don't know where he went wrong, which is why I don't engage with his work, because I can't tell where he screwed up. But I know he screwed up.
Well,
he screwed up on his mapping.
Was it okay that he banged his patients and made them into doctors?
He screwed up on his mapping of Lucifer and Jesus, right? He didn't understand the way in which Pan is like an anti, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why he banged his patients. He needed to get involved, he realized. He had to get into personal relationships with people if he could save any of them. So he started banging his patient, and then he taught her how to become a psychologist, and she went off and became a doctor psychologist.
I mean,
it's a true story.
I know.
No, we know the story. That's not.
Oh, you do? Okay. I mean, it's a crazy story.
No, it is and it isn't. I mean, that's what happens with materialism, is that you get confused about your intimate relationships, and I have a talk on intimacy. I have two. I have one on Andrea with the Bangs channel and one on my channel with Catherine, right? That's the problem. Materialism and intimacy equals sex because there's no non-material way to have intimacy.
All right, revivals. Okay, earlier you talked about revivals. Peterson's not doing anything that looks like a revival. All right. Well, if by revival you mean Protestant outbursts of spiritual behavior, right? Because they're so stifled, right? That they have no mysticism, no spirituality at all, and it just like it can't hold itself. It's like, right? If that's what you're talking about, then I agree. What Peterson's doing is not that. But also, there's a way in which the kind of, it's like him having that conversation with Majid. Nope.
Yeah, Majid Nawaz. That was a great conversation.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that.
He's talking with this guy about powers and principalities. Okay. So in the way that this is a revival is in the sense of a resurrection, right? A reviving of a mystical understanding of powers and principalities beyond what's material, that there are angels that hover over all of us and that are possessing people in moving groups.
I don't see Peterson as doing any of that, and that's part of the problem.
Well, I mean, listen to that conversation because it's outlined pretty clearly.
I think what Peterson's doing is like kind of like it's a metal detector. He goes beep 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 beep. Oh, people like it, and then he leads into that thing. I don't think it started out as that.
No,
I think Jung and Nietzsche are fundamentally grappling with powers and principalities and how to deal with and relation to them as a human being.
Listen closely to Peterson. He does not use Nietzschean philosophy ever, and he rarely uses much of Jungian anything. He takes the archetypes, but he does use both of them as prophets explicitly. That's how he's not endorsing Nietzschean philosophy at all. He's saying he's only using Nietzsche as a prophet ever, which I find fascinating. Right, but I wouldn't categorize him in revival because, and this is where the confusion is. Christians just don't have a category to put him in because he's not in a Christian category. It's that simple. He's not within your framework.
I think what you're saying is it's not in a Protestant category.
No, he's not in a Catholic category either. The Catholics don't know what to do with him.
It depends on what you mean by Catholic, right? So, yeah. Now, so why can't I run into an Orthodox person whatsoever anywhere across this country that I've been, and they're not like totally understanding what Peterson is doing and constantly running people that are like coming into their church. Now, I don't know how much impact that can really have, but in the traditional church, something that's definitely Orthodoxy and extends to whatever degree of Catholicism, right, or the West, if you will. There's a reviving of sorts that's very interesting.
Well, no. But here's a fundamental difference, right? And I like actually Van der Klay's got the perfect framing for this, in my opinion. Peterson's grabbing people from a certain position and bringing them somewhere, right? And then what Van der Klay's saying is, okay, so he's grabbing them, and then they're gonna fall off of that. Like there's an end to the Peterson, what would you call it?
He's on the fence, and then everybody's like collecting around the fence, and then some of them are jumping over it.
No. Just think of it as an escalator. So he's people at the bottom of the escalator. He pushes them onto his escalator, takes them up somewhere.
Yep.
Now there's nothing to catch them. And Van der Klee very explicitly said this many times, right? Well, I want to be there to catch them. And then what he's also said is there's a gap between the edge of that escalator of Peterson, right? They're coming off, and the church. Right. And he knows, because he said this before, and this is my deep criticism of Paul Van der Klee, right? I love Pastor Paul. I met Pastor Paul. We're friends, right? But he knows it's a gap of leadership, and no one's filling that gap. No one. Van der Klee won't do it. Vervaeke won't do it. Peugeot won't.
There's so many
another image just came to mind
that are back in the church, or like people back in the church at every level, right? Whether it's Pentecostals, Protestants, Catholics, whatever.
But hold on, Michael. Let me finish my case.
Sure.
When they're falling off the escalator, from the perspective of the Christian, for the ones that leap that gap, and make it into the church, probably orthodoxy for whatever reason. We could have tons of arguments about that. Doesn't matter, right? They see that as a revival. You know what Peterson's doing, right? I understand why they see it as a revival. They have no other frame. But how many people is Peterson missing? That's a better question.
They can't assume the leadership because it would become violent or a suicide cult.
No, not at all.
It would, because when push comes to shove, I remember seeing what made Peterson so famous. All those kids yelling at him, trying to hit him. It can very easily turn when push comes to shove. It hasn't.
Well, yeah, but
you assume leadership,
it did become violent. They just didn't. It wasn't violent against people. They broke a bunch of equipment in a couple of different incidents.
Well, if you had a real leader, a leader would stop that. They would stop it. That's what I'm talking about. That's where the violence.
Leaders can't do that. He's not trying to lead the mob. He's trying to lead away from the mob, and that's actually important.
I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's ever been done in history.
An image came to my mind in this sort of talk about. There's a bunch of people that are marching along, and I'm going to go ahead and assume that at least 2 or 3 of you have played the old Lemmings game.
Lemmings.
Yeah. So what I'm picturing is like people are necessarily marching forward. That's just how the game is going. They're marching forward. And Paul's noticing that, Peterson is kind of saying, hey, you're going to go up this hill. Okay, great. There's a hill. Fantastic. There's also a gap. And you have to build a bridge, or you have to give them a dang umbrella so they can parachute down.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Paul is trying to help people build and get more builders involved in making that bridge to get across.
Yeah.
He is.
People are
right.
doing
What they need is a leader, and he's not willing to do that. And that's part of the problem. That's still
there are people blowing up the bridge all the time is what I'm saying.
Well, that's the other problem, is because there's no leader, people are constantly blowing up that bridge. That's why
this falls into the same problem of trust in something that is bigger than what we can participate in or in relation.
Yeah. Well, I would call that trust. I would call that faith.
Yeah,
let me give you a good example of what I'm talking about here. When the lockdowns happened, there are some moments when certain people, I won't name names, could have become leaders, but it would have involved an escalation that nobody is comfortable with. So what do they do as an alternative? They wait. Like cowards, because the alternative nobody can stomach. I don't think that's happened in history. Really, we're at a weird time, but we have a lot to lose. Our internet, job,
but
our
that's the point of a leader. A leader is the person who's going to take the damn hit. Like, that's the whole point.
Well, you will not have a leader. Then you will have a Christ figure that is crucified in front of you.
That's fine too, Niram. I don't care. Like, somebody's got to step up. Look, this is weird coming from you, dude, because this is exactly the advice that we gave you that you followed, and you led those people into the Capitol to complain.
Well,
right?
it could have
one of those leaders.
If you escalate it, that's where it goes. People get angry. They get angry. Something.
Yeah, they do. People get angry either way. Like, the anger happens either way. You're not avoiding the anger. You might be shifting which side it's on or something stupid, but you're not avoiding the anger.
It's not obvious anymore that is the best course of action, to be that leader.
No, it's the only course of action that's going to work ever. And the longer we wait to take it, the worse it's going to be. And nobody's stepping up. And that's a problem.
They can just say whatever they want about you. They can spin a narrative.
They're going to. That's going to happen. It's going to happen anyway. Whether you have a leader or not, it's going to happen. It's going to happen to you. It's going to happen to me. It's going to happen to all of us. It's already happened to me several times. So what?
How do we know for sure what went down in Waco? How do we know for sure?
We don't know. We don't have to know. Right. It's not required.
Right. This could have, what you're talking about, Mark, could have happened dozens of times and we don't know.
No, it already has happened dozens of times, and
Yeah.
I do know, and I don't care. It has to happen more. Like that's just inevitable.
You know, there's a rise in popularity of, you know, Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, and
Of course,
right,
he had a plan.
right. Yet, you know,
That's part of the
still
component
buying
of
the
leadership.
damn iPhones.
Well, there's a
That's
chance
part
that
of
Rome
a
might have
component
to
of
burn,
leadership.
right?
You have to
The
have a
Nero-
plan.
The
Okay.
Nero fire of Rome,
There's
right,
no-
might have to burn down, right? That
There's
might happen.
there's no leadership. What fills the gap? Well, here's a plan. Well, we don't have a leader. Well, we got a plan. Okay, let's go with the plan.
Sorry, Mark.
get
Even
it.
if you get a leader in, right? Even if you get a leader in and you get one good leader, it may not be long before that turns into a leader that's not so good, right? Now you're ending up in like all this stuff
Right, but-
plays out over history. But whether you're dealing with democracy problems, Senate problems, emperor problems,
But you're not.
whatever
But
it
you're
is,
not. But you're not getting around the problem of leadership. Leadership is inevitable, and if
Yeah,
good
yeah, I
people
agree.
don't try to
I
take
agree.
leadership,
It also
only bad
sort of-
people will lead. It's
it
that
doesn't
simple.
matter, right? Because whatever form of government that you're dealing with, and whether you need like more centralization and
Yeah,
leadership,
leadership's independent of government.
none of this matters until whatever stage of fall you're at, there's a repentance. And we might have to go all the way down where we're in pig shit and we've burned Rome down, right? We
No,
might
I
have to
don't-
go
I
the
don't-
full journey of prodigal
I
son.
don't think.
But
No.
at every stage, there's an opportunity to repent, right? Every stage.
I don't know. Really, the reason I'm saying this is I read this book. It was called A Canticle for Leibowitz. It was about people doing this thing that we're talking about, assuming the leadership. It inevitably leads to someone challenging you, and then violence. It must lead to
No.
violence. It does. It does.
It also leads that way without it. The violence is going to happen either way. The question
has
is,
been-
will that violence
it
with
has
a
been
good leader or with-
surprisingly
or with no
mild.
leader?
Yeah.
I
So
thought
the
it
Violence
was going to
happens
get a
either
lot
way.
worse.
You're not getting around it.
The only way the blood
We had so
stops
far.
is understanding that the blood of the Lamb covers all the sins, and now it's time for forgiveness and baptism. That's it. That's the only way. It
The-
doesn't
the
stop under
violence-
any other
The
condition.
violence is inevitable. You don't
Yeah.
get around it. The
I agree.
question is, do you go forward with strong leadership or not? The
No, even
violence
if you
happens
do,
either way.
We're not.
this is
That's
a
not-
will
we're
to
not.
power thing. You're
Right, I know
talking
we're
about
not. That's
materialist
my
power game
complaint.
terms. Okay, these are materialist power game terms.
Right.
Okay, we are in relation to repentance and forgiveness. That's it. Otherwise, we'll kill each other and burn all of it to the ground. It could take 100 years. It could take 1,000 years. We'll be on this exact same path.
Right. And it's the leadership. It's the leadership. It's good leaders that get us off that path and onto a better path.
But that leadership looks a lot like Christ, right? And a lot of that comes in Christian martyrdom, unfortunately.
Well, some of it will. Yeah, look, Christians
Yeah.
are for lions.
Some of
I
it
tell
will.
Christians this all the
Yeah.
time. And it's like, why are Christians for lions? It's like, because if you stand up in
They
front of the
don't- they
lion,
won't
there's a
fight.
there's a non-zero chance that the lion will not eat you. And if the
Absolutely.
lion doesn't eat you, that's great. But
If-
there's
if-
also a non-zero chance that
Right.
the lion will eat you.
If
that's-
Jesus
that's
would have
why the
went full
message-
Dragon Ball Z, then they wouldn't be for lions. But that's not what
No.
happened.
He kept the sword in the sheath. And this
Yeah.
is why understanding that death is defeated is so important.
Important. Right.
It's so important.
Right. You have to understand the full story of the resurrection, not
Yes.
just the whole like rose from the dead. It's like, well, but what's going on in between there? Because that's actually really right. You have to and this is like the so if you want to think of middle out thinking in terms of John Vervaeke's work, he talks about steal the culture. And how does he describe steal the culture? He says, oh, well, you see, there's Augustine. It's like, whoa, we're starting at Augustine? We're just Augustine. Okay. And then what does he say? He says, well, what Augustine did was, well, you see, there were all these people practicing church in their homes. It's like, oh, is that what they were doing? They were practicing church in their homes. That's this whole story. right? And then Augustine, gathers them around. Oh, really? Augustine? Is that what they're gathered around, right? And right. Well, what does that sound like? That actually sounds like the hell we're living through. It sounds like because then also it sounds like what's happening. You've got the religion of race, BLM. They're worshiping in their homes, right? You've got the climate religion. They're worshiping in their homes, right? And then you've got the safety religion. They're worshiping in their homes. They're all fighting,
temples.
of course.
They have temples.
They're all fighting, and it's like, well,
look. I spent like 15 years as a Marxist communist. We got temples.
Right. But the point is that there isn't a unification. The thing that's missing out of Steal the Culture is the thing that they were doing was not church in their house. It was, we all believe the story of the resurrection, not in the resurrection, not in the action of the resurrection, in the story of the resurrection, because it matters what happens in the middle, right? Like that whole, like what happens between the time he dies, or actually what happens from the time he's convicted, right, until the time he rises and is noticed again or recognized again. All of that is part of the story of the resurrection, and that all matters. And because of that, Steal the Culture happens. But you know what doesn't happen? Steal the Culture doesn't happen without that. Then you're just in this war of cults, not culture. It's not a culture war. It's a cult war. And all the cults want to tear the culture down because they want to replace it, but they can't, because none of them have a story you can live in.
So Christ contains the entire cosmos, all of these cults, and all of these cults can be baptized in his blood, right? So, yeah, I mean it. I mean, it's why.
I know you always lose me there, though.
Well, I mean, you can't get the whole planet on board with that. It's just
you don't have to.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. You do, like, this is kind of the Yarvin thing to some degree, right? So it's also understanding that there's like the high church, right? And there's a center point, and then there's concentric circles around this, right? And it's really important. It's like the nose of a ship, and we have to change the nose of the ship a bit, right? Everything else can kind of follow in that direction. The low church will follow suit, right? But the high church has to come together on these kind of understanding, whether it's like some weird combination of all this weird little corner stuff, right? And Neoplatonics and these Calvinist, thought leaderships, and like Orthodox people and some Catholic people, whatever this is, right? That are the high elves of the church, so to say, right? Like that can change the nose of the ship.
I don't know if that can even happen. I don't.
We're sort of watching it happen.
It happened in history.
I think people are trying to be cohesive around something. They're going to end up fighting and blowing each other up.
Right, because they're trying to be cohesive around the wrong thing.
Martin Luther shit that happened. It's probably going to be horrible.
So fruits. Everybody watch your fruits. You know what's not here? If you don't have hope, then I know what kind of tree you are. Right?
Okay.
Right.
So we get that hope by understanding that even if it's not in our lifetime or our children's lifetime, that Christ is an inevitability here, right? And this is what like the Bible as a legacy thing that has been inherited, that we've inherited, helps us understand, right? Babylon falls, Rome falls, right? These kingdoms in their decadence and their rebellion, these things will fall, and Christ is an inevitability. I don't know on what timeline exactly, right? But I absolutely believe that at every interval there's an opportunity for repentance. Peterson is trying to help push that now rather than having to go burn it all down,
right?
And even this conversation is part of it.
Yeah.
I've got a question. To what degree do you think that part of at least Christian leadership involves letting Christ lead, and basically it being a sense of, what am I trying to say? I keep on going back to, and it's unfortunate that Jacob's not on his channel right now because it'd be interesting to pick his brain on this, but there's a part of me that keeps on going back to the whole situation where, again, Israel had no king. They were a nation that were God's people, or are God's people, but they had basically the imperative to follow God, and they chose to have a leader, a king, just like everybody else, as opposed to saying, no, our leader is God. We are all servants of God, doing that thing that He asks us to do, and some of us may die in battle, or He may give us complete victory without us lifting a finger. Those are the sorts of things. So this is why I appreciate the need for leadership, but like you were saying, yeah, we don't. The culture at large in the West, at least, and it's risen other places, despite the persecution, or not as popular understanding of how widely adopted it is. But
Yeah.
there's a slew of people that are in fact leading with their belief and acting out of the faith of God in humility in ways that are not overt, in an attempt probably to do something like what they saw in the New Testament with Peter and Jesus, although that might have been more of a, I mean, I think it was both a pattern but also not like an always pattern, since there's a time for war, there's a time for peace, all these sorts of things. There's legitimate executions of that, but I think it's tricky to be. I think it's tricky to lead while not putting forth a leader that is not the righteous leader, but acting in righteousness at the same time through the Spirit.
That's fine. Yeah.
David was a gross human being, right? He failed a lot. He failed all the time. That's part of the point, right? And but what he never did, right? He was always in repentance to the Father. He never turned to another God, right? He always understood who his daddy was, right? And like he understood how much rebellion he was to his daddy, but he knew who his daddy was. He never went, oh, maybe Apollo's my daddy. Never did that, right?
Well, I think he did briefly, bow to the god of lust, and then the god of.
But like as you miss the mark, let's say, at least you always proclaimed what the target was and where the mark is, right?
Right.
And that's different than going, I'm deciding that there's a different target. That's different, right?
Sure.
So what we're dealing with here is candidly, we like this Jewish people, like the Israelis. He's faithful, and he also highly values our free will and our opportunity to return, right? And so there's not going to be an intervening. We're on his time, right? And he's not going to intervene. Mark, I mean, I get it. Like there's a pushing, there's a sense of urgency, but frankly, we're on his time, and it's not going to happen like en masse. This entity.
No, it's not.
It's not going to happen until it's his timing, and I don't know when that's going to be.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that's fair. I mean, because now you're just being Calvinistic about it and saying, it's all to God and we don't have to worry about it.
I'd like to bring something up. We're talking about Israel here and stuff.
Yeah.
No, I was very interested in watching Jordan Peterson, that Majid Nawaz guy, talk.
Yeah.
And something Majid said really, really stuck. He said, why is Islam left out of the Judeo-Christian? It should be Islamic Judeo-Christian. What's with that? He took great offense to this term Judeo-Christian. I was like, you know what? Yeah, you're right, man. The Islam does not leave Christ out of the Quran, but we leave like we're divorced. It's a very strange.
Islam's a Christian heresy.
Very strange thing. I realize it is very weird. They're the other, the outside.
No, it's not weird. It's not weird. It's not weird because Christ.
It is weird.
No, because Christ is not the same Christ in Islam.
Yeah, so like you can get Jews.
That's really not the point that I'm making. The point is that there's an effort. They claim him. Okay, they're like, yeah, he's in the thing, he's in the book, he's in there too. But we don't do that, and I think that's a big problem.
They have to. Well, it's like strange bedfellows. I'll take some strange bedfellows right now. Right, fair enough. On a longer term scale, they're going to have to grapple with what the heck logos means, right? But
and then they say to us, we're going to have to grapple with what debt is.
Sure.
Right.
But they have, like, we're not mapping the same God, right? Like, that is very much so like a cult of Mars, if I've ever seen it, right? It is a war god tribe.
Yeah. Explicitly.
But they're stronger.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
So,
No,
it depends on what you think strength is.
Head stronger, yeah.
They're cohesive. They're not diluted.
Yeah.
Well,
Cult of Mars
there's lots of warring factions there.
Hey, man, I'll argue tooth and nail about this. I've talked to a lot of Islamic people about this type of thing.
There's no caliphate.
And you know what? You know what makes me so sad about it is when I open up and I talk to an Islamic person, they're overjoyed and happy to hear me just trying to have a conversation with them. I think it needs to be a thing that happens, because I had my own warped sort of presuppositions about it and what they thought. When I actually talk to them, it's not at all what I thought.
Neeram, this little corner talks to Muslims literally all the time. Yeah. Like it all the time. We talk to them all the time.
But you're also right in that there's a grace and generosity that can be given to them. Like me, categorizing them all. Oh, the cult of Mars. That's not very generous, and there's no grace in that. Fair enough, right? It's more complicated than that. I've certainly seen those fruits, but I've also seen those fruits from plenty of Protestants.
Yeah.
It's important to recognize that there's a big difference between, well, there's a distinction, let's put it that way, between people and how they act and what their philosophy is and what a structure that is outside of them that others subscribe to is. There's sources and precepts and things like that that are significantly different. And I think all sides would agree on that there are significant differences, even though there are some similarities and whatnot. But I think it just like there's bad Christians and there's bad Buddhists and bad Jews and bad Islamists. I mean, there's
bad people and there's good people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so but I think the distinction is sometimes if somebody is being a let's put it this way. If I'm being a bad murderer, it's better. As in, I'm not doing it, or I'm failing at it, or not doing it at all, because there's a difference, and that's probably a harsh example, but I think
effective.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm a bad Christian, then I'm going to be hurting people, because the precept of Christianity is all about being in harmony with what is good and right, pure, good, productive, redemptive, all those sorts of things. But if philosophy is more attuned to, oh, hey, we need to eradicate or we need to domineer and all that sort of thing, if I'm bad at that, that's a good thing. And then people will fall on all sorts of sides of that all the time, and sometimes swap. Because like Majid Nawaz, I mean, he was an ex where he was an extremist, and now he's an ex-extremist, and he's right. And so that's an example of him taking precepts that are baked into the fabric of the universe and enacting them in a good way, although he's still culturally seeing things through the lens of Islam to a certain degree, but he's also rejected certain aspects of it.
The reason I bring it up is because, we were talking about leadership and it leads to violence and how this might be a thing that we want to do. Well, that's exactly what the Islamic people have been doing, but everybody doesn't like them for it. They don't like their leadership. So that's why I'm kind of bringing it up. It's a leadership.
Yeah,
they have a leader. They have a leadership that's more effective than the Christian leadership. They absolutely.
This is why I would defend that what Paul does is leadership. That's what Christian leadership looks like in a lot of ways.
No.
I would say it's the Black Robe preachers that fought the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
I would say that Christ is the best example that we have. And instead of striking down the Roman army, he died on a cross.
Not to be too, I guess difficult, but Christ is not like a traditional hero figure. He's not.
No, it's the greatest hero figure ever.
Well,
right, but he's not traditional.
Told.
Right, he's not. He's not traditional.
He's a new type of hero.
That was what made it so effective.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
but you're not accounting for him flipping over the tables and excoriating
and coming back and kicking ass with an army of angels with a sword.
What is that?
So spiritual warfare is really important to understand. This is where you go read Stephen DeYoung's God is a Man of War, right? Like Yahweh is a God of war, but make no mistake, it is fights against powers and principalities and not flesh and blood.
Which is not to preclude the possibility of there being wars that are righteous to engage in.
Right. Well, they're all over the Old Testament. And again, the problem is that Jesus flips over the freaking tables. He goes after the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He's not this quiet guy who just says, they'll be nice to it. That's not what happened.
But and so what he doesn't is he keeps this. He has all the power. He's very powerful. It's Yahweh in the flesh, and he keeps the sword in the sheath, and he doesn't strike. And he voluntarily submits himself to the authorities and dies on a cross
after objecting violently, and that's the part everybody's skipping over.
Right.
Like, well, in
the kind of courageous love, the masculine love that encourages the Pharisees to
do it any way you want, but do it. Like that's my Christians are for lions. They're not for hiding.
Hey, speaking of things that we're supposed to do, I think I should go to sleep.
Right on, man. Good talking to you.
It's great to see you. I'm glad you hopped in. Please visit soon.
I enjoy these things. Occasionally, I say something that's half cohesive, and I hopefully is a benefit.
Always a benefit, sir. Have a lovely sleep.
Yes, absolutely. See ya.
Yeah, Mark, I hear you on the just do it thing. That's where what I would say is that to see that happen the way that it would actually be effective that you're talking about. Imagine, this entity that is actually in control of when that's going to happen, and he's not going to move.
I don't buy the Calvinist argument. I don't buy the Calvinist argument. I don't.
What's important for us to do, right, as his people, is to be obedient, so that when he decides to move, we move.
Okay, I think that's backwards. I think you need to keep trying and sacrificing as many Christians to lions until it works.
Yeah, I honestly it's something like the spirit that will be brought on to people to give them the courage to be able to do that, right, is going to happen on his timing. We just won't be able to force it. But what we have to do is continue to be.
I'm not asking you to force anything. I'm saying stand in front of the damn lions. Like, that's it. Like, I'm not saying force anything. I'm saying stand in front of the lions.
I agree with you. One of the, so there's you see a bunch of these like Orthodox and Catholic trads that are like moving out to the country and going and hiding from the city, right?
Yeah.
Right,
the Benedictine option and all that nonsense.
Yeah, right. And what I was one of them. Okay, I was one of them.
Okay.
And what
that's good. They should run. That's fucking hell.
So what my conscience got.
I got
pulled,
the fuck out of there. I ain't
right?
gonna fucking stay in that place.
What I realized is that I was being Jonah. Right.
Yes.
And I was like, I don't want to deal with those dirty Ninevites. right? And I don't even want them to hear your word. I just want to get out of here and I want to go do my right. And that's what I was being, right? And that there's a very serious sense in which it's like, no, you got to be in Nineveh, buddy. Like you want to like in order to love your neighbor, you have to be in proximity to your neighbor. So I'm not the only one, right? That this is stuff that I hear that is words coming out of the mouths of like the Orthodox priests in the church. But man, we're definitely, at least within Orthodox communities, it's still small numbers that are really only starting to come to grips with that.
The city was the concept of Cain. There's nothing good about them. Nobody can ever convince me that there's anything good.
That's fine. I'm fine with being away from the city. I have no problem.
Yeah, the nature of the city
there's lions
is
everywhere.
Shitty.
Yeah, but there's lions everywhere. I'm not saying go into the den of the lion. I'm saying you do have an obligation as a Christian to get in front of the lions.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to go find them. You don't need to go find them. They're everywhere. There's no reason to go anywhere. But there is a reason to not hide.
Yeah. We have to be in the world, even if not of it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I completely agree. Look,
we don't have to suffer fools or cast pearls before swine.
No,
I mean,
First Timothy 4:4. Okay, for every creation of God is good, and nothing that is received with gratitude should be rejected. Okay.
I don't know. We're gonna kill some of those things, though. I just don't know. I mean, it's not in the cards. I don't think.
So, I am certain that things will be killed, and I am also certain that all death comes from certain kinds of trees and certain kinds of angels, often always in rebellion to the Father. All right, and that Christ is the life. Right, he's the life.
I mean, I think he likes us. He made us this way. I mean, he's pretty cantankerous himself. I mean, he flooded the whole earth. You know, we're a lot like Dad. You know, it's fine. And he's like, look at them going around acting like me. I'm so proud of him. I don't know what he says up there, but you know, I'm sure he knows. We're a lot like him, and we can't help it.
He loves us, and everything about us that is not in his image. This is what sin and rebellion is. It's when we're the furthest away from being in the image of the Father, when we take on a different image.
Well, I don't know. When we get angry,
we're
a lot like him. He's pissed all the time. He chilled out after the flood in Jesus. He chilled out a whole lot. But
so Father Stephen DeYoung's work really helped put that anger and those actions in the ancient understanding of what those things are. So I heavily recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, he grew up. He had a younger version of himself, and then he got older and wiser and realized, I can't keep flooding these people. I love them. I need to stop. I need to find another way.
There is a sense in which Job changed his mind.
Yeah,
right.
Definitely. Job, the story of Job is pretty heavy. I really appreciate what Carl Jung had to say about that, his analysis of it, his essay. It was
like there is a
heavy.
negotiating with the Father. There is a negotiating, right? But we also have to understand.
Well, I kind of felt like God felt bad about what he did to Job. Job made God feel bad. He's like, "Whoa, what did I do? Oh man, I gotta fix this as best as I can."
And that's part of understanding Christ.
Yeah,
right? That's part.
But it's a relationship. We got to relate. It's not a one-way street. Okay, I hear a lot of people act like it is, and it's like, no. You know, God wants you to talk to him.
Right. You can't just wait for God to do all the work. Right.
No,
and that's very much what a lot of people are doing. They're taking the attitude they don't look.
No.
You know, it's in God's control, and He's gonna move when He's gonna.
We already ate the damn apple. I mean, the cat's out of the bag. We shouldn't act like that didn't happen.
So so the way that that changes, right? Because Christ is the new Adam, right? And in Christ, okay, when we are disciples, when we
Well, who's
mortify,
Eve then?
I'm not going to go into the theology there. You can go to Jonathan Peugeot for that. But in Christ, right, there is heaven and earth brought back together rather than broken apart, right? And whatever, so it's like, yeah, you and your nature, when you trying to handle it on your own, yep, you're going to act like just stealing your apple, doing your thing, your own mapping of good and evil. You're going to do that. But
just like God, yeah, that's right.
But when you orient your sense of good and evil towards God's will instead of yours, right? And you become a disciple of his and you follow his will. And you'll know if you're following his will because you will love him with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself, and you'll have fruits of the spirit of joy, kindness, self-control, all of these things, right? That's being like the sons of light, right? Those are being disciples of Yahweh.
No, that's good. That's good. But, gentlemen, I'm going to fall asleep. So we could end it there.
This was epic.
It's a good place to end it. It was epic. I really appreciate the engagement. And we'll do it next week. We'll see what topics we come up with.
Right
and
on.
yeah, I mean, it's all about your participation. And you can't take that participation and just give it all up to God. Like, that's not going to work. Christians are for lions. So, yeah.
We're not monks, we're people.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time and attention and your
too,
patience
man.
and all the things.
All right. Have a great evening, everyone.
See you.
See you next
Night.
time.